Preface of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Preface. I suppose it was environment that caused me to write these novels, but the mystery of it is that when I left my native village, I did not dream that imagination would lead me there again, for the simple annals of our village and domestic ways did not interest me. Neither was I in the least studious. My years were passed in an attempt to have a good time, according to the desires and fancies of youth. Of literature and the literary life, I and my tribe knew nothing. We had not discovered sermons in stones. Where, then, was the panorama of my stories and novels stored, that was unrolled in my new sphere? Of course, being moderately intelligent, I read everything that came in my way, but merely for amusement. It had been laid up against me as a persistent fault, which was not profitable. I should peruse moral and pious works, or take up sewing, that interminable thing, white seam, which filled the leisure moments of the right-minded. To the personnel of writers I gave little heed. It was the hero they created that charmed me, like Mrs. Porter's gallant Pole, Sobieski, or the ardent Ernst Maltravers of Bulwer. I had now come to live among those who made books, and were interested in all their material, for all was the glory of the whole. Prefaces, notes, indexes were unnoticed by me. Even Walter Scott's and Lord Byron's. I began to get glimpses of a profound ignorance, and did not like the position as an outside consideration. These mental productive adversaries abased me. I was well enough in my way, but nothing was expected from me in their way, and when I beheld their ardor in composition, and its fine emulation like a sheep before her shearers, I was dumb. The environment pressed upon me, my pride was touched, my situation, though tolerable, was not to be endured. Fortunate or not, we were poor. It was not strange that I should marry, said those who knew the step I had taken, but that I should follow that old idyll, and accept the destiny of a garret and a crust with a poet, was incredible. Therefore, being apart from the diversions of society, I had many idle hours. One day, when my husband was sitting at the receipt of customs, for he had obtained a modest appointment, I sat by a little desk, where my portfolio lay open. The pen was near, which I took up, and it began to write, wildly, like Planchette upon her board, or like a kitten clutching a ball of yarn fearfully. But doing it again, I could not say why, my mind began upon a festival in my childhood, which my mother arranged for several poor old people at Thanksgiving. I finished the sketch in private, and gave it the title of A Christmas Dinner, as one more modern. I put in occasional fiblets about the respectable guests, Mrs. Carver and Mrs. Chandler, and one dreadful little girl foisted upon me to entertain. It pleased the editor of Harper's Magazine, who accepted it, and sent me a check which would look wondrous small now. I wrote similar sketches, which were published in that magazine. Then I announced my intention of writing a long story, and was told by him of the customs that he thought I lacked the constructive faculty. I hope that I am writing an object lesson, either of learning how, or not learning how, to write. I labored daily, when alone, for weeks. How many sheets of foolscap I covered and dashed to earth was never told. Since, by my infinite pains and groans, I have been reminded of Barkis in David Copperfield, when he crawled out of his bed to get a guinea from his strong-box for David's dinner. Naturally, I sent the story to Harper's Magazine, and it was curtly refused. My husband, moved by pity by my discouragement, sent it to Mr. Lowell, then editor of the Atlantic Monthly. In a few days I received a letter from him which made me very happy. He accepted the story, and wrote me then and afterwards letters of advice and suggestion. I think he saw through my mind, its struggles, its ignorance, and its ambition. Also I got my guinea for my pains. The Atlantic Monthly sent me $100. I doubt but for Mr. Lowell's interest and kindness I should ever have tried prose again. I owe a debt of gratitude to him which I shall always give to his noble memory. My story did not set the river on fire, as stories are apt to do nowadays. It attracted so little notice from those I knew and knew of, that naturally my ambition would have been crushed. Notwithstanding, and saying nothing to anybody, I began the Morgesons, and everywhere I went, like Mary's lamb, my manuscript was sure to go. Meandering along the path of that family, I took them much to heart, and finished their record within a year. I may say here that the clans I marshalled for my pages had vanished from the sphere of reality. In my early day, the village squire, peerless in blue broadcloth, who scolded, advised, and helped his poor neighbors, the widows or maidens who accepted service as a favor, often remained a lifetime as friend as well as help. The race of coastwise captains and traders from Maine to Florida, as acute as they were ignorant, and rovers of the Atlantic and the Pacific, were gone not to return. If with these characters I have deserved the name of realist, I have also clothed my skeletons with the robe of romance. The Morgesons completed, and no objections made to its publication, it was published. As an author friend happened to be with us, almost on the day it was out, I gave it to him to read, and he returned it to me with a remark that there were a good many witches in it. That there were, I must own, and that it was difficult to extirpate them. I was annoyed at their fertility. The inhabitants of my ancient dwelling place pounced upon the Morgesons, because they were convinced it would prove to be a version of my relations and my own life. I think one copy passed from hand to hand, but the interest of it soon blew over, and I have not been noticed there since. Two men I began as I did the others, with a single motive. The shadow of a man passed before me, and I built a visionary fabric round him. I have never tried to girdle the earth. My limits are narrow. The modern novel, as Andrew Lang lately calls it, with its love-making, disquisition, description, history, theology, ethics, I have no sprinkling of. My last novel, Temple House, was personally conducted, so far that I went to Plymouth to find a suitable abode for my hero, Angus Gates, and to measure with my eye the distance between the bar in the bay and the shore, the scene of a famous wreck before the Revolution. As my stories and novels were never in touch with my actual life, they seem now as if they were written by a ghost of their time. It is to strangers from strange places that I owe the most sympathetic recognition. Some have come to me, and many I have had letters that warmed my heart and cheered my mind. Beside the name of Mr. Lowell, I mention two New England names, to spare me the fate of the prophet of the gospel, the late Maria Louise Poole, whose lamentable death came far too early, and Nathaniel Hawthorne, who lived to read the Morgesons only, and to write me a characteristic letter. With some slight criticism, he wrote, "Pray pardon my frankness, for what is the use of saying anything unless we say what we think? Otherwise it seemed to me as genuine and lifelike as anything that pen and ink can do. There are very few books of which I take the trouble to have any opinion at all, or of which I could retain any memory so long after reading them as I do of the Morgesons." Could better words be written for the send-off to these novels? Elizabeth Stoddard, New York, May 2nd, 1901. To Mrs. Catherine Hooker of Los Angeles, California. These novels are dedicated in grateful remembrance of a kind deed. Elizabeth Stoddard. End of preface. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Chapter 1 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 1. "That child," said my Aunt Mercy, looking at me with indigo-colored eyes, "is possessed." When my aunt said this, I was climbing a chest of drawers by its knobs, in order to reach the bookshelves above it, where my favorite work, The Northern Regions, was kept, together with Baxter's Saint's Rest, and other volumes of that sort belonging to my mother, and those my father bought for his own reading, and which I liked, though I only caught a glimpse of their meaning by strenuous study. To this day, Sheridan's comedies, Sterne's Sentimental Journey, and Captain Cook's Voyages are so mixed up in my remembrance that I am still uncertain whether it was Sterne who ate baked dog with Maria, or Sheridan who wept over a dead ass in the Sandwich Islands. After I had made a dash at and captured my book, I seated myself with difficulty on the edge of a chest of drawers, and was soon lost in an Eskimo hut. Presently, in crossing my feet, my shoes, which were large, dropped on the painted floor with a loud noise. I looked at my aunt. Her regards were still fixed upon me, but they did not interfere with her occupation of knitting, neither did they interrupt her habit of chewing cloves, flag root, or grains of rice. If these articles were not at hand, she chewed a small chip. "Aunt Merce, poor Hepburn chewed his shoes when he was in Davis's Straits." "Mary, look at that child's stockings." Mother raised her eyes from the Boston Recorder, and the article she had been absorbed in, the proceedings of an ecclesiastical council, which had discussed, as she read aloud to Aunt Merce, the conduct of Brother Thaddeus Turner, pastor of the Congregational Church of Hyena. Brother Thaddeus had spoken lightly of the difference between sprinkling and immersion, and had even called Hyena's Baptist minister brother. He was contumacious at first, was Brother Thaddeus, but Brother Boanerges from Andover finally floored him. "Cassandra," said Mother presently, "come here." I obeyed with reluctance, making a show of turning down a leaf. "Child," she continued, and her eyes wandered over me dreamily, till they dropped on my stockings, "why will you waste so much time on unprofitable stories?" "Mother, I hate good stories, all but The Shepherd of Salisbury Plain. I like that, because it makes me hungry to read about the roasted potatoes the shepherds had for breakfast and supper. Would it make me thankful if you only gave me potatoes without salt?" "Not unless your heart is right before God." "The Lord my shepherd is," sang Aunt Merce. I put my hands over my ears, and looking defiantly around the room. Its walls are no longer standing, and the hands of its builders have crumbled to dust. Some mental accident impressed this picture on the purblind memory of my childhood. We were in Mother's winter room. She was in a low, chintz-covered chair. Aunt Merce sat by the window, in a straight-backed chair that rocked querulously, and likewise covered with chintz of a red and yellow pattern. Before the lower half of the windows were curtains of red serge, which she rattled apart on their brass rods whenever she heard a footstep, or the creak of a wheel in the road below. The walls were hung with white paper, through which ran thread-like stripes of green. A square of green and chocolate-covered English carpet covered the middle of the floor, and a row of straw chairs stood around it on the bare, lead-colored boards. A huge bed, with a chintz top shaped like an elephant's back, was in one corner, and a 6-legged mahogany table in another. One side of the room, where the fireplace was set, was paneled in wood. Its fire had burned down in the shining Franklin stove, and broken brands were standing upright. The charred backlog still smoldered, its sap hissed and bubbled at each end. Aunt Merce rummaged her pocket for flag root. Mother resumed her paper. "May I put on for a little while my new slippers?" I asked, longing to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the room. "Yes," answered mother, "but come in soon, it will be supper time." I bounded away, found my slippers, and was walking downstairs on tiptoe, holding up my linsey woolsey frock, when I saw the door of my great-grandfather's room ajar. I pushed it open and went in, and saw a very old man, his head bound with a red silk handkerchief, bolstered in bed. His wife, grandmother-in-law, sat by the fire reading a great Bible. "Marm Tamar, will you please show me Ruth and Boaz?" I asked. She complied by turning over the leaves till she came to the picture. "Did Ruth love Boaz dreadfully much?" "Oh," groaned the old man, "what is the imp doing here? Drive her away. Skip." I skipped out by a side door, down an alley paved with blue pebbles, swung the high gate open, and walked up and down the gravel walk which bordered the roadside, admiring my slippers, and wishing that some acquaintance with poor shoes could see me. I thought then I would climb the high gate posts, which had a flat top, and take there the position of the little girl in the shawl dance. I had no sooner taken it than Aunt Merce appeared at the door, and gave a shriek at the sight, which tempted me to jump towards her with extended arms. I was seized and carried into the house, where supper was administered, and I was put to bed. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Chapter 2 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 2. At this time I was 10 years old. We lived in a New England village, Surrey, which was situated on an inlet of a large bay that opened into the Atlantic. From the observatory of our house, we could see how the inlet was pinched by the long claws of the land, which nearly enclosed it. Opposite the village, some 10 miles across, a range of islands shut out the main waters of the bay. For miles, on the outer side of the curving prongs of land, stretched a rugged, desolate coast, indented with coves and creeks, lined with boulders of granite half sunken in the sea, and edged by beaches overgrown with pale sedge or covered with beds of seaweed. Nothing alive, except the gulls, abode on these solitary shores. No lighthouse stood on any point to shake its long, warning light across the mariner's wake. Now and then a drowned man floated in among the sedge, or a small craft went to pieces on the rocks. When an easterly wind prevailed, the coast resounded with the bellowing sea, which brought us tidings from those inaccessible spots. We heard its roar as it leapt over the rocks on Gloucester Point, and its long, unbroken wail when it rolled in on Whitefoot Beach. In mild weather, too, when our harbor was quiet, we still heard its whimper. Behind the village, the ground rose toward the north, where the horizon was bounded by woods of oak and pine, intersected by crooked roads, which led to towns and villages near us. The inland scenery was tame. No hill or dale broke its dull uniformity. Cornfields and meadows, of red grass walled with gray stone, lay between the village and the border of the woods. Seaward it was enchanting, beautiful under the sun and moon and clouds. Our family had lived in Surrey for years. Probably some Puritan of the name of Morgeson had moved from an earlier settlement, and appropriating a few acres in what was now its center, lived long enough upon them to see his sons and daughters married to the sons and daughters of similar settlers. So our name was in perpetuation, though none of our race ever made a mark in his circle, or attained a place among the great ones of his day. The family recipes for curing herbs and hams and making cordials were in better preservation than the memory of their makers. It is certain that they were not a progressive or changeable family. No tradition of any individuality remains concerning them. There was a confusion in the minds of the survivors of the various generations about the degree of the relationship to those who were buried, and whose names and ages simply were cut in the stones which headed their graves. The meum and tuum of blood were inexorably mixed, so they contented themselves with giving their children the old Christian names, which were carved on the headstones, and which in time added a still more profound darkness to the anti-heraldic memory of the Morgesons. They had no knowledge of that treasure which so many of our New England families are boastful of, the ancestor who came over in the Mayflower, or by himself, with a grant of land from Parliament. It was not known whether 2 or 3 brothers sailed together from the Old World and settled in the New. They had no portrait, no curious chair, nor rusty weapon, no old Bible, nor drinking cup, nor remnant of brocade. Morgeson, born, lived, died, were all their archives. But there is a dignity in mere perpetuity, a strength in the narrowest affinities. This dignity and strength were theirs. They are still vital in our rural population. Occasionally something fine is their result. An aboriginal reappears to prove the plastic powers of nature. My great-grandfather, Locke Morgeson, the old man whose head I saw bound in a red handkerchief, was the first noticeable man of the name. He was a scale of enthusiasms, ranging from the melancholy to the sarcastic. When I heard him talked of, it seemed to me that he was born under the influence of the sea, while the rest of the tribe inherited the character of the landscape. Comprehension of life and comprehension of self came too late for him to make either of value. The spirit of progress, however, which prompted his schemes, benefited others. The most that could be said of him was that he had the rudiments of a founder. My father, whose name was Locke Morgeson also, married early. My mother was 5 years his elder. Her maiden name was Mary Warren. She was the daughter of Philip Warren, of Barmouth, near Surrey. He was the best of the Barmouth tailors, though he never changed the cut of his garments. He was a rigidly pious man, of great influence in the church, and was descended from Sir Edward Warren, a gentleman of Devon, who was knighted by Queen Elizabeth. The name of his more immediate ancestor, Richard Warren, was in New England's memorial. How father first met mother, I know not. She was singularly beautiful, beautiful even to the day of her death. But she was poor and without connection, for Philip Warren was the last of his name. What the Warrens might have been was nothing to the Morgesons. They themselves had no past, and only realized the present. They never thought of inquiring into that matter, so they opposed, with great promptness, father's wish to marry Mary Warren. All except old Locke Morgeson, his grandfather, who rode over to Barmouth to see her one day, and when he came back told father to take her, offered him half his house to live in, and promised to push him in the world. His offer quelled the rioters, silencing in particular the opposition of John Morgeson, father's father. In a month from this time, Locke Morgeson, Jr., took Mary Warren from her father's house as his wife. Grandfather Warren prayed a long, unintelligible prayer over them, helped them into the large, yellow-bottomed chaise which belonged to Grandfather Locke, and the young couple drove to their new home, the old mansion. Grandfather Locke went away in the same yellow-bottomed chaise a week after, and returned in a few days with a tall lady of 50 by his side, Marm Tamor, a twig of the Morgeson tree, being his third cousin, whom he had married. This marriage was Grandfather Locke's last mistake. He was then near 80, but lived long enough to fulfill his promises to father. The next year I was born, and 4 years after, my sister Veronica. Grandfather Locke named us, and charged father not to consult the Morgeson tombstones for names. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Chapter 3 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 3. "Mrs. Saunders," said Mother, "don't let that soap boil over. Cassie, keep away from it." "Lord," replied Mrs. Saunders, "there's no fat in the bones to bile. Cassie's grown dreadful fast, ain't she? How long has the old man been dead, Miss Morgeson?" "3 years, Mrs. Saunders." "How time do fly," remarked Mrs. Saunders, mopping her wrinkled face with a dark blue handkerchief. "The winter sass is hardly put in the cellar, for we have to cut off the sprouts and up the taters for planting again. We shall all follow him soon." And she stirred the bones in the great kettle with the vigor of an ogress. When I heard her ask the question about Grandfather Locke, the interval that had elapsed since his death swept through my mind. What a little girl I was at the time! How much had since happened! But no thought remained with me long. I was about to settle whether I would go to the beach and wade, or into the woods for snake flowers till school time, when my attention was again arrested by Mrs. Saunders saying, "I suppose Marm Tarmer went off with a large slice, and Mr. John Morgeson is mad to this day?" Mother was prevented from answering by the appearance of the said Mr. John Morgeson, who darkened the threshold of the kitchen door, but advanced no further. I looked at him with curiosity. If he were mad, he might be interesting. He was a large, portly man, over 60, with splendid black hair slightly grizzled, a prominent nose, and fair complexion. I did not like him, and determined not to speak to him. "Say good morning, Cassandra," said Mother, in a low voice. "No," I answered loudly, "I am not fond of my grandfather." Mrs. Saunders mopped her face again, grinning with delight behind her handkerchief. "Debbie, my wife, wants you, Mrs. Saunders, after you have made Mary's soap," he said. "Surely," she answered. "Where is the black horse to-day?" he asked Mother. "Locke has gone to Milford with him." "I wanted the black horse to-day," he said, turning away. "He's a mighty grand man, he is," commented Mrs. Saunders. "I'm pesky glad, Miss Morgeson, that you have never put foot in his house. I applaud your spirit." "School time, Cassie," said Mother. "Will you have some gingerbread to carry? Tell me when you come home what you have read in the New Testament." "My boy does read beautiful," said Mrs. Saunders. "Where's the potash, Miss Morgeson?" I heard the bell toll as I loitered along the roadside, pulling a dandelion here and there, for it was the month of May, and throwing it in the rut for the next wheel to crush. When I reached the schoolhouse, I saw through the open door that the New Testament exercise was over. The teacher, Mrs. Desire Cushman, a tall, slender woman, in a flounced calico dress, was walking up and down the room. A class of boys and girls stood in a zigzag line before her, swaying to and fro, and drawling the multiplication table. She was yawning as I entered, which exercise forbade her speaking, and I took my seat without reprimand. The flies were just coming. I watched their sticky legs as they feebly crawled over my old unpainted notched desk, and crumbled my gingerbread for them, but they seemed to have no appetite. Some of the younger children were drowsy already, lulled by the hum of the whisperers. Feeling very dull, I asked permission to go to the water pail for a drink, let the tin cup fall into the water so that the floor might be splashed, made faces at the good scholars, and did what I could do to make the time pass agreeably. At noon, my mother sent my dinner, with a request that I should stay until night, on account of my being in the way while the household was in the crisis of soap-making and whitewashing. I was exasperated, but I stayed. In the afternoon, the minister came with 2 strangers to visit the school. I went through my lessons with dignified inaccuracy, and was commended. Going back, I happened to step on a loose board under my seat. I determined to punish Mrs. Desire for the undeserved praise I had just received, and pushed the board till it clattered and made a dust. When Mrs. Desire detected me, she turned white with anger. I pushed it again, making so much noise that the visitors turned to see the cause. She shook her head in my direction, and I knew what was in store, as we had been at enmity for a long time, and she only waited for a decisive piece of mischief on my part. As soon as the visitors had gone, she said in a loud voice, "Cassandra Morgeson, take your books and go home. You shall not come here another day." I was glad to go, and marched home with the air of a conqueror, going to the keeping room where my mother sat with a basket of sewing. I saw Temperance Tinkham, the help, a maiden of 30, laying the table for supper. "Don't wrinkle the tablecloth," she said crossly, "and hang up your bonnet in the entry, where it belongs," taking it from me as she gave the order, and going out to hang it up herself. "I am turned out of school, mother, for pushing a board with my foot." "Ah, said father, who was waiting for his supper. "Come here." And he whistled to me. He took me on his knee, while mother looked at me with doubt and sorrow. "She's almost a woman, Mary." "Look, do you know that I am 38? "And you are 33, father," I exclaimed. He looked younger. I thought him handsome. He had a frank, firm face, an abundance of light, curly hair, and was very robust. I took off his white beaver hat, and pushed the curls away from his forehead. He had a riding whip in his hand. I took that too, and snapped it at our little dog Kip. Father's clothes also pleased me. A lavender-colored coat with brass buttons, and trousers of the same color. I mentally composed for myself a suit to match his, and thought how well we should look calling at Lady Teazle's house in London. Only I was worried because my bonnet seemed to be too large for me. A loud crash in the kitchen disturbed my dream, and Temperance rushed in, dragging my sister Veronica, whose hair was streaming with milk. She had pulled a panful over her from the buttery shelf, while Temperance was taking up supper. Father laughed, but mother said, "What have I done to be so tormented by these terrible children?" Her mild blue eyes blazed as she stamped her foot and clenched her hands. Father took his hat and left the room. Veronica sat on the floor with her eyes fixed upon her, and I leaned against the wall. It was a gust that I knew would soon blow over. Veronica knew it also. At the right moment she cried out, "Help, Verry, she is sorry." "Do eat your supper," Temperance called out in a loud voice. "The hash is burnt to flinders." She remained in the room to comment on our appetites, and encourage Veronica, who was never hungry, to eat. Veronica was an elfish creature, 9 years old, diminutive and pale. Her long, silky brown hair, which was as straight as an Indian's, like mother's, and which she tore out when angry, usually covered her face, and her wild eyes looked wilder still, peeping through it. She was too strange-looking for ordinary people to call her pretty, and so odd in her behavior, so full of tricks, that I did not love her. She was a silent child, and liked to be alone. But whoever had the charge of her must be watchful. She tasted everything, and burnt everything within her reach. A blazing fire was too strong a temptation to be resisted. The disappearance of all loose articles was ascribed to her, but nothing was said about it, for punishment made her more impish and daring in her pursuits. She had a habit of frightening us by hiding and appearing from places where no one had thought of looking for her. People shook their heads when they observed her. The Morgesons smiled significantly when she was spoken of, and asked, "Do you think she is like her mother?" There was a conflict in Mother's mind respecting Veronica. She did not love her as she loved me, but strove the harder to fulfill her duty. When Verry suffered long and mysterious illnesses, which made her helpless for weeks, she watched her day and night, but rarely caressed her. At other times, Verry was left pretty much to herself and her ways, which were so separate from mine that I scarcely saw her. We grew up ignorant of each other's character. Though Verry knew me better than I knew her, in time I discovered that she had closely observed me when I was most unaware. We began to prosper about this time. Old Loch Morgeson had a long head, people said, when they talked of our affairs. Father profited by his grandfather's plans, and his means, too. Less visionary, he had modified and brought out practically many of his projections. Old Loch had left little to his son, John Morgeson, in the belief that father was the man to carry out his ideas. Besides money, he left him a tract of ground running north and south, a few rods beyond the old house, and desired him to build upon it. This he was now doing, and we expected to move into our new house before autumn. All the Morgesons wished to put money in a company as soon as father could prove that it would be profitable. They were ready to own shares in the ships which he expected to build, when it was certain that they would make lucky voyages. He declined their offers, but they all knuckled to the man who had been bold enough to break the lifelong stagnation of Surrey, and approved his plans as they matured. His mind was filled with the hope of creating a great business which should improve Surrey. New streets had been cut through his property and that of grandfather, who, narrow as he was, could not resist the popular spirit. Lots had been laid out, and cottages had gone up upon them. To matters of minor importance, father gave little heed. His domestic life was fast becoming a habit. The constant enlargement of his schemes was already a necessary stimulant. I did not go back to Mrs. Desire's school. Mother said that I must be useful at home. She sent me to Temperance, and Temperance sent me to play, or told me to go a-visitin'. I did not care to visit, for in consequence of being turned out of school, which was considered an indelible disgrace and long remembered, my schoolmates regarded me in the light of a pariah, and put on insufferably superior airs when they saw me. So, like Veronica, I amused myself, and passed days on the seashore or in the fields and woods, Mother keeping me in long enough to make a square of patchwork each day, and to hear her read a psalm, a duty which I bore with patience, by guessing when the Selahs would come in and counting them. But wherever I was, or whatever I did, no feeling of beauty ever stole into my mind. I never turned my face up to the sky to watch the passing of a cloud, or mused before the undulating space of sea, or looked down upon the earth with the curiosity of thought, or spiritual aspiration. I was moved and governed by my sensations, which continually changed and passed away, to come again, and deposit vague ideas which ignorantly haunted me. The literal images of all things which I saw were impressed on my shapeless mind, to be reproduced afterward by faculties then latent. But what satisfaction was that? Doubtless the ideal faculty was active in Veronica from the beginning. In me it was developed by the experience of years. No remembrance of any ideal condition comes with a remembrance of my childish days. And I conclude that my mind, if I had any, existed in so rudimental a state that it had little influence upon my character. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Chapter 4 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 4. One afternoon in the following July, tired of walking in the mown fields, and of carrying a nest of mice, which I had discovered under a hayrick, I concluded I would begin a system of education with them. So, Arranging them on a grape leaf, I started homeward. Going in by the kitchen, I saw Temperance wiping the dust from the best china, which elated me, for it was a sign that we were going to have company for tea. "You evil child," she said, "where have you been? Your mother has wanted you these hours, to dress you in your red French calico with wings to it. Some of the members are coming to tea. Miss Zenith Jallet, and she that was Clarissa Tripp, Snow now, and Miss Strophany G. Dexter, and more besides." I put my mice in a basket, and begged Temperance to allow me to finish wiping the china. She consented, adjuring me not to let it fall. Miss Morgeson should die if any of it should be broken. I adored it too. Each piece had a peach or pear or a bunch of cherries painted on it, in lustrous brown. The handles were like gold cords, and the covers had knobs of gilt grapes. "What preserves are you going to put on the table?" I asked. "Them West Indy things Captain Curtis's son brought home, and quartered quince, though I expect Miss Dexter will remark that the syrup is ropey." "I wish you wouldn't have cheese." "We must have cheese," she said solemnly. "I expect they'll drink our green tea till they make bladders of themselves, it is so good. Your father is a first-rate man. He's an excellent provider, and any woman ought to be proud of him, for he does buy number one in provisions." I looked at her with admiration and respect. "Captain Curtis," she continued, pursuing a train of thought which the preserves had started, "will never come home, I guess. He has been in furrin parts forever and a day. His wife has looked for him, a twirling her thumb and fingers every day for 10 years. I heard your mother had engaged her to go to the new house. She'll take the upper hand of us all. Your grandfather, Mr. John Morgeson, is willing to part with her, tired of her, I suppose. She has been housekeeping there, on and off, these 30 years. She's 50 if she's a day, is Hepsy Curtis." "Is she as stingy as you are?" I asked. "You'll find out for yourself, miss. I rather think you won't be allowed to crumble over the buttery shelves." I finished the cup, and was watching her while she grated loaf sugar over a pile of doughnuts, when mother entered, and begged me to come upstairs with her to be dressed. "Where is Verry, mother?" "In the parlor, with a lemon in one hand and Robinson Crusoe in the other. She will be good, she says. Cassy, you won't tease me to-day, will you?" "No, indeed, mother," and clapping my hands, "I like you too well." She laughed. "These Morgesons beat the dogs," as we shut the door and went upstairs. I skipped over the shiny, lead-colored floor of the chamber in my stockings, while mother was taking from the bureau a clean suit for me, and singing "Bonny Doon" in the sweetest voice in the world. She soon arrayed me in my red calico dress, spotted with yellow stars. I was proud of its buckram undersleeves, though they scratched my arms, and admired its wings, which extended over the protecting buckram. "It is 3 o'clock. The company will come soon. Be careful of your dress. You must stand by me at the table to hand the cups of tea." She left me standing in a chair, so that I might see my pantalettes in the high-hung glass, and the effect of my balloon-like sleeves. Then I went back to the kitchen to show myself to Temperance, and to enjoy the progress of tea. The table was laid in the long-keeping room adjoining the kitchen, covered with a striped cloth of crimson and blue, smooth as satin to the touch. Temperance had turned the plates upside down around the table, and placed in a straight line through the middle a row of edibles. She was going to have waffles, she said, and shortcake. They were all ready to bake, and she wished to the Lord they would come and have it over with. With the silver sugar tongs, I slyly nipped lumps of sugar from my private eating, and surveyed my features in the distorting mirror of the pot-bellied silver teapot, ordinarily laid up in flannel. When the company had arrived, Temperance advised me to go in the parlor. "Sit down when you get there, and show less," she said. I went in softly, and stood behind mother's chair, slightly abashed for a moment in the presence of the party, some 8 or 10 ladies, dressed in black levantine or cinnamon-colored silks, who were seated in rocking chairs, all the rocking chairs in the house having been carried to the parlor for the occasion. They were knitting, and every one had a square velvet work-bag. Most of them wore lace caps, trimmed with white satin ribbon. They were larger, more rotund and older than mother, whose appearance struck me by contrast. Perhaps it was the first time I observed her dress. Her face I must have studied before, for I knew all her moods by it. Her long, lusterless brown hair was twisted around a high-topped tortoiseshell comb. It was so heavy and so carelessly twisted that the comb started backwards, threatening to fall out. She had minute rings of filigreed gold in her ears. Her dress was a gray pongee, simply made and short. I could see her round-toed morocco shoes, tied with black ribbon. She usually took out her shoestrings, not liking the trouble of tying them. A ruffle of fine lace fell around her throat, and the sleeves of her short-waisted dress were puffed at the shoulders. Her small white hands were folded in her lap, for she was idle. On the little finger of her left hand twinkled a brilliant garnet ring, set with diamonds. Her face was colorless, the forehead extremely low, the nose and mouth finely cut, the eyes of heavenly blue. Although youth had gone, she was beautiful, with an indescribable air of individuality. She influenced all who were near her. Her atmosphere enveloped them. She was not aware of it, being too indifferent to the world to observe what effect she had on it, and only realized that she was to herself a self-tormentor. Whether she attracted or repelled, the power was the same. I make no attempt to analyze her character. I describe her as she appeared, and as my memory now holds her. I never understood her, and for that reason she attracted my attention. I felt puzzled now. She seemed so different from anybody else. My observation was next drawn to Veronica, who, entirely at home, walked up and down the room in a blue cambric dress. She was twisting in her fingers a fine gold chain which hung from her neck. I caught her cunning glance as she flourished some tansy leaves before her face, imitating Mrs. Dexter to the life. I laughed, and she came to me. "See," she said softly, "I have something from heaven." She lifted her white apron, and I saw under it, pinned to her dress, a splendid black butterfly, spotted with red and gold. "It is mine," she said. "You shall not touch it. God blew it in through the window, but it has not breathed yet." "Pooh! I have 3 mice in the kitchen." "Where is the mother?" "In the hayrick, I suppose. I left it there." "I hate you," she said, in an enraged voice. "I would strike you, if it wasn't for this holy butterfly." "Cassandra," said Mrs. Dexter, "does look like her pa. The likeness is extraordinary. They say my William resembles me, but parients are no judges." A faint murmur rose from the knitters, which signified agreement with her remark. "I do think," she continued, "that it is high time Mr. Snell had a colleague. He has outlived his usefulness. I never could say that I thought he was the right kind of man for our congregation. His principles as a man I have nothing to say against, but why don't we have revivals?" When Mrs. Dexter wished to be elegant, she stepped out of the vernacular. She was about to speak again when the whole party broke into a loud talk on the subject she had started, not observing Temperance, who appeared at the door and beckoned to mother. I followed her out. "The members are going it, ain't they?" she said. "Do see if things are about right, Miss Morgeson." Mother made a few deviations from the straight lines in which Temperance had ranged the viands, and told her to put the tea on the tray, and the chairs round the table. "There's no place for Mr. Morgeson," observed Temperance. "He is in Milford," Mother replied. "The brethren won't come, I suppose, till after dark." "I suppose not." "Glad to get rid of their wives' clack, I guess." From the silence which followed Mother's return to the parlor, I concluded they were performing the ancient ceremony of waiting for someone to go through the doorway first. They came at last with an air of indifference, as if the idea of eating had not yet occurred, and delayed taking seats till Mother urged it. Then they drew up to the table, hastily, turned the plates right side up, spread large silk handkerchiefs over their laps, and, with their eyes fixed on space, preserved a dead silence, which was only broken by mother's inquiries about their taste in milk or sugar. Temperance came in with plates of waffles and buttered shortcake, which she offered with a cut-and-thrust air, saying as she did so, "I expect you can't eat them. I know they are tough." Everybody, however, accepted both, and she handed round the preserves and went out to bake more waffles. By this time the cups had circled the table, but no one had tasted a morsel. "Do help yourselves," mother entreated, whereat they fell upon the waffles. "Temperance is as good a cook as ever," said one. "She is a prize, isn't she, Miss Morgeson?" "She is faithful and industrious," mother replied. All began at once on the subject of help, and were as suddenly quenched by the reappearance of Temperance with fresh waffles and a dish of apple fritters. "Do eat these if you can, ladies. The apples are only russets, and they are kinder dead for flavoring. I see you don't eat a mite. I expect you could not. It's poor trash." And she passed the cake along, everybody taking a piece of each kind. After drinking a good many cups of tea, and praising it, their asceticism gave way to its social effect, and they began to gossip, ridiculing their neighbors, and occasionally launching innuendos against their absent lords. It is well known that when women meet together they do not discuss their rights, but take them, in revealing the little weaknesses and peculiarities of their husbands. The worst wife-driver would be confounded at the air of easy superiority assumed on these occasions by the meekest and most unsuspicious of her sex. Insinuations of so-and-so's not being any better than she should be passed from mouth to mouth, with a glance at me, and I heard the proverb of little pitchers, when my mother rose suddenly from the table and led the way to the parlor. "Where is Veronica?" asked Temperance, who was piling the debris of the feast. "She has been in mischief, I'll warrant. Find her, Cassandra." She was upstairs, putting away her butterfly in the leaves of her little Bible. She came down with me, and Temperance coaxed her to eat her supper, by vowing that she should be sick abed unless she liked her fritters and waffles. I thought of my mice, while making a desultory meal standing, and went to look at them. They were gone. Wondering if Temperance had thrown the creatures away, I remembered that I had been foolish enough to tell Veronica, and rushed back to her. When she saw me, she raised a saucer to her face, pretending to drink from it. "Verry, where are the mice?" "Are they gone?" "Tell me." "What will you do if I don't?" "I know," and I flew upstairs, tore the poor butterfly from between the leaves of the Bible, crushed it in my hand, and brought it down to her. She did not cry when she saw it, but choked a little, and turned away her head. It was now dark, and hearing a bustle in the entry, I looked out, and saw several staid men slowly rubbing their feet on the doormat. The husbands had come to escort their wives home, and by 9 o'clock they all went. Veronica and I stayed by the door after they had gone. "Look at Mrs. Dexter," she said. "I put the mice in her work bag." I burst into a laugh, which she joined in presently. "I am sorry about the butterfly, Verry," and I attempted to take her hand, but she pushed me away and marched off whistling. A few days after this, sitting near the window at twilight, intent upon a picture in a book of travels, of a Hindu swinging from a high pole with hooks in his flesh, and trying to imagine how much it hurt him, my attention was arrested by a mention of my name in a conversation held between mother and Mr. Park, one of the neighbors. He occasionally spent an evening at our house, passing it in polemical discussion, revising the prayers and exhortations which he made at conference meetings. The good man was a little vain of having the formulas of his creed at his tongue's end. She sometimes lost these thread of his discourse, but argued also as if to convince herself that she could rightly distinguish between truth and illusion, but never discussed religious topics with father. Like all the Morgesons, he was orthodox, accepting what had been provided by others for his spiritual accommodation. He thought it well that existing institutions should not be disturbed. Something worse might be established instead. His turn of mind, in short, was not evangelical. Are the Hindus in earnest, mother?" And I thrust the picture before her. She warned me off. "Do you think, Mr. Park, that Cassandra can understand the law of transgression?" An acute perception that it was in my power to escape a moral penalty by willful ignorance was revealed to me, that I should continue the privilege of sinning with impunity. His answer was complicated, and he quoted several passages from the Scriptures. Presently he began to sing, and I grew lonesome. The life within me seemed a black cave. Our nature is totally depraved, the heart a sink of sin. Without a change we can't be saved. Ye must be born again. Temperance opened the door. "Is Veronica going to bed tonight?" she asked. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Morgesons, by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 5. The next September we moved. Our new house was large and handsome. On the south side there was nothing between it and the sea, except a few feet of sand. No tree, no shrub intercepted the view. To the eastward, a promontory of rocks jutted into the sea, serving as a pier against the wash of the tide, and adding a picturesqueness to the curve of the beach. On the north side flourished an orchard, which was planted by Grandfather Locke. Looking over the tree tops from the upper north windows, one would have no suspicion of being in the neighborhood of the sea. From these windows, in winter, we saw the nimbus of the northern light. The darkness of our sky, the stillness of the night, mysteriously reflected the perpetual condition of its own solitary world. In summer, ragged white clouds rose above the horizon, as if they had been torn from the sky of an underworld, to sail up the blue heaven, languish away, or turn livid with thunder and roll off seaward. Between the orchard and the house, a lawn sloped easterly to the border of a brook, which straggled behind the outhouses into a meadow, and finally lost itself among the rocks on the shore. Up by the lawn, a willow hung over it, and its outer bank was fringed by the tangled wild grape, sweet briar, and alder bushes. The premises, except on the seaside, were enclosed by a high wall of rough granite. No houses were near us on either side of the shore. Up the north road they were scattered at intervals. Mother said I must be considered a young lady, and should have my own room. Veronica was to have one opposite, divided from it by a wide passage. This passage extended beyond the angle of the stairway, and was cut off by a glass door. A wall ran across the lower end of the passage. Half the house was beyond its other side, so that when the door was fastened, Veronica and myself were in a cul-de-sac. The establishment was put on a larger footing. Mrs. Hepsy Curtis was installed mistress of the kitchen. Temperance declared that she could not stand it, that she wasn't a nigger, that she must go. But she had no home and no friends, nothing but a wood lot, which was left her by her father the miller. As the trees thereon grew, promising to make timber, its value increased. At present her income was limited to the profit from the annual sale of a cord or two of wood. So she stayed on, in spite of Hepsy. There were also 2 men for the garden and stable. A boy was always attached to the house. Not the same boy, but a boy dynasty, for as soon as one went, another came, who ate a great deal, a crime in Hepsy's eyes, and whose general duty was to carry armfuls of wood, pails of milk, or swill, and to shut doors. We had many visitors. Though father had no time to devote to guests, he was continually inviting people for us to entertain, and his invitations were taken as a matter of course and finally for granted. A rich Morgeson was a new feature in the family annals, and distant relations improved the advantage offered them by coming to spend the summer with us, because their own houses were too hot, or in winter because they were too cold. Infirm old ladies, who were not related to us, but who had nowhere else to visit, came, As his business extended, our visiting list extended. The captains of his ships, whose homes were elsewhere, brought their wives to be inconsolable with us after their departure on their voyages. We had ministers often, who always quarter at the best houses, and chance visitors to dinner and supper, who made our house a way station. There was but small opportunity to cultivate family affinities. Somebody was always sitting in the laps of our Larrys and Penates. Another class of visitors deserving notice were those who preferred to occupy the kitchen and back chambers, humbly proud and bashfully arrogant people, who kept their hats and bonnets by them, in small bundles, to delude themselves and us with the idea that they had not come to stay, and had no occasion for any attention. These people criticized us with insinuating severity, and proposed amendments with unrelenting affability. To this class Veronica was most attracted. It repelled me. Consequently she was petted, and I was amiably sneered at. This period of our family life has left small impression of dramatic interest. There was no development of the sentiments, no betrayal of the fluctuations of the passions which must have existed. There was no accident to reveal, no coincidence to surprise us. Hidden among the powers that be, which rule New England, lurks the deity of the illicit. This deity never obtained sovereignty in the atmosphere where the Morgesons lived. Instead of the impression which my after experience suggests to me to seek, I recall arrivals and departures, an eternal smell of cookery, a perpetual changing of beds, and the small talk of vacant minds. Despite the rigors of Hepsy in the kitchen, and the careful supervision of Temperance, there was little systematic housekeeping. Mother had severe turns of planning and making rules, falling upon us in whirlwinds of reform, shortly allowing the band of habit to snap back, and we resumed our former condition. She had no assistance from Father in her ideas of change. It was enough for him to know that he had built a good house to shelter us, and to order the best that could be brought for us to eat and wear. He liked, when he went where there were fine shops, to buy and bring home handsome shawls, bonnets, and dresses, wholly unsuited in general to the style and taste of each of us, but much handsomer than were needful for Surrey. They answered, however, as patterns for the plainer materials of our neighbors. He also bought books for us, recommended by their covers or the opinion of the bookseller. His failing was to buy an immense quantity of everything he fancied. "I shall never have to buy this thing again," he would say. "Let us have enough." Veronica and I grew up ignorant of practical or economical ways. We never saw money, never went shopping. Mother was indifferent in regard to much of the business of ordinary life, which children are taught to understand. Father and Mother both stopped at the same point with us, but for a different reason. Father, because he saw nothing beyond the material, and Mother, because her spiritual insight was confused and perplexing. But whatever a household may be, the destinies spin the web to their will, put of the threads which drop hither and thither, floating in its atmosphere, white, black, or gray. From the time we moved, however, we were a stirring, cheerful family, independent of each other. But spite of our desultory tastes, mutual habits were formed. When the want of society was felt, we sought the dining room, sure of meeting others with the same want. This room was large and central, connecting with the halls, kitchen, and Mother's room. It was a caravansary, where people dropped in and out on their way to some other place. Our most public moments were during mealtime. It was known that Father was at home at breakfast and supper, and could be consulted. As he was away at our noonday dinner, generally we were the least disturbed then, and it was a lawless, irregular, and unceremonious affair. Mother established her armchair here, and a stand for her work-basket. Hepsy and Temperance were at hand, the men came for orders, and it was convenient for the boy to transmit the local intelligence it was his vocation to collect. The windows commanded a view of the sea, the best in the house. This prospect served Mother for exercise. Her eyes roved over it when she wanted a little out-of-doors life. If she desired more variety, which was seldom, she went to the kitchen. After we moved, she grew averse to leaving the house, except to go to church. She never quitted the dining room after our supper till bedtime, because father rarely came from Milford, where he went on bank days, and indeed almost every other day till late, and she liked to be by him while he ate his supper and smoked a cigar. All except Veronica frequented this room, but she was not missed or inquired for. She liked the parlor, because the piano was there. As soon as father had bought it, she astonished us by a persistent fingering of the keys, which produced a feeble melody. She soon played all the airs she had heard. When I saw what she could do, I refused to take music lessons, for while I was trying to learn the White Cockade, she pushed me away, played it, and made variations upon it. I pounded the keys with my fist by way of a farewell, and told her she should have the piano for her own. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Chapter 6 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 6. One winter morning before daylight, Veronica came to my room and asked me if I had heard any walking about the house during the night. She had, and was going to inquire about it. She soon returned with, "You have a brother. Temperance says my note is broken. He will be like you, I suppose, and have everything he asks for. I don't care for him, but," crying out with passion, "get up! Mother wants to see you, I know." I dressed quickly, and went downstairs with a feeling of indignation that such an event should have happened without my knowledge. There was an unwonted hush. A bright fire was burning on the dining-room hearth, the lamps were lighted, and father was by the fire, smoking in a meditative manner. He put out his hand, which I did not take, and said, "Do you like his name, Arthur?" "Yes," I mumbled as I passed him, and went to the kitchen, where Hepsy and Temperance were superintending the steeping of certain aromatic herbs, which stood round the fire in silver porringers and earthen pitchers. "Another Morgesons come," said Temperance. "There's enough of them, such as they are, but not what they are good enough," correcting herself hastily. "Go to your mother's room softly," said Hepsy, rubbing her fingers against her thumb, her habit when she was in a tranquil frame of mind. "You are mighty glad, Hepsy," said Temperance. "Locke Morgeson ought to have a son," she replied, "to leave his money to." "I vow," said Temperance, "girls are thought nothing of in this 'ligious section. They may go to the poorhouse as long as their sons have plenty." An uncommon fit or shyness seized me, mixed with a feeling of dread, as I crept into the room where mother was. My eyes first fell upon an elderly woman, who wore a long, wide, black apron, whose strings girded the middle of her cushion-like form. She was taking snuff. It was the widow Mehitable Allen, a lady whom I had often seen in other houses on similar occasions. "Shoo!" she whispered nasally. I was arrested, but turned my eyes towards mother. Hers were closed. Presently she murmured, "Thank God," opened them, and saw me. A smile lighted her pale countenance. "Cassie, my darling, kiss me. I am glad it is not a woman." As I returned her kiss, her glance dropped on a small bunch by her side, which Mehitable took and deftly unrolled, informing me as she did so that it was a rouser. Aunt Mercy came the next day. She had not paid us a visit in a long time, being confined at home with the care of her father, Grandfather Warren. She took charge of Veronica and me, if taking charge means a series of guerrilla skirmishes on both sides. I soon discovered, however, that she was prone to laughter, and that I could provoke it. We got on better after that discovery, but Veronica, disdaining artifice, was very cross with her. Aunt Mercy had a spark of fun in her composition, which was not quite crushed out by her religious education. She frequented the church oftener than mother, sang more hymns, attended all the anniversary celebrations, but she had no dreams, no enthusiasm. Her religion had leveled all needs and all aspirations. What the day brought forth answered her. She inspired me with a secret pity, for I knew she carried in her bosom the knowledge that she was an old maid. Before mother left her room, Veronica was taken ill, and was not convalescent till spring. Delicacy of constitution, the doctor called her disorder. She had no strength, no appetite, and looked more elfish than ever. She would not stay in bed, and could not sit up, so father had a chair made for her, in which she could recline comfortably. Aunt Merce put her in it every morning, and took her out every evening. My presence irritated her, so I visited her but seldom. She said I looked so well, it hurt her, and wished me to keep out of her sight, begging me never to talk loud in the vicinity of her room, my voice was so breezy. She amused herself in her own strange way. One of her amusements was to cut off her hair, lock by lock, and cut it short before she was well enough to walk about. She played on a Jew's harp, and on a little fife, when her breath permitted, and invented grotesque costumes out of bits of silk and lace. Temperance was much engaged, at her dictation, in the composition of elaborate dishes, which she rarely ate, but forced Temperance to. She was more patient with her than any other person. With us she was excessively high-tempered, especially with father. She could not bear to catch a glimpse of the sea, nor hear it. If she heard it echoing in the house, she played on her fife, or Jew's harp, or asked Aunt Merce to sing some old song. But she liked the view from the north windows, even when the boughs were bare and the fields barren. When the grass came, she ordered handfuls to be brought to her and put in saucers of water. With the coming of the blossoms she began to mend. As for me, I was as much an animal as ever, robust in health, inattentive, and seeking excitement and exhilaration. I went everywhere, to Bible class, to Sunday school, and to every funeral which took place within our precincts. But I never looked upon the dead. Perhaps that sight would have marred the slumberous security which possessed me, the instinctive faith in the durability of my own powers of life. But a change was approaching. Aunt Merce considered my present state a hopeless one. She was outside the orbit of the family planet, and saw the tendency of its revolutions, perceiving that father and mother were absorbed in their individual affairs. She called mother's attention to my non-improvement, and proposed that I should return to Barmouth with her for a year, and become a pupil in a young ladies' school, which had been recently established there by a graduate of the Ipswich Female Seminary, a school distinguished for its ethics. Mother looked astonished when she heard this proposal. "What?" she began with vehemence. "Shall I subject—" but checked herself when she caught my eye, and continued more calmly, "We will decide soon." It was decided that I should go, without my being consulted in the matter. I felt resentful against my mother, and could not understand till afterwards why she had consented to the plan. It was because she wished me to comprehend the influences of her early life, and learn some of the lessons she had been taught. At first, father poohed at the plan, but finally said it was a good place to tame me. When Veronica heard that I was going, she told me that I would be stifled if I lived at Grandfather Warren's, but added that the plums in his garden were good, and advised me to sit on the yellow stone doorstep under which the toads lived. She also informed me that she was glad of it, and hoped I would stay forever. To Barmouth I went, and in May entered Miss Black's genteel school. Miss Black had a conviction that her vocation was teaching. Necessity did not compel it, for she was connected with one of the richest families in Barmouth. At the end of the week, curiosity regarding my new position was quenched, and I dropped into the depths of my first wretchedness. I frantically demanded of father, who had stopped to see me on his way to Milford, to be taken home. He firmly resisted me. Once a month I should go home and spend a Sunday, if I chose, and he would come to Barmouth every week. My agitation and despair clouded his face for a moment. Then it cleared, and pinching my chin, he said, "Why don't you look like your mother?" "But she is like her mother," said Aunt Merce. "Well, Cassie, good-bye." And he gave me a kiss with cruel nonchalance. I knew my year must be stayed out. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Chapter 7 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 7. My life at Grandfather Warren's was one kind of penance, and my life at Miss Black's school another. Both differed from my home life. My filaments found no nourishment, creeping between the two, but the fibers of youth are strong. They do not perish. Grandfather Warren's house reminded me of the casket which imprisoned the genie. I had let loose a presence I had no power over, the embodiment of its gloom, its sternness, and its silence. With feeling comes observation. After that, one reasons. I began to observe. Aunt Mercy was not the Aunt Mercy I had known at home. She wore a mask before her father. There was a constraint between them. Each repressed the other. The result of this relation was a formal, petrifying, unyielding system, a system which, from the fact of its satisfying neither, was kept up the more rigidly. On the one side, from a morbid conscience, which reiterated its monitions against the dictates of the natural heart; on the other, out of respect and timidity. Grandfather Warren was a little, lean, leather-colored man. His head was habitually bent, his eyes cast down, but when he raised them to peer about, their sharpness and clear intelligence gave his face a wonderful vitality. He chafed his small, well-shaped hands continually. His long polished nails clicked together with a shelly noise, like that which beetles make flying against the ceiling. His features were delicate and handsome. Gentle blood ran in his veins, as I have said. All classes in Barmouth treated him with invariable courtesy. He was aboriginal in character, not to be moved by antecedent or changed by innovation. A Puritan, without gentleness or tenderness. He scarcely concealed his contempt for the emollients of life, or for those who needed them. He whined over no misfortune, pined for no pleasure. His 2 sons, who broke loose from him, went into the world, lived a wild, merry life, and died there, he never named. He found his wife dead by his side one morning. He did not go frantic, but selected a text for the funeral sermon, and when he stood by the uncovered grave, took off his hat and thanked his friends for their kindness with a loud, steady voice. Aunt Mercy told me that after her mother's death his habit of chafing his hands commenced. It was all the difference she saw in him, for he never spoke of his trouble or acknowledged his grief by sign or word. Though he had been frugal and industrious all his life, he had no more property than the old rambling house we lived in, and a long narrow garden attached to it, where there were a few plum and quince trees, a row of currant bushes, Aunt Mercy's beds of chamomile and sage, and a few flowers. At the end of the garden was a peaked roof pigsty. It was cleanly kept, and its inhabitant had his meals served with the regularity which characterized all that Grandfather Warren did. Beautiful pigeons lived in the roof, and were on friendly terms with the occupant on the lower floor. The house was not unpicturesque. It was built on a corner, facing 2 streets. One front was a story high, with a slanting roof. The other, which was 2-storied, sloped like a giraffe's back down to a wood shed. Clean cobwebs hung from its rafters, and neat heaps of fragrant chips were piled on the floor. The house had many rooms, all more or less dark and irregularly shaped. The construction of the chambers was so involved, I could not get out of one without going into another. Some of the ceilings slanted suddenly, and some so gradually, that where I could stand erect and where I must stoop, I never remembered, until my head was unpleasantly grazed, or my eyes filled with flakes of ancient lime dust. A long chamber in the middle of the house was the shop, always smelling of woolen shreds. At sunset, summer or winter, Aunt Mercy sprinkled water on the unpainted floor and swept it. While she swept, I made my thumb sore by snipping the bits of cloth that were scattered on the long counter by the window with Grand'ther's shears, or I scrawled figures with gray chalk where I thought they might catch his eye. When she had finished sweeping, she carefully sorted the scraps and put them into boxes under the counter. Then she neatly rolled up the brown paper curtains, which had been let down to exclude the afternoon sun, shook the old patchwork cushions from the osier bottom chairs, watered the rose geranium and the monthly rose, which flourished wonderfully in that fluffy atmosphere, set every pin and needle in its place, and shut the door, which was opened again at sunrise. Of late years, Grand'ther's occupation had declined. No new customers came. A few, who did not change the fashion of their garb, still patronized him. His income was barely $300 a year, eked out to this amount by some small pay for offices connected with the church, of which he was a prominent member. From this income he paid his pulpit tithe, gave to the poor, and lived independent and respectable. Mother endeavored in an unobtrusive way to add to his comfort, but he would only accept a few herrings from the Surrey Weir every spring, and a basket of apples every fall. He invariably returned her presents by giving her a share of his plums and quinces. I had only seen Grand'ther Warren at odd intervals. He rarely came to our house. When he did, he rode down on the top of the Barmouth stagecoach, returning in a few hours. As Mother never liked to go to Barmouth, she seldom came to see me. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 8. It was 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoon when Father left me. Aunt Mercy continued her preparations for tea, and when it was ready, went to the foot of the stairs and called, "Supper?" Grand'ther came down immediately, followed by two tall, cadaverous women, Ruth and Sally Aiken, tailoresses, who sewed for him spring and fall. Living several miles from Barmouth, they stayed through the week, going home on Saturday night to return on Monday morning. We stood behind the heavy oak chairs round the table, one of which Grand'ther tipped backward, and said a long grace, not a word of which was heard, for his teeth were gone, and he prayed in his throat. Aunt Mercy's Molty rubbed against me, with her back and tail erect. I pinched the latter, and she gave a wail. Aunt Mercy passed her hand across her mouth, but the eyes of the two women were stony in their sockets. Grand'ther ended his grace with an upward jerk of his head, as we seated ourselves. He looked sharply at me, his gray eyebrows rising hair by hair, and shaking a spoon at me, said, "You are playing over your mother's capers." "The caper bush grows on the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, Grand'ther. Miss Black had it for a theme, out of the Penny Magazine. It is full of themes." "She had better give you a gospel theme." He was as inarticulate when he quoted Scripture as when he prayed, but I heard something about thorns. Then he helped us to baked Indian pudding, our invariable Saturday night's repast. Aunt Mercy passed cups of tea. I heard the gulping swallow of it in every throat, the silence was so profound. After the pudding we had dried apple pie, which we ate from our hands like bread. Grand'ther ate fast, not troubling himself to ask us if we would have more, but making the necessary motions to that effect by touching the spoon in the pudding or knife on the pie. Ruth and Sally still kept their eyes fixed on some invisible object at a distance. What a disagreeable interest I felt in them! What had they in common with me? What could they enjoy? How unpleasant their dingy, crumbled, needle-pricked fingers were. Sally hiccuped, and Ruth suffered from internal rumblings. Without waiting for each other when we had finished, we put our chairs against the wall and left the room. I rushed into the garden and trampled on the chamomile bed. I had heard it grew faster for being subjected to that process, and thought of the two women I had just seen while I crushed the spongy plants. Had they been trampled upon? A feeling of pity stung me. I ran into the house and found them on the point of departure, with little bundles in their hands. "Aunt Mercy will let me carry your bundles a part of the way for you. Shall I?" "No, indeed," said Ruth, in a mild voice. "There's no heft in them. They are mites to carry." "Besides," chimed Sally, "you couldn't be trusted with them." "Are they worth anything?" I inquired, noticing then that both wore better dresses, and that the bundles contained their shop gowns. "What made you pinch the Maltese tail?" asked Sally. "If you pinched my cat's tail, I would give you a sound whipping." "How could she, Sally," said Ruth, "when our cat's tail is cut short off?" "For all the world," remarked Sally. "That's the only way she can be managed. If things are cut off, and kept out of sight, or never mentioned before her, she may behave very well, not otherwise." "Good-bye, Miss Ruth, and Sally, good-bye," modulating my voice to accents of grief, and making a cheese. They retreated with a less staid pace than usual, and I sought Aunt Mercy, who was preparing the Sunday's dinner. Twilight drew near, and the Sunday's clouds began to fall on my spirits. Between sundown and 9 o'clock was a tedious interval. I was not allowed to go to bed, nor to read a secular book, nor to amuse myself with anything. A dim oil lamp burned on the high shelf of the middle room, our ordinary gathering place. Aunt Mercy sat there, rocking in a low chair. The doors were open, and I wandered softly about. The smell of the garden herbs came in faintly, and now and then I heard a noise in the water butt under the spout, the snapping of an old rafter or something falling behind the wall. The toads crawled from under the plantain leaves, and hopped across the broad stone before the kitchen door, and the irreverent cat, with whom I sympathized, raced like mad in the grass. Growing duller, I went to the cellar door, which was in the front entry, opened it, and stared down in the black gulf, till I saw a gray rock rise at the foot of the stairs, which affected my imagination. The foundation of the house was on the spurs of a great granite bed, which rose from the Surrey shores, dipped and cropped out in the center of Barmouth. It came through the ground again in the woodhouse, smooth and round, like a bald head of some old Titan, and in the border of the garden it burst through in narrow ridges full of seams. As I contemplated the rock, and inhaled a moldy atmosphere whose component parts were charcoal and potatoes, I heard the first stroke of the 9 o'clock bell, which hung in the belfry of the church across the street. Although it was so near us that we could hear the bell rope whistle in its grooves, and its last hoarse breath in the belfry, there was no reverberation of its clang in the house. The rock under us struck back its voice. It was an old Spanish bell, Aunt Mercy told me. How it reached Barmouth, she did not know. I recognized its complaining voice afterward. It told me it could never forget it had been baptized a Catholic, and it pined for the beggar who rang it in the land of fan-leaved chestnuts. It would growl and strangle as much as possible in the hands of Benjamin Beals, the bell-ringer and coffin-maker of Barmouth. Except in the morning, when it called me up, I was glad to hear it. It was the signal of time past. The oftener I heard it, the nearer I was to the end of my year. Before it ceased to ring now, Aunt Mercy called me in a low voice. I returned to the middle room, and took a seat in one of the oak chairs, whose back of upright rods was my nightly penance. Aunt Mercy took the lamp from the shelf, and placed it upon a small oak stand where the Bible lay. Grand'ther entered, and sitting by the stand read a chapter. His voice was like opium. Presently my head rolled across the rods, and I felt conscious of slipping down the glassy seat. After he had read the chapter he prayed. If the chapter had been long, the prayer was short. If the chapter had been short, the prayer was long. When he had ceased praying, he left the room without speaking, and betook himself to bed. Aunt Mercy dragged me up the steep stairs, undressed me, and I crept into bed, drugged with a monotony which served but to deepen the sleep of youth and health. When the bell rang the next morning, Aunt Mercy gave me a preparatory shake before she began to dress, and while she walked up and down the room lacing her stays, entreated me to get up. If the word lively could ever be used in reference to our life, it might be in regard to Sunday. The well was so near the church that the house was used as an inn for the accommodation of the churchgoers who lived at any distance, and who did not return home between the morning and afternoon services, and there were parties who brought lunch, which they ate off their handkerchiefs on their knees. It was also a watering place for the Sunday school scholars, who filed in troops before the pail in the well room, and drank from the coconut dipper. When the weather was warm, our parlor was open, as it was today. Aunt Mercy had dusted it and ornamented the hearth with bunches of lilacs in a broken pitcher. 12 yellow chairs, a mahogany stand, a dark rag carpet, some speckled Pacific seashells on the shelf, among which stood a whale's tooth with a drawing of a cranky ship thereon, and an ostrich's egg that hung by a string from the ceiling, with the adornments of the room. When we were dressed for church, we looked out of the window till the bell tolled, and the chaise of the Baxters and Sawyers had driven to the gate. Then we went ourselves. Grandfather had preceded us, and was already in his seat. Aunt Mercy went up to the head of the pew, a little out of breath from the tightness of her dress, and the ordeal of the Baxter and Sawyers' eyes for the pew, though off a side aisle was the neighborhood of the elite of the church. A clove, however, tranquilized her. I fixed my feet on a cricket, and examined the bonnets. The house filled rapidly, and last of all the minister entered. The singers began an anthem, singing in an advanced style of the art, I observed, for they shouted, "Amen," while our singers in Surrey bellowed, "Amen." When the sermon began, I settled myself into a vague speculation concerning my future days of freedom, but my dreams were disturbed by the conduct of the Hicksbolt boys, who were in a pew in front of us. As in the morning, so in the afternoon and all the Sundays in the year. The variations of the season served but to deepen the uniformity of my heart sickness. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons, by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 9. Aunt Mercy had not introduced me to Miss Black as the daughter of Locke Morgeson, the richest man in Surrey, but simply as her niece. Her pride prevented her from making any exhibition of my antecedents, which was wise, considering that I had none. My grandfather, John Morgeson, was a nobody, merely a co. And though my great-grandfather, Locke Morgeson, was worthy to be called a somebody, it was not in his destiny to make a stir in the world. Many of the families of my Barmouth schoolmates had the fulcrum of a moneyed grandfather. The knowledge of the girls did not extend to that period in the family history when its patriarchs started in the pursuit of gain. Elmira Sawyer, one of Miss Black's pupils, never heard that her grandfather, Black Peter, as he was called, had made excursions, in an earlier part of his life, on the river Congo, or that he was familiar with the soundings of Loango Bay. As he returned from his voyages, bringing more and more money, He enlarged his estate, and grew more and more respectable, retiring at last from the sea to become a worthy landsman. He paid taxes to church and state, and even had a silver communion cup among the pewter service used on the occasion of the Lord's Supper, but he was never brought to the approval of that project of the Congregational churches, the colonization of the blacks to Liberia. Neither was Ursula Allen aware that the pink calico in which I first saw her was remotely owing to West India rum. Nor did Charlotte Alden, the proudest girl in the school, know that her grandfather's, Squire Alden's, stepping stone to fortune was the loss of the brig Capricorn, which was wrecked in the vicinity of a comfortable port on her passage out to the whaling ground. An auger had been added to the meager outfit, and long after the sea had leaked through the hole bored through her bottom and swallowed her, and the insurance had been paid, the truth leaked out that the captain had received instructions, which had been fulfilled, whereupon 2 insurance companies went to law with him, and a suit ensued, which ended in their paying costs, in addition to what they had before paid Squire Alden, who winked in a derisive manner at the board of directors when he received his check. There were others who belonged in the category of decayed families, as exclusive as they were shabby. There were parvenus, which included myself. When I entered the school it was divided into clans, each with its spites, jealousies, and emulations. Its esprit de corps, however, was developed at my arrival. The girls united against me, and though I perceived, when I compared myself with them, that they were partly right in their opinions, their ridicule stupefied and crushed me. They were trained, intelligent, and adroit. I, uncouth, ignorant, and without tact. It was impossible for Miss Black not to be affected by the general feeling in regard to me. Her pupils knew sooner than I that she sympathized with them. She embarrassed me when I should have despised her. At first her regimen surprised, then filled me with a dumb, clouded anger, which made me appear apathetic. Miss Emily Black was a young woman, and I thought a handsome one. She had crenellated black hair, large black eyes, a Roman nose, and long white teeth. She bit her nails when annoyed, and when her superiority made her perceive the mental darkness of others, she often laughed. Being pious, she conducted her school after the theologic pattern of the Nipswich Seminary, at which she had been educated. She opened the school each day with a religious exercise, reading something from the Bible, and commenting upon it, or questioning us regarding our ideas of what she read. She often selected the character of David, and was persistent in her efforts to explain and reconcile the discrepancies in the history of the royal son of Israel. "Miss C. Morgeson, we will call you," she said in our first interview. "The name of Cassandra is too peculiar." "My grandfather liked the name. My sister's is Veronica. Do you like that better?" "It is of no consequence in the premises what your sister may be named," she replied, running her eyes over me. "What will she study, Miss Warren?" Aunt Mercy's recollections of my studies were dim, and her knowledge of my school days were not calculated to prepossess a teacher in my favor. But after a moment's delay, she said, "What do you think best?" "Very well," she answered. "I will endeavor to fill my Christian duty towards her. We will return to the schoolroom." We had held the conversation in the porch, and now Aunt Mercy gave me a nod of encouragement, and bidding Miss Black "good day," departed, looking behind her as long as possible. I followed my teacher. As she opened the door, 40 eyes were leveled at me. My hands were in my way suddenly, my feet impeded my progress. How could I pass that wall of eyes? A wisp of my dry, rough hair fell on my neck and tickled it. As I tried to poke it under my comb, I glanced at the faces before me. How spirited and delicate they were! The creatures had their heads dressed as if they were at a party, in curls or braids and ribbons. An open, blank, noli me tangere expression met my perturbed glance. I stood still, but my head went round. Miss Black mounted her desk and surveyed the schoolroom. "Miss Charlotte Alden, the desk next you is vacant. Miss C. Morgeson, the new pupil, may take it." Miss Charlotte answered, "Yes'm," and ostentatiously swept away an accumulation of pencils, sponges, papers, and books to make room for me. I took the seat, previously stumbling against her, whereat all the girls, whose regards were fixed upon me, smiled. That was my initiation. The first day I was left to myself to make studies. The schoolroom was in the vestry of the church, a building near Grand'ther's house. Each girl had a desk before her. Miss Black occupied a high stool in a square box where she heard single recitations or lectured a pupil. The vestry yard, where the girls romped and exercised with skipping rope, a swing, and a set of tilting boards, commanded a view of Grand'ther's premises. His street windows were exposed to the fire of their eyes and tongues. After I went home, I examined myself in the glass, and drew an unfavorable conclusion from the inspection. My hair was parted zigzag. One shoulder was higher than the other. My dress came up to my chin, and slipped down to my shoulder blades. I was all waist. No hips were developed. My hands were red, and my nails chipped. I opened the trunk where my wardrobe was packed. What belonged to me was comfortable, in reference to weather and the wash, but not pretty. I found a molasses-colored silk, called Turk satin, one of my mother's old dresses made over for me, or an invidious selection of hers from the purchases of father, who sometimes made a mistake in taste, owing to the misrepresentations of shopkeepers or milliners. While thus engaged, Aunt Mercy came for me, and began to scold when she saw that I had tumbled my clothes out of the trunk. "Aunt Mercy, these things are horrid, all of them. Look at this shawl," and I unrolled a square of silk fabric the color of a sick orange. "Where did this come from?" "Saints upon earth!" she exclaimed. "Your father bought it at the best store in New York. It was costly." "Now tell me, why do the pantalettes of those girls look so graceful? They do not twirl round the ankle like a rope, as mine do." "I can't say," she answered with a sigh, "but you ought to wear long dresses. Now yours are tucked, and could be let down. And these red prunella boots, they look like boiled crabs." I put them on, and walked round the room crab fashion, till she laughed hysterically. "Miss Charlotte Alden wears French kid slippers every day, and I must wear mine." "No," she said, "you must only wear them to church." "I shall talk to father about that when he comes here next." "Cassy, did Charlotte Alden speak to you to-day?" "No, but she made an acquaintance by stares." "Well, never mind if she says anything unpleasant to you. The Aldens are a high set." "Are they higher than we are in Surrey? Have they heard of my father, who was equal to the President?" "We are all equal in the sight of God." "You do not look as if you thought so, Aunt Mercy. Why do you say things in Barmouth you never said in Surrey?" "Come downstairs, Cassandra, and help me finish the dishes." Our conversation was ended, but I still had my thoughts on the clothes question, and revolved my plans. After the morning exercises the next day, Miss Black called me to her desk. "I think," she said, "you had better study geology. It is important, for it will lead your mind up from nature to nature's God. My young ladies have finished their studies in that direction, therefore you will recite alone, once a day." "Yes'm," I replied. But it was the first time I had heard of geology. The compendium she gave me must have been dull and dry. I could not get its lessons perfectly. It never inspired me with any interest for land or sea. I could not associate any of its terms or descriptions with the great rock under Grand'ther's house. It was not Miss Black to open the nodules of my understanding with her hammer of instruction. She proposed botany also. The young ladies made botanical excursions to the fields and woods outside Barmouth. I might as well join the class at once. It was now in the family of legumes. I accompanied the class on one excursion. Not a soul appeared to know that I was present, and I declined going again. Composition I must write once a month. A few more details closed the interview. I mentioned in it that my father desired me to study arithmetic. Miss Black placed me in a class, but her interests were in the higher and more elegant branches of education. I made no more advance in the humble walks of learning than in those adorned by the dissection of flowers, the disruption of rocks, or the graces of composition. Though I entered upon my duties under protest, I soon became accustomed to their routine, and the rest of my life seemed more like a dream of the future than a realization of the present. I refused to go home at the end of the month. I preferred waiting, I said, to the end of the year. I was not urged to change my mind, neither was I applauded for my resolution. The day that I could have gone home, I asked father to drive me to Milford, on the opposite side of the river which ran by Barmouth. I shut my eyes tight when the horse struck the boards of the long wooden bridge between the towns, and opened them when we stopped at an inn by the waterside of Milford. Father took me into a parlor, where sat a handsome, fat woman, hemming towels. "Is that you, Morgeson?" she said. "Is this your daughter?" "Yes. Can I leave her with you, while I go to the bank? She has not been here before." "Lord a mercy on us, you clip her wings, don't you? Come here, child, and let me pull off your pelisse." I went to her with a haughty air. It did not please me to hear my father called Morgeson by a person unknown to me. She understood my expression, and looked up at my father. They both smiled, and I was vexed with him for his unwarrantable familiarity. Pinching my cheek with her fat fingers, which were covered with red and green rings, she said, "We shall do very well together. What a pretty pink pelisse, and silver buckles, too." After father went out, and my bonnet was disposed of, Mrs. Tabor gave me a huge piece of delicious sponge cake, which softened me somewhat. "What is your name, dear?" "Morgeson." "It is easy to see that." "Well, Cassandra." "Oh, what a lovely name!" And she drew from her work-basket a paper-covered book. "There is no name in this novel half so pretty. I wish the heroine's name had been Cassandra instead of Aldebrandt." "Let me see it," I begged. "There is a horrid monk in it." But she gave it to me, and was presently called out. I devoured its pages, and for the only time in that year of Barmouth life I forgot my own wants and woes. She saw my interest in the book when she came back, and coaxed it from me, offering me more cake, which I accepted. She told me that she had known father for years, and that he kept his horse at the inn stables, and dined with her. "But I never knew that he had a daughter," she continued. "Are you the only child?" "I have a sister," and after a moment remembered that I had a brother, too, but did not think it a fact necessary to mention. "I have no children." "But you have novels to read." She laughed, and by the time father returned we were quite chatty. After dinner I asked him to go to some shops with me. He took me to a jeweler's, and without consulting me bought an immense mosaic brooch with a ruined castle on it, and a pretty ring with a gold stone. "Is there anything more," he asked, "you would like?" "Yes, I want a pink calico dress." "Why?" "Because the girls at Miss Black's wear pink calico." "Why not get pink silk?" "I must have a pink French calico, with a three-cornered white cloud on it. It is the fashion." "The fashion!" he echoed with contempt. But the dress was bought, and we went back to Barmouth. When I appeared in school with my new brooch and ring, the girls crowded round me. "What does that pin represent? Whose estate?" inquired one with envy in her voice. "Don't the ring make the blood rush to your hand?" asked another. "It looks so." "Does it?" I answered. "I'll hold up my hand in the air as you do, to make it white." "What is your father's business?" asked Elmira Sawyer. "Is he a tailor?" Her insolence made my head swim, but I did not reply. When recess was over, a few minutes afterward, I cried under the lid of my desk. These girls overpowered me, for I could not conciliate them, and had no idea of revenge, believing that their ridicule was deserved. But I thought I should like to prove myself respectable. How could I? Grand'ther was a tailor, and I could not demean myself by assuring them that my father was a gentleman. In the course of a month, Aunt Mercy had my pink calico made up by the best dressmaker in Barmouth. When I put it on, I thought I looked better than I had ever had before, and went into school triumphantly with it. The girls surveyed me in silence, but criticized me. At last Charlotte Alden asked me in a whisper if old Mr. Warren made my dress. She wrote on a piece of paper in large letters, "Girls, don't let's wear our pink calicoes again," and pushing it over to Elmira Sawyer, made signs that the paper should be passed to all the girls. They read it, and turning to Charlotte Alden, nodded. I watched the paper as it made its round, and saw Mary Bennett drop it on the floor with a giggle. It was a rainy day, and we passed the recess indoors. I remained quiet, looking over my lesson. The first period ends with the Carboniferous system. The second includes the Saliferous and Magnesian systems. The third comprises of the Oolitic and Chalk systems. The fourth—" "How attentive some people are to their lessons," I heard Charlotte Alden say. Looking up, I saw her near me with Elmira Sawyer. "What is it that you say?" I asked sharply. "I am not speaking to you." "I am angry," I said in a low tone, and rising, "and have borne enough." "Who are you that you should be angry? We have heard about your mother, when she was in love, poor thing." I struck her so violent a blow in the face that she staggered backward. "You are a liar," I said, "and you must let me alone." Elmira Sawyer turned white and moved away. I threw my book at her. It hit her head, and her comb was broken by my geological systems. There was a stir. Miss Black hurried from her desk, saying, "Young ladies, what does this mean? Miss C. Morgeson, your temper equals your vulgarity, I find. Take your seat in my desk." I obeyed her, and as we passed Mary Bennett's desk, where I saw the paper fall, I picked it up. "See the good manners of your favorite, Miss Black. Read it." She bit her lips as she glanced over it, turned back as if to speak to Charlotte Alden, looked at me again, and went on. "Sit down, Miss C. Morgeson, and reflect on the blow you have given. Will you ask pardon?" "I will not, you know that." "I have never resorted to severe punishment yet, but I fear I shall be obliged to in your case." "Let me go from here." I clenched my hands and tried to get up. She held me down on the seat, and we looked close into each other's eyes. "You are a bad girl." "And you are a bad woman," I replied, "mean and cruel." She made a motion to strike me, but her hand dropped. I felt my nostrils quiver strangely. "For shame," she said, in a tremulous voice, and turned away. I sat on the bench at the back of the desk, heartily tired, until school was dismissed. As Charlotte Alden passed out, curtsying, Miss Black said she hoped she would extend a Christian forgiveness to Miss C. Morgeson for her unladylike behavior. "Miss C. Morgeson is a peculiar case." She gave her a meaning look, which was not lost upon me. Charlotte answered, "Certainly," and bowed to me gracefully, whereat I felt a fresh sense of my demerits, and concluded that I was worsted in the fray. Miss Black made no explanation of the affair. It was dropped, and none of the girls alluded to it by hint or look afterward. When I told Aunt Mercy of it, she turned pale, and said she knew what Charlotte Alden meant, and that perhaps mother would tell me in good time. We had a good many troubles in our young days, Cassie. Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 10. The atmosphere of my two lives was so different that when I passed into one, the other ceased to affect me. I forgot all that I suffered and hated at Miss Black's as soon as I crossed the threshold and entered Grand'ther's house. The difference kept up a healthy mean. Either alone would perhaps have been more than I could then have sustained. All that year of my life was narrowed into that house, my school, and the church. Father offered to take me to ride when he came to Barmouth, or carry me to Milford. But the motion of the carriage and the conveying power of the horse created such a fearful and realizing sense of escape that I gave up riding with him. Aunt Mercy seldom left home. My schoolmates did not invite me to visit them. The seashore was too distant for me to ramble there. The storehouses and wharves by the riverside offered no agreeable saunterings, and the street, in Aunt Mercy's estimation, was not the place for an idle promenade. My exercise, therefore, was confined to the garden, a pleasant spot, now that midsummer had come, and inhabited with winged and crawling creatures with whom I claimed companionship, especially with the red furry caterpillars that have, alas, nearly passed away, and given place to a variegated, fantastic tribe which gentlemen farmers are fond of writing about. Mother rode over to Barmouth occasionally, but seemed more glad when she went away than when she came. Veronica came with her once, but said that she would come no more while I was there. She too would wait till the end of the year, for I spoilt the place. She said this so calmly that I never thought of being offended by it. I told her the episode of the pink calico. "It is a lovely color," she said, when I showed it to her. "If you like, I will take it home and burn it." As I developed the dramatic part of my story, the blow given to Charlotte Alden, Verry rubbed her face shrinkingly, as if she had felt the blow. "Let me see your hand," she asked. "Did I ever strike anybody?" "You threw a pail of salt downstairs once upon my head, and put out my sight." "I wish, when you are home, you would pound Mr. Park. He talks too much about the resurrection, and," she added mysteriously, "he likes mother." "Likes mother?" I said aghast. "He watches her so when she holds Arthur. Why do you stare at me? Why do I talk to you? I am going. Now mind, I shall never leave home to go to any school. I shall know enough without." While Veronica was holding this placable talk with me, I discovered in her the high-bred air, the absence of which I deplored in myself. How cool and unimpressionable she looked! She did not attract me then. My mind wandered to what I had heard Mary Bennett say in recess one day, that her brother had seen me in church, and came home with the opinion that I was the handsomest girl in Miss Black's school. "Is it possible?" replied the girl to whom she had made the remark. "I never should think of calling her pretty." "Stop, Veronica," I called. "Am I pretty?" She turned back. "Everybody in Surrey says so, and everybody says I am not," and she banged the door against me. She did not come to Barmouth again. She was ill in the winter, and, as father told me, queerer than ever, and more trouble. The summer passed, and I had no particular torment except Miss Black's reference to composition. I could not do justice to the themes she gave us, not having the books from which she took them at command, and betrayed an ignorance which excited her utmost contempt on the scenery of Singapore, the habits of the Hottentots, and the relative merits of Homer and Virgil. In October, Sally and Ruth Aiken came for the fall sewing. They had farmed it all summer, they said, and were tanned so deep a hue that their faces bore no small resemblance to ham. Ruth brought me some apples and an ochre-colored bag, and Sally eyed me with her old severity. As they took their accustomed seats at the table, I thought they had swallowed the interval of time which had gone by since they left, so precisely the same was the moment of their leaving and that of their coming back. I knew Grand'ther no better than when I saw him first. He was sociable to those who visited the house, but never with those abiding in his family. Me he never noticed, except when I ate less than usual. Then he peered into my face and said, "What ails you?" We had the benefit of his taciturn presence continually, for he rarely went out. And although he did not interfere with Aunt Mercy's work, he supervised it, weighed and measured every article that was used, and kept the cellar and garden in perfect order. It was approaching the season of killing the pig, when he conferred often with Aunt Mercy on the subject. The weather was watched, and the pig poked daily, in the hope that the fat was thickening on his ribs. When the day of his destiny arrived, there was almost confusion in the house, and for a week after, of evenings, Grand'ther went about with a lantern, and was not himself till a new occupant was obtained for the vacant pen, and all of his idiosyncrasies revealed and understood. "Grand'ther," I asked, "will the beautiful pigeons that live in the pig's roof like the horrid new pig?" "Yes," he answered, briskly rubbing his hands, "but they eat the pig's corn, and I can't afford that. I shall have to shoot them, I guess." "Oh, don't, Grand'ther." "I will this very day. Where's the gun, Mercy?" In an hour the pigeons were shot, except 2 which had flown away. "Why did you ask him not to shoot the pigeons?" said Aunt Mercy. "If you had said nothing, he would not have done it." "He is a disagreeable relation," I answered, "and I am glad he is a tailor." Aunt Mercy reproved me, but the loss of the pigeons vexed her. Perhaps Grand'ther thought so, for that night he asked after her geraniums, and told her that a gardener had promised him some fine slips for her. She looked pleased, but did not thank him. There was already a beautiful stand of flowers in the middle room, which was odorous the year round with their perfume. The weather was now cold, and we congregated about the fire, for there was no other comfortable room in the house. One afternoon, when I was digging in Aunt Mercy's geranium pots, and picking off the dead leaves, 2 deacons came to visit Grand'ther, and hovering over the fire with him, complained of the lukewarmness of the church brethren in regard to the spiritual condition of the society. A shower of grace was needed. There were reviving symptoms in some of the neighboring churches, but none in Barmouth. Something must be done. A fast day appointed, or especial prayer meetings held. This was on Saturday. The next day the ceremony of the Lord's Supper would take place, and Grand'ther recommended that the minister should be asked to suggest something to the church which might remove it from its hardness. "Are the vessels scoured, Mercy?" he asked, after the deacons had gone. "I have no sand." He presently brought her a biggin of fine white sand, which brought the shore of Surrey to my mind's eye. I followed her as she carried it to the well room, where I saw, on the meal chest, 2 large pewter plates, 2 flagons of the same metal, and a dozen or more cups, some of silver and marked with the owner's name. They were soon cleaned. Then she made a fire in the oven, and mixed loaves in a peculiar shape, and launched them into the oven. She watched the bread carefully, and took it out before it had time to brown. "This work belongs to the deacons' wives," she said, "but it has been done in this house for years. The bread is not like ours. It is unleavened." Grand'ther carried it into the church after she had cut it with a sharp knife, so that at the touch it would fall apart into square bits. When the remains were brought back, I went to the closet, where they were deposited, and took a piece of the bread, eating it reflectively to test its solemnizing powers. I felt none, and when Aunt Mercy boiled the remnants with milk for a pudding, the sacred idylity of the ceremony I had seen at church was destroyed for me. Was it a pity that my life was not conducted on nature's plan, who shows us the beautiful while she conceals the interior? We do not see the roots of her roses, and she hides from us her skeletons. November passed, with its Thanksgiving, the sole day of all the year which grand'ther celebrated by buying a goose for dinner, which goose was stewed with rye dumplings that slid over my plate like glass balls. Sally and Ruth betook themselves to their farm and hibernated. December came, and with it a young woman named Caroline, to learn the tailor's trade. Lively and pretty, she changed our atmosphere. She broke the silence of the morning by singing the Star-Spangled Banner, or the Braes of Balquhidder, and disturbed the monotony of the evenings by making molasses candy, which grand'ther ate, and which seemed to have a mollifying influence. Grand'ther kept his eye on Caroline, but his eye had no disturbing effect. She had no perception of his character. She was fearless with him, and went contrary to all his ideas, and he liked her for it. She even reproved him for keeping such a long face. Her sewing, which was very bad, tried his patience so, that if it had not been for her mother, who was a poor widow, he would have given up the task of teaching her the trade. She said she knew she couldn't learn it. What was the use of trying? She meant to go West, and thought she might make a good home missionary, as she did, for she married a poor young man who had forsaken the trade of a cooper to study for the ministry, and was helped off to Ohio by the Society of Home Missions. She came to see me in Surrey 10 years afterward, a gaunt, hollow-eyed woman of forbidding manners, and an implacable faith in no rewards or punishments this side of the grave. I suffered so from the cold that December, that I informed mother of the fact by letter. She wrote back, "My child, have courage. One of these days you will feel a tender pity, when you think of your mother's girlhood. You are learning how she lived at your age. I trembled at the prosperity of your opening life, and believed it best for you to have a period of contrast. I thought you would, by and by, understand me better than I do myself, for you are not like me, Cassy, you are like your father. You shall never go back to Barmouth, unless you wish it. Dear Cassy, do you pray any? I send you some new petticoats and a shawl. Does Mercy warm the bed for you? Your affectionate mother." I dressed and undressed in Aunt Mercy's room, which was under the roof, which benumbed fingers. My hair was like the coat of a cow in frosty weather. It was so frowsy, and so divided against itself, that when I tried to comb it, it streamed out like the tail of a comet. Aunt Mercy discovered that I was afflicted with chilblains, and had a good cry over them, telling me, at the same moment, that my French slippers were the cause. We had but one fire in the house, except the fire in the shop, which was allowed to go down at sunset. Sometimes I found a remaining warmth in the goose, which had been left in the ashes, and borrowed it for my stiffening fingers. I did not get thoroughly warm all day, for the fire in the middle of the room, made of green wood, was continually in the process of being stifled with the greener stick, and the others kindled. The schoolroom was warm, but I had a back seat by a window where my feet were iced by a current, and my head exposed to a draught. In January I had so bad an ague that I was confined at home a week, but I grew fast in spite of all my discomforts. Aunt Mercy took the tucks out of my skirts, and I burst out where there were no tucks. I assumed a womanly shape. Stiff as my hands were, and purple as were my arms, I could see that they were plump and well shaped. I had lost the meagerness of childhood, and began to feel a new and delightful affluence. What an appetite I had, too! "The creature will eat us out of house and home," said grand'ther one day, looking at me, for him, good-humoredly. "Well, don't shoot me as you shot the pigeons." "Pah! Have pigeons a soul?" In February the weather softened, and a great revival broke out. It was the dullest time of the year in Barmouth. The ships were at sea still, and the farmers had only to fodder their cattle, so that everybody could attend the protracted meeting. It was the same as Sunday at our house for 9 days. Miss Black, in consequence of the awakening, dismissed the school for 2 weeks, that the pupils might profit in what she told us was the scheme of salvation. Caroline was among the first converts. I observed her from the moment I was told she was under conviction till she experienced religion. She sang no more of mornings, and the making of molasses candy was suspended in the evenings. I thought her less pleasing, and felt shy of holding ordinary conversations with her, for had she not been set apart for a mysterious work? I perceived that when she sewed between meetings her work was worse done than ever, but Grand'ther made no mention of it. I went with Aunt Mercy to meetings 3 times a day, and employed myself in scanning the countenances around me, curious to discover the first symptoms of conviction. One night, when Grand'ther came into prayers, he told Aunt Mercy that Pardon Hitch was awfully distressed in mind in view of his sins. She replied that he was always a good man. "As good as any unregenerate man can be." I might as well be a thorough reprobate then, I thought, like Sal Thompson, who seems remarkably happy, as to try to behave as well as Pardon Hitch, who was a model in Barmouth. When we went to church the next morning, I saw him in one of the back pews, leaning against the rail as if he had no strength. His face was full of anguish. He sat there motionless all day. He was prayed for, but did not seem to hear the prayers. At night his wife led him home. By the end of the 3rd day he interrupted an exhorting brother by rising and uttering an inarticulate cry. We all looked. The tears were streaming down his pale face, which was lighted up by a smile of joy. He seemed like a man escaped from some great danger, torn, bruised, breathless, but alive. The minister left the pulpit to shake hands with him. The brethren crowded round to congratulate him, and the meeting broke up at once. Neither Grand'ther nor Aunt Mercy had spoken to me concerning my interest in religion. But on that very evening, Dr. Bould, the minister, came in to tea and asked me, while he was taking off his overcoat, if I knew that Christ had died for me. I answered that I was not sure of it. "Do you read the Bible, child?" "Every day." "And what does it teach you?" "I do not know." "Miss Mercy, I will thank you for another cup. Now is the day, and now is the hour. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, I will give you rest." "But I do not want rest. I have no burden," I said. "Cassandra," thundered Grand'ther, "have you no respect for God nor man?" "Have you read," went on the minister, "the memoir of Nathan Dickerman? A mere child, he realized his burden of sin in time, and died sanctified." I thought it best to say no more. Aunt Mercy looked disturbed, and left the table as soon as she could with decency. "Cassandra," she said, when we were alone, "what will become of you?" "What will indeed? You have always said that I was possessed. Why did you not explain this fact to Mr. Bould?" She kissed me, her usual treatment when she was perplexed. The revival culminated and declined. 60 new members were admitted into the church, and things settled into the old state. School was resumed. I found that not one of my schoolmates had met with a change, but Miss Black did not touch on the topic. My year was nearly out. March had come and gone, and it was now April. One mild day, in the latter part of the month, the girls went to the yard at recess. Charlotte Alden said pleasantly that the weather was fair enough for out-of-doors play, and asked if I would try the tilt. I gave a cordial assent. We balanced the board so that each could seat herself, and began to tilt slowly. As she was heavy, I was obliged to exert my strength to keep my place and move her. She asked if I dared to go higher. "Oh, yes, if you wish it." Happening to look around, I caught her winking at the girls near us, and felt that she was brewing mischief, but I had no time to dwell on it. She bore the end she was on to the ground with a sudden jerk, and I fell from the other some 8 feet, struck a stone, and fainted. The next thing that I recollect was Aunt Mercy's carrying me across the street in her arms. She had seen my fall from the window. Reaching the house, she let me slide on the floor in a heap, and began to wring her hands and stamp her feet. "I am not hurt, Aunt Mercy." "You are nearly killed. You know you are. This is your last day in that miserable school. I am going to the doctor as soon as you say you won't faint again." Thus my education at Miss Black's was finished with a blow. When Aunt Mercy represented to Miss Black that I was not to return to school, and that she feared I had not made the improvement that was expected, Miss Black asked, with hauteur, what had been expected, what my friends could expect. Aunt Mercy was intimidated, and retired as soon as she had paid her last quarter bills. A week after my tournament with Charlotte Alden, I went back to Surrey. There was little preparation to make, few friends to bid farewell. Ruth and Sally had emerged from their farm, and were sewing again at Grand'ther's. Sally bade me remember that riches took to themselves wings and flew away. She hoped they had not been snare to my mother, but she wasn't what she was. It was a fact. "No, she isn't," Ruth affirmed. "Do you remember, Sally, when she came out to the farm once, and rode the white colt bareback round the big meadow, with her hair flying?" "Hold your tongue, Ruth." Ruth looked penitent as she gave me a paper of hollyhock seeds, and said the flowers were a beautiful blood red, and that I must plant them near the sink drain. Caroline had already gone home, so Aunt Mercy had nothing cheery but her plants and her snuff, for she had lately contracted the habit of snuff taking, but very privately. "Train her well, Locke. She is skittish," said Grand'ther as we got into the chaise to go home. "Grand'ther, if I am ever rich enough to own a peaked roof pigsty, will you come and see me?" "Away with you," and he went nimbly back to the house, chafing his little hands. CHAPTER 11. Of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons, by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 11. I was going home. When we rode over the brow of the hill, within a mile of Surrey, and I saw the crescent-shaped village, and the tall chimneys of our house on its outer edge, instead of my heart leaping for joy, as I had expected, a sudden indifference filled it. I felt averse to the change from the narrow ways of Barmouth, which, for the moment, I regretted. When I entered the house, and saw mother in her old place, her surroundings unaltered, I suffered a disappointment. I had not had the power of transferring the atmosphere of my year's misery to Surrey. My family gathered round me. I heard the wonted sound of the banging of doors. The doors at Grand'ther's, I mused, had list nailed round their edges, but then he had the list, being a tailor. "Oi vum," said Temperance, with her hand on her hip, and not offering to approach me. "Your hair is as thick as a mop." Hepsy, rubbing her fingers against her thumb, remarked that she hoped learning had not taken away my appetite. "I have an Indian bannock for you, and we're going to have boiled swordfish, besides, for supper. Is it best to cook more, Mrs. Morgeson, now that Cassandra's come?" The boy, by name Charles, came to see the new arrival, but smitten with diffidence, crept under the table, and examined me from his retreat. "Don't you wish to see Arthur?" inquired mother. "He is getting his double teeth." "Oh, yes. And where's Veronica?" "She's up garret writing geography, and told me nothing in the world must disturb her, till she had finished an account of the city of Palmery," said Temperance. "Call her when supper is ready," replied mother, who asked me to come into the bedroom where Arthur was sleeping. He was a handsome child, large and fair, and as I lifted his white, lax fingers, a torrent of love swept through me, and I kissed him. "I am afraid I make an idol of him, Cassie." "Are you unhappy because you love him so well, mother, and feel that you must make expiation?" "Cassandra," she spoke with haste, "did you experience any shadow of a change during the revival at Barmouth?"
No more than the baby here did.
I shall have faith, though, that it will be well for you, because you have had the blessing of so good a man as your grand'ther."
But I never heard a word of grand'ther's prayers. Do you remember his voice?" A smile crept into her blue eye as she said, "My hearing him or not would make no difference, since God could hear and answer. Grand'ther does not like me. I never pleased him." She looked astonished, then reflective. It occurred to her that she also had been no favorite of his. She changed the subject. We talked on what happened in Surrey, and commenced a discussion on my wardrobe when we were summoned to tea. Temperance brought Arthur to the table half asleep, but he roused when she drummed on his plate with a spoon. Hepsy was stationed by the bannock, knife in hand, to serve it. As we began our meal, Veronica came in from the kitchen with a plate of toasted crackers. She set the plate down, and gravely shook hands with me, saying she had concluded to live entirely on toast, but supposed I would eat all sorts of food, as usual. She had grown tall. Her face was still long and narrow, but prettier, and her large dark eyes had a slight cast, which gave her face an indescribable expression. Distant, indifferent, and speculative as the eyes were, a ray of fire shot into them occasionally, which made her gaze powerful and concentrated. I was within a month of 16, and Veronica was in her 13th year, but she looked as old as I did. She carefully prepared her toast with milk and butter, and ate it in silence. The plenty around me, the ease and independence, gave me a delightful sense of comfort. The dishes were odd, some of china, some of delf, and were continually moved out of their places, for we helped ourselves, although Temperance stayed in the room ostensibly as a waiter. She was too much engaged in conversation to fulfill her duties that way. I looked around the room. Nothing had been added to it, except red damask curtains, which were out of keeping with the old chintz covers. It was a delightful room, however. The blue sea glimmered between the curtains, and turning my eyes toward it, my heart gave the leap which I looked for. I grew blithe as I saw it winking under the rays of the afternoon sun, and clapping my hands, said I was glad to get home. We left Veronica at the table, and mother resumed her conversation with me in a corner of the room. Presently Temperance came in with Charles, bringing fresh plates. As soon as they began their supper, Veronica asked Temperance how the fish tasted. "Is it salt?" "Middling." "How is the bannock?" "Excellent. I will say it for Hepsy, that she hasn't her beat as a cook. Been at it long enough," she added, in expiation of her praise. "Temperance, is that pound cake or sponge?" "Pound." "Charles can't eat it," Verry said with a sigh. "A mighty piece he'll have, the glutton, but he has not been here long. They are all so when they first come." She then gave him a large slice of the cake. Veronica, contrary to her wont, huddled herself on the couch. Arthur played round the chair of mother, who looked happy and forgetful. After Temperance had rearranged the table for father's supper, we were quiet. I meditated how I could best amuse myself, where I should go, and what I should do, when Veronica, whom I had forgotten, interrupted my thoughts. "Mother," she said, "eating toast does not make me better tempered. I feel evil still. You know," turning to me, "that my temper is worse than ever. It is like a tiger's." "Oh, Verry," said mother, "not quite so bad. You are too hard upon yourself." "Mother, you said so to Hepsy when I tore her turban from her head. It was so ugly. Can you forget you said such a thing?" "Verry, you drive me wild. Must I say I was wrong? Say so to my own child?" Verry turned her face to the wall and said no more, but she had started a less pleasant train of thought. It was changed again by Temperance coming with lights. Though the tall brass lamps glittered like gold, their circle of light was small. The corners of the room were obscure. Mr. Park, entering, retreated into one, and mother was obliged to forego the pleasure of undressing Arthur, so she sent him off with Temperance and Charles, whose duty it was to rock the cradle as long as his babyship required. Soon after, Father came, and Hepsy brought in his hot supper. While he was eating it, Grandfather John Morgeson bustled in. As he shook hands with me, I saw that his hair had whitened. He held a tasseled cane between his knees, and thumped the floor whenever he asked a question. Mr. Park buzzed about last Sunday's discourse, and Mother listened with a vague, respectful attention. Her hand was pressed against her breast, as if she were repressing an inward voice which claimed her attention. Leaning her head against her chair, she had quite pushed out her comb. Her hair dropped on her shoulder and looked like a brown, coiled serpent. Veronica, who had been silently observing her, rose from the sofa, picked up the comb, and fastened her hair without speaking. As she passed, she gave me a dark look. "Verry," said Father. "Are you there? Were you glad to see Cassie home again?"
"Should I be glad? What can she do?"
Grandfather pursed up his mouth, and turned towards Mother, as if he would like to say, "You understand bringing up children, don't you?" She comprehended him, and giving her head a slight toss, told Verry to go and play on the piano. "I was going," she answered pettishly, and darted out a moment after we heard her. Grandfather went, and presently Mr. Park got up in a lingering way, and said that Verry must learn to play for the Lord, and bade us good night. But he came back again to ask me if I would join Dr. Snell's Bible class. It would meet the next evening. The boys and girls of my own age went. I promised him to go, wondering whether I should meet an ancient beau, Joe Bacon. Mother retired. Verry still played. "Her talent is wonderful," said Father, taking the cigar from his mouth. "By the way, you must take lessons in Milford. I wish you would learn to sing." I acquiesced, but I had no wish to learn to play. I could never perform mechanically what I heard now from Verry. When she ceased, I woke from a dream, chaotic but not tumultuous, beautiful but not inharmonious. Though the fire had gone out, the lamps winked brightly, and Father, moving his cigar to the other side of his mouth, changed his regards from one lamp to the other, and said he thought I was growing to be an attractive girl. He asked me if I would take pains to make myself an accomplished one also. I must, of course, be left to myself in many things, but he hoped that I would confide in him if I did not ask his advice. A very strong relation of reserve generally existed between parent and child, instead of a confidential one, and the child was apt to discover that reserve on the part of the parent was not superiority, but cowardice or indifference. "Let it not be so with us," was his conclusion. He threw away the stump of his cigar, and went to fasten the hall door. I took one of the brass lamps, proposing to go to bed. As I passed through the upper entry, Veronica opened her door. She was undressed, and had a little book in her hand, which she shook at me, saying, "This is the day of the month put down on which you came home, and now mind," then shut the door. I pondered over what Father had said. He had perceived something in me which I was not aware of. I resolved to think seriously over it. In the morning I found that I had not thought of it at all. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons, by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 12. The next evening I dressed my hair after the fashion of the Barnmouth girls, with the small pride of wishing to make myself look different from the Surrey girls. I expected they would stare at me in Bible class. It would be my debut as a grown girl, and I must offer myself to their criticism. I went late, so that I might be observed by the assembled class. It met in the upper story of Temperance Hall, a new edifice. As I climbed the steep stairs, Joe Bacon's head came in view. He had stationed himself on a bench at the landing to watch for my arrival, of which he had been apprised by our satellite Charles. Joe was the first boy who had ever offered his arm as my escort home from a party. After that event I had felt that there was something between us which the world did not understand. I was flattered, therefore, at the first glimpse of him on this occasion. When Dr. Snell made his opening prayer, Joe thrust a Bible before me, opened at the lesson of the evening, and then, rubbing his nose with embarrassment, fixed his eyes with timid assurance on the opposite wall. Several of my Morgeson cousins were present, greeting me with sniffs. But I was disappointed in Joe Bacon. How young and shabby he looked! He wore a monkey jacket, probably a remnant of his sea-going father's wardrobe. He had done his best, however, for his hair was greased and combed to a marble smoothness. Its sleekness vexed me, not remembering at that moment the pains I had taken to dress my own hair for a more ignoble end. The girls gathered round me after the class was dismissed, and when Dr. Snell came down from his desk, he said he was glad to see me, and that I must come to his rooms to look over the new books he had received. Dr. Snell was no exception to the rule that a minister must not be a native among his own people. His long residence in Surrey had failed to make him appear like one. A bachelor, with a small private fortune, his style of living differed from the average of congregational parsons. His library was the only lion in our neighborhood. His taste as a collector made him known abroad, and he had a reputation which was not dreamed of by his parishioners, who thought him queer and simple. He loved old fashions, wore knee breeches and silver buckles on his shoes, brewed metheglin in his closet, and drank it from silver-pegged flagons, and kept diet bread on a salver to offer his visitors. He lived near us on the North Road, and was very much afraid of his landlady, Mrs. Grossman, who sat in terrible state in her parlor the year through, wearing a black satin cloak in an awful structure of a cap, which had a potent nod. I was pleased with Dr. Snell's notice. His smile was courtly, and his bow Grandisonian. Joe Bacon was waiting at the foot of the stairs. He obtruded his arm, and hoarsely muttered, "See you home?" I took it, and we marched along silently, till we were beyond the sound of voices. He began, rather inarticulately, to say how glad he was to see me, and that he hoped he was going to have better times now. But I could make no response to his wishes. The suspicion that he had a serious liking for me was disgusting. As he talked on, I grew irritable, and replied shortly. When we reached our house, I slipped my hand from his arm, and ran up the stairs, turning back with my hand on the doorknob to say good night. The lamp in the hall shone through the fanlight upon his face. It looked intelligent with pain. I skipped down the steps. "Please, open the door, Joe." He brightened, but before he could comply with my request, Temperance flung it wide for the purpose of making a survey of the clouds and guessing at tomorrow's weather. His retreat was precipitate. "Oh," said Temperance, "a feller came home with you. We shall have somebody sitting a Thursday nights, I reckon, before long." "Nonsense with your Thursday nights. Everybody is just alike. We shall have rain. If we don't, rain or no rain, I'll whitewash tomorrow." Poor Joe! That night ended my first sentiment. He died with the measles in less than a month. "I wish," said Temperance, who was spelling over a newspaper, "that Dr. Snell would come in before the plum cake is gone that Hepsy made last. The old dear loves it. He is always hungry. I candidly believe Miss Grossman keeps him short." I expected that Temperance would break out then about Joe, but she never mentioned him, except to tell me that she had heard of his death. She did not whitewash the next day, for Charles came down with the measles, and was tended by her with a fretful tenderness. Veronica was seized soon after, and then Arthur, and then I had them. Veronica was the worst patient. When her room was darkened, she got out of bed, tore down the quilt that was fastened to the window, and broke 3 panes of glass before she could be captured and taken back. The quilt was not put up again, however. She cried with anger, unless her hands were continually washed with lavender water, and made little pellets of cotton which she stuffed in her ears and nose, so that she might not hear or smell. I went to Dr. Snell's as soon as I was able. He was in his bedchamber, writing a sermon on fine note paper, and had disarranged the wide ruffles in his shirt, so that he looked like a mildly angry turkey. Thrusting his spectacles up into the roots of his hair, he rose, and led me into a large room adjoining his bedroom, which contained nothing but tall bookcases, threw open the doors of one, pushed up a little ladder before it, for me to mount to a row of volumes bound in calf, whose backs were labeled British Classics. "There," he said, "you will find The Spectator," and trotted back to his sermon with his pen in his mouth. I examined the books, and selected Tom Jones and Goldsmith's plays to take home. From that time I gazed at pleasure at his oddly assorted library, ranging from the Gentleman's Magazine to a file of the Boston Recorder, but never a volume of poetry anywhere. I became a devourer of books which I could not digest, and their influence located in my mind curious and inconsistent relations between facts and ideas. My music lessons in Milford were my only task. I remained inapt, while Veronica played better and better. When I saw her fingers interpreting her feelings, touching the keys of the pianos as if they were the chords of her thoughts, practice by note seemed a soulless, mechanical effort which I could not make. One day mother and I were reading the separate volumes of charming Miss Austen's Mansfield Park, when a message arrived from Aunt Percy, with the news of Grand'ther Warren's dangerous illness. Mother dropped her book on the floor, but I turned down the leaf where I was reading. She went to Barmouth immediately, and the next day Grand'ther died. He gave all he had to Aunt Mercy, except 6 silver spoons, which he directed the Barmouth silversmith to make for Caroline, who was now married to her missionary. Mother came home to prepare for the funeral. When the bonnets, veils, and black gloves came home, Veronica declared she would not go. As she had been allowed to stay away from Grand'ther Warren living, why should she be forced to go to him when dead? She was so violent in her opposition that mother ordered Temperance to keep her in her room. Father tried to persuade her, but she grew white and trembled so that he told her she could stay at home. While we were gone, she sent her bonnet to the widow Smith's daughter, who appeared in the poor seats wearing it on the very Sunday after the funeral, when we all went to church in our mourning to make the discovery, which discomposed us exceedingly. All the church was present at Grand'ther's funeral. Obsequies, as Mr. Bould called it, who exalted his character and behavior so greatly in his discourse that his nearest friends would not have recognized him, although everybody knew that he was a good man. Mr. Bould expatiated on his tenderness and delicate appreciation, and his study of the feelings and wants of others, till he was moved to tears himself by the picture he drew. I thought of the pigeons he had shot, and of the summary treatment he gave me, of his coldness and silence towards Aunt Mercy, and my eyes remained dry. But mother and Aunt Mercy wept bitterly. After it was over, and they had gone back to the empty house, they removed their heavy bonnets, kissed each other, said they knew he was in heaven, and held a comforting conversation about the future. But my mind was chained to the edge of the yawning grave into which I had seen his coffin lowered. "Shut up the old shell, Mercy," said father. "Come and live with us." She was rejoiced at the prospect, for the life at our house was congenial, and she readily and gratefully consented. She came in a few days, with a multitude of boxes and her plants. Mother established her in the room next the stairs. Good place for her, Veronica said, for she could be easily locked out of our premises. The plants were placed on a new revolving stand, which stood on the landing place beneath the stair window. Veronica was so delighted with them that she made amicable overtures to Aunt Mercy, and never quarreled with her afterward, except when she was ill. She entreated her to leave off the bombazine dresses. The touch of them interfered with her feelings for her, she said. In fact, their contact made her crawl all over. Aunt Mercy took upon herself many of mother's irksome cares, such as remembering where the patches and old linen were, the hammers and nails, watching the sweetmeat pots, keeping the run of the napkins and blankets, packing the winter clothing, and having an eye on mice and ants, moth and mold. Occasionally she read a novel, but was faithful to all the weekday meetings, making the acquaintance thereby of mother's tea-drinking friends, who considered her an accomplished person, because she worked lace so beautifully, and had such a faculty for raising plants. Mother left the house in her charge, and made several journeys with father this year. This period was perhaps her happiest. The only annoyance, visible to me, that I can remember, was one between her and father on the subject of charity. He was for giving to all needy persons, while she only desired to bestow it on the deserving. But they had renounced the wish of manufacturing each other's habits and opinions. Whether mother ever desired the expression of that exaltation of feeling which only lasts in a man while he is in love, I cannot say. It was not for me to know her heart. It is not ordained that these beautiful secrets of feeling should be revealed, where they might prove to be the sweetest knowledge we could have. Though the days flew by, days filled with the busy nothings of prosperity, they bore no meaning. I shifted the hours as one shifts the kaleidoscope, with an eye only to their movement. Neither the remembrance of yesterday nor the hope of tomorrow stimulated me. The mere fact of breathing had ceased to be a happiness since the day I entered Miss Black's school. But I was not yet thoughtful. As for my position, I was loved and I was hated, and it pleased me as much to be hated as to be loved. My acquaintances were kind enough to let me know that I was generally thought proud, exacting, ill-natured, and apt to expect the best of everything. But one thing I know of myself then, that I concealed nothing. The desires and emotions which are usually kept as a private fund I displayed and exhausted. My audacity shocked those who possessed this fund. My candor was called anything but truthfulness. They named it sarcasm, cunning, coarseness, or tact, as those were constituted who came in contact with me. Insight into character, frankness, generosity, disinterestedness were something given to me. Veronica alone was uncompromising. She put aside by instinct what baffled or attracted others, and, setting my real value upon me, acted accordingly. I do not accuse her of injustice, but of a fierce harshness which kept us apart for long years. As for her, she was the most reticent girl I ever knew, but for her explosive temper, which betrayed her, she would have been a mystery. The difference in our physical constitutions would have separated us if there had been no other cause. The weeks that she was confined to her room, preyed upon by some inscrutable disease, were weeks of darkness and solitude. Temperance and Aunt Mercy took as much care of her as she would allow, but she preferred being alone most of the time. Thus she acquired the fortitude of an Indian. Pain could extort no groan from her. It reacted on her temper, though after an attack she was exasperating. Her invention was to put to the rack to tease and offend. I kept out of her way. If by chance she caught sight of me, she forced me to hear the bitter truth of myself. Sometimes she examined me to learn if I had improved by the means which father so generously provided for me. "Is he not yet tired of his task?" she asked once. And, "Do you carry everything before you, with your wide eyebrows and sharp teeth?" "Temperance, where's the buffoon Dr. Snell sent me? I want to classify Cass." "I'll warrant you she'll find her sheep," Temperance replied. "Sheep are innocent," said Veronica. "You may go," nodding to me over the book, and Temperance also made energetic signs to me to go, and not bother the poor girl. Always regarding her from the point of view she presented, I felt little love for her. Her peculiarities offended me as they did mother. We did not perceive the process, but Verry was educated by sickness. Her mind fed and grew on pain, but at last mastered it. The darkness in her nature broke. By slow degrees she gained health, though never much strength. Upon each recovery a change was visible. A spiritual dawn had risen in her soul. Moral activity blending with her ideality made her life beautiful, even in the humblest sense. Veronica, you were endowed with genius, but while its rays penetrated you, we did not see them. How could we profit by what you saw and heard, when we were blind and deaf? To us the voices of the deep sang no epic of grief. The speech of the woods was not articulate. The seagull's flashing flight and the dark swallow's circling sweep were facts only. Sunrise and sunset were not a paean to day and night, but 5 o'clock, a.m. or p.m. The seasons that came and went were changes from hot to cold. To you, they were the moods of nature, which found response in those of your own life and soul. Her storms and calms were pulses which bore a similitude to the emotions of your heart. Veronica's habits of isolation clung to her. She would never leave home. The teaching she had was obtained in Surrey, but her knowledge was greater than mine. When I went to Rossville she was reading Paradise Lost, and writing her opinions upon it in a large blank book. She was also devising a plan for raising trees and flowers in the garret, so that she might realize a picture of a tropical wilderness. Her tastes were so contradictory that time never hung heavy with her. Though she had as little practical talent as any person I ever knew, she was a help to both sick and well. She remembered people's ill turns, and what was done for them, and for the well she remembered dates and suggested agreeable occupations, gave them happy ideas. Besides being a calendar of domestic traditions, she was weather-wise, and prognosticated gales, meteors, high tides, and rains. Home, father said, was her sphere. All that she required he thought he could do, but of me he was doubtful. Where did I belong, he asked. I was still possessed, Aunt Merce said, and mother called me lawless. What upon earth are you coming to? Said Temperance. You are sowing your wild oats with a vengeance. Locke Morgeson's daughter can do anything, commented the villagers. In consequence of the unlimited power accorded me, I was unpopular. Do you think she is handsome? Inquired my friends of each other. In what respect can she be called a beauty? Though she reads, she has no great wit, said one. She dresses oddly for effect, another avowed, and her manners are ridiculous. But they borrowed my dresses for patterns, imitated my bonnets, and adopted my colors. When I learned to manage a sailboat, they had an aquatic mania. When I learned to ride a horse, the ancient and moth-eaten side saddles of the town were resuscitated, and old family nags were made back-sore with the wearing of them, and their youthful spirits revived by new beginners sliding about on their rounded sides. My whims were sneered at, and then followed. Of course, I was driven from whim to keep them busy, and to preserve my originality, and at last I became eccentric for eccentricity's sake. All this prepared the way for my nemesis, but as yet my wild oats were green and flourishing in the field of youth. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 13. I was preaching one day to Mother and Aunt Merce a sermon after the manner of Mr. Bould of Barmouth, taking the sofa for a desk, and for my text, like David's harp on solemn sound, and had attracted Temperance and Charles into the room by my declamation, when my audience was unexpectedly increased by the entrance of Father with a strange gentleman. Aunt Merce laughed hysterically. I waved my hand to her à la Bould, and descended from my position. "Take a chair," said Temperance, who was never abashed, thumping one down before the stranger. "What's all this?" inquired Father. "Only a ranz des vaches, Father, to please Aunt Merce." The stranger's eyes were fastened upon me, while Father introduced us to Mr. Charles Morgeson of Rossville. "Please receive me as a relative," he said, turning to shake hands with Mother. We have an ancestor in common which makes a sufficient cousinship for a claim, Mrs. Morgeson." "Why not have looked us up before?" I asked. "Why," said Veronica, who had just come in, "there are 6 Charles Morgesons buried in our graveyard." "I supposed," he said, "that the name was extinct. I lately saw your father's in a state committee list, and feeling curious regarding it, I came here." He bowed distantly to Veronica when she entered, but she did not return his bow, though she looked at him fixedly. Temperance and Hepsy hurried up a fine supper immediately. A visitor was a creature to be fed. Feeding together removes embarrassment, and before supper was over we were all acquainted with Mr. Morgeson. There were 3 cheerful old ladies spending the week with us: the widow Desire Carver and her 2 maiden sisters, Polly and Serepta Chandler. They filled the part of the chorus in the domestic drama, saying "Ah," whenever there was a pause. Veronica affected these old ladies greatly, and when they were in the house gave them her society. But for their being there at this time, I doubt whether she would have seen Mr. Morgeson again. That evening she played for them. Her wild, pathetic melodies made our visitor's gray eyes flash with pleasure, and light up his cold face with gleams of feeling. But she was not gratified by his interest. "I think it strange that you should like my music," she said crossly. "Do you?" he answered, amused at her tone. "Perhaps it is. But why should I not as well as your friends here?" indicating the old ladies. "Ah, we like it very much," said the 3, plicking their snuff boxes. "You, too, play?" he asked me. "Miss Cassie don't play," answered the 3, looking at me over their spectacles. "Miss Very's son puts out her fire." "Cassandra does other things better than playing," Veronica said to Mr. Morgeson. "Why, Veronica," I said, surprised, going toward her. Go off," she replied in an undertone, and struck up a loud march. He had heard her, and while she played looked at her earnestly. Then, seeming to forget the presence of the 3, he turned and put out his hand to me with an authority I did not resist. I laid my hand in his. It was not grasped, but upheld. Veronica immediately stopped playing. He stayed several days at our house. After the first evening we found him taciturn. He played with Arthur, spoke of his children to him, and promised him a pony if he would go to Rossville. With father he discussed business matters, and went out with him to the shipyards and office. I scarcely remember that he spoke to me, except in a casual way, more than once. He asked me if I knew whether the sea had any influence upon me. I replied I had not thought of it. "There are so many things you have not thought of," he answered, "that this is not strange." Veronica observed him closely. He was aware of it, but he was not embarrassed. He met with her dark gaze with one keener than her own, and neither talked with the other. The morning he went away, while the chaise was waiting, which was to go to Milford to meet the stagecoach, and he was inviting us to visit him, a thought seemed to strike him. "By the way, Morgeson, why not give Miss Cassandra a finish at Rossville? I have told you of our academy, and of the advantages which Rossville affords in the way of society. What do you say, Mrs. Morgeson? Will you let her come to my house for a year?" "Locke decides for Cassie," she answered. "I never do now," looking at me reproachfully. Cousin Charles's hawk eyes caught the look, and heard me too when I tapped her shoulder till she turned round and smiled. I whispered, "Mother, your eyes are as blue as sea yonder, and I love you." She glanced toward it. It was murmuring softly, creeping along the shore, licking the rocks and sand as if recognizing a master, and I saw and felt its steady, resistless heaving, insidious and terrible. "Well," said father, "we will talk of it on the way to Milford." "I have a kinder of a creeping about your cousin Charles, as you call him," said Temperance, after she had closed the porch door. "He is too much shut up for me. How's Miss Cousin Charles, I wonder?" "He is fond of flowers," remarked Aunt Merce. "He examined all my plants, and knew all their botanical names.
"That's a balm for every wound with you, isn't it?" Temperance said. "I suppose I can clean the parlor, unless Miss Carver and Chandler are sitting in a row there." Veronica, who had hovered between the parlor and the hall while Cousin Charles was taking his leave, so that she might avoid the necessity of any direct notice of him, had heard his proposition about Rossville, and said, "Cassandra will go there." "Do you feel it in your bones, Verry?" Temperance said. "Cassandra does." "Do I? I believe I do." "You are 18. You are too old to go to school." "But I am not too old to have an agreeable time. Besides, I am not 18. I shall not be till 4 days from now." "You think too much of having a good time, Cassandra," said mother. "I foresee the day when the pitcher will come back from the well broken. You are idle and frivolous, eternally chasing after amusement." "God knows I don't find it." "I know you are not happy." "Tell me," I cried, striking the table with my hand, making Veronica wink, "tell me how to feel and act." "I have no influence with you, nor with Veronica." "Because," said Verry, "we are all so different. But I like you, mother, and all that you do." "Different!" she exclaimed. "Children talk to parents about a difference between them." "I never thought about it before," I said. "But where is the family likeness?" Aunt Merce laughed. "There's the Morgesons," I continued. "I hate 'em all." "All?" she echoed. "You are like this new one." "And Grand'ther Warren," I continued. "Your talk," interrupted Aunt Merce, jumping up and walking about, "is enough to make him rise out of his grave." "I believe," said Veronica, "that Grand'ther Warren nearly crushed you and mother when girls of our age. Did you know that you had any wants then, or dare to dream anything beside that he laid down for you?" Aunt Merce and mother exchanged glances. "Say, mother, what shall I do?" I asked again. "Do?" she answered in a mechanical voice. "Read the Bible, and so more." "Veronica's life is not misspent," she continued, and seeming to forget that Verry was still there. "Why should she find work for her hands when neither you nor I do?" Veronica slipped out of the room, and I sat on the floor beside mother. I loved her in an unsatisfactory way. What could we be to each other? We kissed tenderly. I saw she was saddened by something regarding me, which she could not explain, because she refused to explain me naturally. I thought she wished to believe she could have no infirmity in common with me, no temptations, no errors, that she must repress all the doubts and longings of her heart for example's sake. There was a weight upon me all that day, a dreary sense of imperfection. When father came home he asked me if I would like to go to Rossville. I answered, yes. Mother must travel with me, for he could not leave home. The sooner I went the better. He also thought Veronica should go. She was called and consulted, and provided Temperance would accompany us to take care of her, she consented. It was all arranged that evening. Temperance said we must wait a week at least for her corns to be cured, and the plum-colored silk made, which had been shut up in a bandbox for 3 years. We started on our journey one bright morning in June to go to Boston in a stagecoach 100 miles from Surrey, and thence to Rossville, 40 miles further by railroad. We stopped a night on the way to Boston in a country inn, which stood before an egg-shaped pond. Temperance remade our beds, declaiming the while against the unwholesome situation of the house. The idea of anybody's living in the vicinity of fresh water astonished her. To impose upon travelers' health that way was too much. She went to the kitchen to learn whether the landlady cooked or hired a cook. She sat up all night with our luggage in sight, to keep off what she called prowlers. She did not like to say robbers, for fear of exciting our imaginations, and frightened us by falling out of her chair towards morning. Veronica insisted upon her going to bed, but she refused, till Veronica threatened to sit up herself, when she carried her own carpet-bag to bed with her. We arrived in Boston the next day, and went to the Bromfield house in Bromfield Street, whither father had directed us. We were ushered into the parlor by a waiter,
who seemed struck by Temperance, and who was treated by her with respect. "Mr. Shepherd, the landlord himself, I guess," she whispered. 3 cadaverous children were there, eating bread and butter from a black tray on the center table. "Good Lord!" exclaimed Temperance, "what bread those children are eating! It is made of sawdust." "It's good, you old cat!" screamed the little girl. Veronica sat down by her and offered her some sugar plums, which the child snatched from her hand. "We are missionaries," said the oldest boy, "and we are going to Bombay next week in the Cabot. It'll make the natives gee, I tell ye." "Mercy on us!" exclaimed Temperance. "Did you ever?" Presently a sickly, gentle-looking man entered, in a suit of black camlet, and carrying an umbrella. He took a seat by the children, and ran his fingers through his hair, which already stood upright. "That girl gave Sis some sugar plums," remarked the boy. "I hope you thanked her, Clarissa," said the father. "No, she didn't give me enough," the child answered. "They have no mother," the poor man said apologetically to Veronica, looking up at her, and as he caught her eye, blushing deeply. She bowed and moved away. Mother rang the bell, and when the waiter came, gave him a note from Mr. Shepherd, which father had written, bespeaking his attention. Mr. Shepherd soon appeared, and conveyed us to 2 pleasant rooms, with an unmitigated view of the wall of the next house from the windows. "This," remarked Temperance, "is worse than the pond." Mr. Shepherd complimented mother on her fine daughters, hoped Mr. Morgeson would run for Congress soon, told her she should have the best of the house afforded, and retired. I wanted to shop, and mother gave me money. I found Washington Street, and bought 6 wide embroidered belts, a gilt buckle, a variety of ribbons, and a dozen yards of lace. I repented the whole before I got back, for I saw other articles I wanted more. I found mother alone. Temperance had gone out with Veronica, she said, and she had given Veronica the same amount of money, curious to know how she would spend it, as she had never been shopping. It was nearly dark when they returned. "I like Boston," said Verry. "But what have you bought?" She displayed a beautiful gold chain, and a little cross for the throat, a bundle of picture books for the missionary children, a sewing silk shawl for Hempsey, and some toys for Arthur. "Tomorrow I shall go shopping," said mother. "What did you buy, Temperance?" "A mean shawl, in my opinion. Boston is a den of thieves." She untied a box, from which she took a sky blue silk shawl, with brown flowers woven in it. "I gave $18 for it, if I gave a cent, Miss Morgeson. I know I am cheated. It's sleazy, isn't it?" The bell for tea rang, and Mr. Shepherd came up to escort us to the table. Temperance delayed us to tie on a silk apron, to protect the plum-colored silk, for, as she observed to Mr. Shepherd, she was afraid it would show grease badly. I could not help exchanging smiles with Mr. Shepherd, which made Veronica frown. The whole table stared as we seated ourselves, for we derived an importance from the fact that we were under the personal charge of the landlord. "How they gawk at you," whispered Temperance. I felt my color rise. "The gentlemen do not guess that we are sisters," said Veronica quietly. "How do I look?" I asked. "You know how, and that I do not agree with your opinion. You look cruel." "I am cruel hungry." Her eyes sparkled with disdain. "What do you mean to do for a year?" I continued. "Forget you, for one thing." "I hope you won't be ill again, Verry." "I shall be," she answered with a shudder. "I need all the illnesses that come." "As for me," I said, biting my bread and butter, "I feel well to my fingers' end. They tingle with strength. I am elated with health." I had not spoken the last word before I became conscious of a streak of pain which cut me like a knife and vanished. My surprise at it was so evident that she asked me what ailed me. "Nothing. I never had the feeling you speak of in my fingers' ends," she said sadly, looking at her slender hand. "Poor girl!"
What has come over you, Cass? An attack of compassion? Are you meaning to leave an amiable impression with me?" After supper, Mr. Shepherd asked mother if she would go to the theater. The celebrated tragedian Forrest was playing. Would the young ladies like to see Hamlet? We all went, and my attention was divided between Hamlet and two young men who lounged in the box door till Mr. Shepherd looked them away. Veronica laughed at Hamlet, and Temperance said it was stuff and nonsense. Veronica laughed at Ophelia also, who was a superb black-haired woman, toying with an elegant Spanish fan, which Hamlet, in his energy, broke. "It is not Shakespeare," she said. "Has she read Shakespeare?" I asked mother. "I am sure I do not know." That night, after mother and Veronica were asleep, I persuaded Temperance to get up, and bore my ears with a coarse needle, which I had brought for the purpose. It hurt me so, when she pierced one, that I could not summon resolution to have the other operated on, so I went to bed with a bit of sewing silk in the hole she had made. But in the morning I roused her, to tell her I thought I could bear to have the other ear bored. When mother appeared, I showed her my ears, red and sore, insisting that I must have a certain pair of white cornelian earrings, set in chased gold and 3 inches long, which I had seen in a shop window. She scolded Temperance, then gave me the money. The next day mother and I started for Rossville. Veronica decided to remain in Boston with Temperance till mother returned. She said that if she went she might find Mrs. Morgeson as disagreeable as Mr. Morgeson was, and that she liked the Bromfield. Besides, she wanted to see the missionary children off for Bombay, and intended to go down to the ship on the day they were to sail. She was also going to ask Mr. Shepherd to look up a celebrated author for her. She must see one, if possible. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 14. It was sunset when we arrived in Rossville, and found Mr. Morgeson waiting for us with his carriage at the station. From its open sides, I looked out on a tranquil, agreeable landscape. There was nothing saline in the atmosphere. The western breeze, which flew in our faces, had an earthy scent, with fluctuating streams of odors from trees and flowers. As we passed through the town, Cousin Charles pointed to the academy, which stood at the head of a green. Pretty houses stood round it, and streets branched from it in all directions. Flower gardens, shrubbery, and trees were scattered everywhere. Rossville was larger and handsomer than Surrey. "That is my house on the right," he said. We looked down the shady street through which we were going, and saw a modern cottage with a piazza and a peaked roof, and on the side towards us a large yard and stables. We drove into the yard, and a woman came out on the piazza to receive us. It was Mrs. Morgeson, or my wife, Cousin Alice, as Mr. Morgeson introduced her. Giving us a cordial welcome, she led us into a parlor where tea was waiting. A servant came in for our bonnets and baskets. Cousin Alice begged us to take tea at once. We were hardly seated when we heard a cry of a young child. She left the table hastily, to come back in a moment with an apology, which she made to Cousin Charles rather than to us. I had never seen a table so well arranged, so fastidiously neat. It glittered with glass and French china. Cousin Charles sent away a glass and a plate, frowning at the girl who waited. There must have been a speck or a flaw in them. The viands were as pretty as the dishes. The lamb chops were fragile, the bread was delicious, but cut in transparent slices, and the butter pat was nearly stamped through with its bouquet of flowers. This was all the feast, except sponge cake, which felt like muslin in the fingers. I could have squeezed the whole of it into my mouth. Still hungry,
I observed that Cousin Charles and Alice had finished, and though she shook her spoon in the cup, feigning to continue, and he snipped crumbs in his plate, I felt constrained to end my repast. He rose then, and pushing back the folding doors, we entered a large room, leaving Alice at the table. Windows extending to the floor opening on the piazza, but notwithstanding the stream of light over the carpet, I thought it somber, and out of keeping with the cottage exterior. The walls were covered with dark red velvet paper, the furniture was dark, the mantel and table tops were black marble, and the vases and candelabra were bronze. He directed Mother's attention to the portraits of his children, explaining them, while I went to a table between the windows to examine the green and white sprays of some delicate flower I had never before seen. Its fragrance was intoxicating. I lifted the heavy vase which contained it. It was taken from me gently by Charles, then replaced. "It will hardly bear touching," he said. "By tomorrow these little white bells will be dead." I looked up at him. "What a contrast," I said. "Where?" "Here in this room, and in you." "And between you and me?" His face was serene, dark and delicate, but to look at it made me shiver. Mother came toward us, pleading fatigue as an excuse for retiring, and Cousin Charles called Cousin Alice, who went with us to our room. In the morning, she said, we should see her 3 children. She never left them, she was so afraid of their being ill, also telling Mother that she would do all in her power to make my stay in Rossville pleasant and profitable. As a mother, she could appreciate her anxiety and sadness in leaving me. Mother thanked her warmly, and was sure that I should be happy. But I had an inward misgiving that I should not have enough to eat. "I hear Edward," said Alice. "Good night." Presently a girl, the same who had taken our bonnets, came in with a pitcher of warm water and a plate of soda biscuit. She directed us where to find the apparel she had nicely smoothed and folded, took off the handsome counterpane and the pillows trimmed with lace, putting others of a plainer make in their places, shook down the window curtains, asked us if we would have anything more, and quietly disappeared. I offered Mother the warm water, and appropriated the biscuits. There were 6. I ate every one, undressing meanwhile, and surveying the apartment. "Cassy, Mrs. Morgeson is an excellent housekeeper." "Yes," I said huskily, for the dry biscuit choked me. "What would Temperance and Hepsy say to this?" "I think they would grumble, and admire. Look at this," showing her the tassels of the inner window curtains done up in little bags. "And the glasses pinned up with nice yellow paper, and here is a damask napkin fastened to the wall behind the washstand, and everything stands on a mat. I wonder if this is to be my room." "It is probably the chamber for visitors. Why, there are beautiful pillowcases, too," she exclaimed, as she put her head on the pillow. "Come to bed. Don't read." I had taken up a red morocco-bound book, which was lying alone on the bureau. It was Byron, and turning over the leaves till I came to Don Juan, I read it through, and began Childe Harold, but the candle expired. I struck out my hands through the palpable darkness, to find the bed without disturbing Mother, whose soul was calmly threading the labyrinth of sleep. I finished Childe Harold early in the morning, though, and went down to breakfast, longing to be a wreck. The 3 children were in the breakfast room, which was not the one we had taken tea in, but a small apartment with a door opening into the garden. They were beautifully dressed, and their mother was tending and watching them. The oldest was 8 years, the youngest 3 months. Cousin Alice gave us descriptions of their tastes and habits, dwelling with emphasis on those of the baby. I drew from her conversation the opinion that she had a tendency to the rearing of children. I was glad when Cousin Charles came in, looking at his watch. "Send off the babies, Alice, and ring the bell for breakfast." She sent out the 2 youngest, put little Edward in his chair, and breakfast began. "Mrs. Morgeson," said Charles, "the horses will be ready to take you round Rossville. We will call on Dr. Price, for you to see the kind of master Cassandra will have. I have already spoken to him about receiving a new pupil." "Oh, I'm homesick at the idea of school and a master," I said. Mother tried in vain to look hard-hearted, and to persuade that it was good for me, but she lost her appetite with the thought of losing me, which the mention of Dr. Price brought home. The breakfast was well adapted to a delicate taste, as the preceding supper. The ham was most savory, but cut in such thin slices that it curled, and the biscuits were as white and feathery as snowflakes. I think also that the boiled eggs were smaller than any I had seen. Cousin Alice gave unremitting attention to Edward, who ate as little as the rest. "Mother," I said afterward, "I'm afraid I am an animal. Did you notice how little the Morgesons ate?" "I noticed how elegant their table appointments were, and I shall buy new china in Boston to-morrow. I wish Hepsy would not load our table as she does." "Hepsy is a good woman, mother. Do give my love to her. Now that I think of it, she was always making up some nice dish. Tell her I remember it, will you?" When Cousin Charles put us into the carriage, and hoisted little Edward on the front seat, Mother noticed that 2 men held the horses, and that they were not the same he had driven the night before. She said she was afraid to go, they looked ungovernable, but he reassured her, and one of the men averring that Mr. Morgeson could drive anything, she repressed her fears, and we drove out of the yard behind a pair of horses that stood on their hind legs as often as that position was compatible with the necessity they were under of getting on, for they evidently understood that they were guided by a firm hand. Edward was delighted with their behavior, and for the first time I saw his father smile on him. "These are fine brutes," he said, not taking his eyes from them, "but they are not equal to my mare, Nell. Alice is afraid of her, but I hope that you, Cassandra, will ride with me sometimes when I drive her." "Oh!" exclaimed Mother, grasping my arm. "You would you?" he said, taking out the whip, as the horses recoiled from a man who lay by the roadside, leaping so high that the harness seemed rattling from their backs. He struck them, and said, "Go on now, go on, devils." There was no further trouble. He encouraged Mother not to be afraid, looking keenly at me. I looked back at him. "How much worse is the mare, Cousin Charles?" "You shall see." After driving round the town, we stopped at the academy. Morning prayers were over, and the scholars, some 60 boys and girls, were coming downstairs from the hall to go into the rooms each side of a great door. Dr. Price was behind them. He stopped when he saw us, an introduction took place, and he inquired for Dr. Snell, as an old college friend. Locke Morgeson sounded familiarly, he said. A member of his mother's family, named Summers, had married a gentleman of that name. He remembered it from an old ivory miniature which his mother had shown him, telling him it was a likeness of her cousin Rachel's husband. I replied we knew that grandfather had married a Rachel Summers. Cousin Charles was surprised, and a little vexed that the doctor had never told him, when he must have known that he had been anxiously looking up the Morgeson pedigree. But the doctor declared that he had not thought of it before, and that only the name of Locke had recalled it to his mind. He then proposed our going to Miss Pryor, the lady who had charge of the girls' department, and we followed him to her schoolroom. I was at once interested and impressed by the appearance of my teacher that was to be. She was a dignified, kind-looking woman, who asked me a few questions in such a pleasant, direct manner that I frankly told her I was 18 years old, very ignorant, and averse from learning. But I did not speak loud enough for anybody beside herself to hear. "Now," said Mother, when we came away, "think how much greater your advantages are than mine have ever been. How miserable was my youth! It is too late for me to make any attempt at cultivation. I have no wish that way. Yet now I feel sometimes as if I were leaving the confines of my old life to go I know not whither, to do I know not what." But her countenance fell when she heard that Dr. Price had been a Unitarian minister, and that there was no Congregational church in Rossville. She went to Boston that Friday afternoon, anxious to get safely home with Veronica. We parted with many a kiss and shake of the hand and last words. I cried when I went up to my room, for I found a present there, a beautiful work-box, and in it was a small Bible with my name and hers written on the fly-leaf in large print-like but tremulous letters. I composed my feelings by putting it away carefully and unpacking my trunk. Chapter 15 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 15. Rossville was a county town. The courts were held there, and its society was adorned with several lawyers of note who had law students, which fact was to the lawyers' daughters the most agreeable feature of their father's profession. It had a weekly market day and an annual cattle show. I saw a turnout of whips and wagons about the hitching posts round the green of a Tuesday the year through, and going to and from school met men with bovine smell. Caucuses were prevalent, and occasionally a state convention was held, when Rossville paid honor to some political hero of the day with banners and brass bands. It was a favorite spot for the rustication of naughty boys from Harvard or Yale. Dr. Price had one or two at present who boarded in his house, so as to be immediately under his purblind eyes, and who took Greek and Latin at the academy. Social feuds raged in the academy coteries between the collegians and the natives, on account of the superior success of the former in flirtation. The latter were not consoled by their experience that no flirtation lasted beyond the period of rustication. Dr. Price usually had several young men fitting for college also, which fact added more piquancy to the provincial society. In the summer, riding parties were fashionable, and in the winter, county balls and cotillion parties. A professor came down from Boston at this season to set up a dancing school, which was always well attended. The secular concerns of life engaged the greatest share of the interests of its inhabitants, and although there existed social and professional dissensions, there was little sectarian spirit among them, and no religious zeal. The rich and fashionable were Unitarians. The society owned a tumble-down church. A mild preacher stood in its pulpit and prayed and preached, sideways and slouchy. This degree of religious vitality accorded with the habits of its generations. Surrey and Barmouth would have howled over the total depravity of Rossville. There was no probationary air about it. Human nature was the infallible theme there. At first, I missed the vibration of the moral sword which poised in our atmosphere. When I felt an emotion without seeing the shadow of its edge turning toward me, I discovered my conscience, which hitherto had only been described to me. There were churches in the town beside the Unitarian. The Universalists had a brand new one, and there was still another frequented by the sedimentary part of the population, Methodists. I toned down perfectly within 3 months. Soon after my arrival at this house, I became afraid of Cousin Charles. Not that he ever said anything to justify fear of him. He was more silent at home than anywhere. But he was imperious, fastidious, and sarcastic with me by a look, a gesture, an inflection of his voice. My perception of any defect in myself was instantaneous with his discovery of it. I fell into the habit of guessing each day whether I was to offend or please him, and then into that of intending to please. An intangible, silent, magnetic feeling existed between us, changing and developing according to its own mysterious law, remaining intact in spite of the contests between us of resistance and defiance. But my feeling died or slumbered when I was beyond the limits of his personal influence. When in his presence, I was so pervaded by it that whether I went contrary to the dictates of his will or not, I moved as if under a pivot. When away, my natural elasticity prevailed, and I held the same relation to others that I should have held if I had not known him. This continued till the secret was divined, and then his influence was better remembered. I discovered that there was little love between him and Alice. I never heard from either an expression of denoting that each felt an interest in each other's individual life, Neither was there any of that conjugal freemasonry which bores one so to witness. But Alice was not unhappy. Her ideas of love ended with marriage. What came afterward, children, housekeeping, and the claims of society, sufficed her needs. If she had any surplus of feeling, it was expended upon her children, who had much from her already, for she was devoted and indulgent to them. In their management she allowed no interference, on this point only thwarting her husband. In one respect she and Charles harmonized. Both were worldly, and in all the material of living there was sympathy. Their relation was no unhappiness to him. He thought, I dare say, if he thought at all, that it was a natural one. The men of his acquaintance called him a lucky man, for Alice was handsome, kind-hearted, intelligent, and popular. Whether Cousin Alice would have found it difficult to fulfill the promise she made mother regarding me, if I had been a plain, unnoticeable girl, I cannot say, or whether her anxiety that I should make an agreeable impression would have continued beyond a few days. She looked after my dress and my acquaintances. When she found that I was sought by the young people of her set and the academy, she was gratified, and opened her house for them, giving little parties and large ones, which were pleasant to everybody except Cousin Charles, who detested company. It made him lie so. But he was very well satisfied that people should like to visit and praise his house and its belongings, if Alice would take the trouble of it upon herself. I made calls with her Wednesday afternoons, and went to church with her on Sunday mornings. At home I saw little of her. She was almost exclusively occupied with the children, their ailments or their pleasures, and stayed in her own room or the nursery. When in the house, I never occupied one spot long, but wandered in the garden, which had a row of elms, or haunted the kitchen and stables to watch Black Phoebe, the cook, or the men as they cleaned the horses or carriages. My own room was in a wing of the cottage, with a window overlooking the entrance into the yard and the carriage drive. This was its sole view, except the wall of a house on the other side of a high fence. I heard Charles when he drove home at night, or away in the morning, knew when Nell was in a bad humor by the tone of his voice, which I heard whether my window was open or shut. It was a pretty room, with a set of maple furniture, and amber and white wallpaper, and amber and white chintz curtains and coverings. It suited the color of my hair, Alice declared, and was becoming to my complexion. "Yes," said Charles, looking at my hair with an expression that made me put my hand up to my head as if to hide it. I knew it was carelessly dressed. I made a study that day of the girls' heads at school, and from that time improved in my style of wearing it, and I brushed it with zeal every day afterward. Alice had my room kept so neatly for me that it soon came to be a reproach, and I was finally taught by her example how to adjust chairs, books, and mats in straight lines, to fold articles without making odd corners and wrinkles. At last I improved so much that I could find what I was seeking in a drawer without harrowing it with my fingers, and began to see the beauty in order. Alice had a talent for housekeeping, and her talent was fostered by the exacting, systematic taste of her husband. He examined many matters which are usually left to women, and he applied his business talent to the art of living, succeeding in it as he did in everything else. Alice told me that Charles had been poor, that his father was never on good terms with him. She fancied they were too much alike, so he had turned him off to shift for himself when quite young. When she met him, he was the agent of a manufacturing company in the town where her parents lived, and even then, in his style of living, he surpassed the young men of her acquaintance. The year before they were married, his father died, and as Charles was his only child, he left his farm to him and $10,000, all he had. The executors of the will were obliged to advertise for him, not having any clue to his place of residence. He sold the farm as soon as it was put in his hands, took the $10,000, and came back to be married. A year after, he went to Rossville, and built a cotton factory 3 miles from town, and the cottage, and then brought her and Edward, who was a few months old, to live in it. He had since enlarged the works, employed more operatives, and was making a great deal of money. Morgesons' bills, she believed, were known all over the country. Charles was his own agent as well as sole owner. There were no mills beside his in the neighborhood. To that fact she ascribed the reason of his having no difficulties in Rossville, and no enmities, for she knew he had no wish to make friends. The Rossville people, having no business in common with him, had no right to meddle, and could find but small excuse for comment. They spent, she said, $5,000 or $6,000 a year. Most of it went in horses, she was convinced, and she believed his flowers cost him a great deal too. You must know, Cassandra, that his heart is with his horses and his flowers. He is more interested in them than he is in his children. She looked vexed when she said this, but I took hold of the edge of her finely embroidered cape and asked her how much it cost. She laughed and said, $50. But you see how many lapels it has. I have still a handsomer one that was $75. Are they a part of the $6,000 a year, Alice? Of course. But Charles wishes me to dress, and never stints me in money. And, after all, I like for him to spend his money in his own way. It vexes me sometimes, he buys such wild brutes, and endangers his life with them. He rides miles and miles every year, and it relieves the tedium of his journeys to have horses he must watch, I suppose. Nobody in Rossville lived at so fast a rate as the Morgesons. The oldest families there were not the richest, the Ryders in particular. Judge Ryder had 4 unmarried daughters. They were the only girls in our set who never invited us to visit them. They could not help saying, with a fork in the neck, "Who are the Morgesons?" But all the others welcomed Cousin Alice, and were friendly with me. She was too pretty and kind-hearted not to be liked, if she was rich, and Cousin Charles was respected, because he made no acquaintance beyond bows and how-to-dos. It was rather a stirring thing to have such a citizen, especially when he met with an accident, and he broke many carriages in the course of time. And now and then there was a row at the mills, which made talk. His being considered a hard man did not detract from the interest he inspired. My advent in Rossville might be considered a fortunate one. Appearance indicated it. I am sure I thought so, and was very well satisfied with my position. I conformed to the ways of the family with ease, even in the matter of small breakfasts and light suppers. I found that I was more elastic than before, and more susceptible to sudden impressions. I was conscious of the ebb and flow of blood through my heart, felt it when it eddied up into my face, and touched my brain with its flame-colored wave. I loved life again. The stuff of which each day was woven was covered with an arabesque which suited my fancy. I missed nothing that the present unrolled for me, but looked neither to the past nor to the future. In truth, there was little that was elevated in me. Could I have perceived it if there had been? Whichever way the circumstances of my life vacillated, I was not yet reached to the quick. Whether spiritual or material influences made sinuous the current of being, it still flowed towards an undiscovered ocean. Half the girls at the academy, like myself, came from distant towns. Some had been there 3 years. They were all younger than myself. There never had been a boarding house attached to the school, and it was not considered a derogatory thing for the best families to receive these girls as boarders. We were therefore on the same footing, in a social sense. I was also on good terms with Miss Pryor. She was a cold and kindly woman, faithful as a teacher, gifted with an insight into the capacity of a pupil. She gave me a course in history first, and after that physical philosophy, but never recommended me to moral science. When I had been with her a few months, she proposed that I should study the common branches. My standing in the school was such that I went down into the primary classes without shame, and I must say that I was the dullest scholar in them. We also had a drawing master and a music teacher. The latter was an amiable woman with theatrical manners. She was a Mrs. Lane, but no Mr. Lane had ever been seen in Rossville. We girls supposed he had deserted her, which was the fact, as she told me afterward. She cried whenever she sang a sentimental song, but never gave up her tears, singing on with blinded eyes and quavering voice. I laughed at her dresses, which had been handsome, with much frayed trimming about them, the hooks and eyes loosened and the seams strained, but liked her, and although I did not take lessons, I saw her every day when she came up to the academy. She asked me once if I had any voice. I answered her by singing one of our Surrey hymns, "Once on the raging seas he rode." She grew pale and said, "Don't for heaven's sake sing that. I can see my old mother as she looked when she sang that hymn of a stormy night, when father was out to sea. Both are dead now, and where am I?" She turned round on the music stool, and banged out the accompaniment of "O Pilot, 'tis a fearful night," and sang it with great energy. After her feelings were composed, she begged me to allow her to teach me to sing. "You can at least learn the simple chords of song accompaniments, and I think you have a voice that can be made effective." I promised to try, and as I had taken lessons before, in 3 months I could play and sing "Should those fond hopes e'er forsake thee" tolerably well. But Mrs. Lane persisted in affirming that I had a dramatic talent, and as she supposed that I never should be an actress, I must bring it out in singing. So I persevered, and thanks to her, improved so much that people said, when I was mentioned, "She sings." The moral sciences went to Dr. Price, and he had a class of girls in Latin, but my only opportunity of going before him was at morning prayers and Wednesday afternoons, when we assembled in the hall to hear orations in Latin, or translations, and pieces spoken by the boys, and at the quarterly reviews, when he marched us backward and forward through the books we had conned, like a sharp old gentleman he was, notwithstanding his purblind eyes. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 16. I heard from home regularly. Father, however, was my only correspondent. He stipulated that I should write him every other Saturday, if not more than a line. But I did more than that at first, writing up the events of the fortnight, interspersing my opinions of the actors engaged therein, and dwindling by degrees down to the mere acknowledgment of his letter. He read without comment, but now and then he asked me questions which puzzled me to answer. "Do you like Mr. Morgeson?" he asked once. "He is very attentive," I wrote back, "but so is Cousin Alice. She is fond of me." "Do you not like Morgeson?" again. "Are there no agreeable young men?" he asked another time, with Dr. Price. "Only boys," I wrote, "cubs of my own age." Among the first letters I received was one with the news of the death of my grandfather, John Morgeson. He had left $10,000 for Arthur, the sum to be withdrawn from the house of Locke Morgeson and Company, and invested elsewhere for the interest to accumulate, and be added to the principal till he should be of age. The rest of his property he gave to the Foreign Missionary Society. "Now," wrote father, "it will come your turn next, to stand in the gap when your mother and I fall back from the forlorn hope, life." This merry and unaccustomed view of things did not suggest to my mind the change he intimated. I could not dwell on such an idea, so steadfast a home principle were father and mother. It was different with grandfathers and grandmothers, of course. They died, since it was not particularly necessary for them to live after their children were married. It was early June when I went to Rossville. It was now October. There was nothing more for me to discover there. My relations at home and at school were established, and it was probable that the next year's plans were all settled. "It is the 20th," said my friend Helen Perkins, as we lingered in the academy yard after school hours.
"The trees have thinned so we can see up and down the streets. Isn't that Mr. Morgeson who is tearing round the corner of Gold Street? Do you think he is strange looking? I do. His hair, his eyes, his complexion are exactly the same hue. What color is it? A pale brown or a greenish gray?"
"Is he driving this way?"
"Yes, the forelegs of his horse have nearly arrived."
I moved on in advance of Helen, towards the gate. He beckoned when he saw me, and presently reined Nell close to us.
"You can decide now what color he is," I whispered to her.
"Will you ride home?" he asked. "And I shall take you down to Bancroft's, Miss Helen." She would have declined, but I took her arm, pushed her into the chaise, and then sprang in after her. She seized the hand loop in view of an upset. "You are afraid of my horse, Miss Helen," he said, without having looked at her.
"I am afraid of your driving," she answered, leaning back and looking behind him at me. She shook her head and put her finger on her eyelid to make me understand that she did not like the color of his eyes.
"Cassandra is afraid of neither," he said.
"Why should I be?" I replied coldly. We were soon at the Bancrofts', where Helen lived, which was a mile from the academy and half a mile from our house. When we were going home, he asked,
"Is she your intimate friend?"
"The most in school."
"Is there the usual nonsense about her?"
"What do you mean by nonsense?"
"When a girl talks about her lover and proposes one to her friend."
"I think she is not gifted in that way."
"Then I like her."
"Why should she not talk about lovers, though? The next time I see her I will bring up the subject."
"You shall think and talk of your lessons, and nothing more, I charge you." "Go on, Nell," he said, in a loud voice, turning into the yard and grazing one of the gate posts, so that we struck together.
I was vexed, thinking it was done purposely,
and brushed my shoulder where he came in contact, as if dust had fallen on me, and jumped out without looking at him, and ran into the house.
"Are you losing your skill in driving, Charles?" Alice asked, when we were at tea. "Or is Nell too much for you? I saw you crash against the gate post."
"Did you? My hand was not steady, and we made a lurch."
"Was there a fight at the mills last night? Jesse said so."
"Jesse must mind his business."
"He told Phoebe about it."
"I knocked one of the clerks over, and sprained my wrist."
I met his eye then. "It was your right hand?" I asked.
"It was my right hand," in a deferential tone, and with a slight bow in my direction.
"Was it Parker?" she asked.
"Yes, he is a puppy, but don't talk about it."
Nothing more was said, even by Edward, who observed his father with childish gravity. I meditated on the injustice I had done him about the gate post. After tea he busied himself in the garden among the flowers, which were still remaining. I lingered in the parlor or walked the piazza with an undefined desire of speaking to him before I should go to my room. After he had finished his garden work, he went to the stable. I heard the horses stepping about the floor as they were taken out for his inspection. The lamps were lighted before he came in again. Alice was upstairs as usual. When I heard him coming, I opened my book and seated myself in a corner of the sofa. He walked to the window without noticing me, and drummed on the piano. "Does your wrist pain you, Charles?" Still reading.
"A trifle," adjusting his wristband.
"Do you often knock men down in your employ?"
"When they deserve it."
"It is a generous and manly sort of pastime."
"I am a generous man and very strong. Do you know that, you little fool? Here, will you take this flower? There will be no more this year."
I took it from his hand. It was a pink, faintly odorous blossom.
"I love these fragile flowers best," he continued, "where I have to protect them from my own touch even."
He relapsed into forgetfulness for a moment, and then began to study his memorandum book.
"A note from the mills, sir," said Jesse, "by one of the hands. Tell him to wait."
He read it, and threw it over to me. It was from Parker, who informed Mr. Morgeson that he was going by the morning's train to Boston.
thinking it was time for him to leave his employ. That, though the fault was his own in the difficulty of the day before, a Yankee could not stand a knockdown. It was too damned aristocratic for an employer to have that privilege. Our institutions did not permit it. He thanked Mr. Morgeson for his liberality. He couldn't thank him for being a good fellow. And would he oblige him by sending per bearer the arrears of his salary? Parker is in love with a factory girl. He quarreled with one of the hands because he was jealous of him, and would have been whipped by the man and his friends. To spare him that, I knocked him down. Do you feel better now, Cassie? Better? How does it concern me? He laughed. Put Black Jake in the wagon, he called to Jessie. Alice heard him and came downstairs. We went out to the piazza to see him off. Why do you go? She asked, in an uneasy tone. I must. Won't you go too? She refused, but whispered to me, asking if I were afraid. Of what? Men quarreling. Cassandra, will you go? He asked. If not, I am off. Jump in behind, Sam, will you? Go, said Alice, and she ran in for a shawl which she wrapped round me. Alice, said Charles, you are a silly woman. As you have always said, she answered, laughing. Ward the blows from him, Cassandra. It's a pretty dark night for a ride, remarked Sam. I have rode in darker ones. I dare say, replied Sam. Cover your hand with my handkerchief, I said. The wind is cutting. Do you wish it? No, I do not wish it. It was a humanitarian idea merely. He refused to have it covered. The air had a mouldy taint, and the wind blew the dead leaves around us. As we rode through the darkness, I counted the glimmering lights which flashed across our way, till we got out on the high road where they grew scarce, and the wind whistled loud about our faces. He laid his hand on my shawl. It is too light, you will take cold. No. We reached the mills, and pulled up by the corner of a building, where a light shone through a window. This is my office. You must go in, it is too chilly for you to wait in the wagon. Hold Jake, Sam, till I come back. I followed him. In the farthest corner of the room where we had seen the light, behind the desk sat Mr. Parker, with his light hair rumpled and a pen behind his ear. I stopped by the door, while Charles went to the desk and stood before him to intercept my view, but he could not help my hearing what was said, though he spoke low. Did you give something to Sam, Parker, for bringing me your note at such a late hour? Certainly, in a loud voice. He must be 50 at least. I should say so, rather lower. Well, here's your money. You had better stay. I shall be devilish sorry for your father, who is my friend. You know he will be disappointed if you leave. Depend on it, he will guess at the girl. Of course, you would like to have me say I was in fault for giving you a blow, as I was. Stay. You will get over the affair. We all do. Is she handsome? Beautiful, in a meek but enthusiastic tone. That goes like flowers, but they come every year again. Yes? Yes, I say. No, I'll stay and see. Charles turned away. Good evening, Mr. Parker, I said, stepping forward. I had met him at several parties at Rossville, but never at our house. Excuse me, Miss Morgeson, I did not know you. I hope you are well. Come, said Charles, with his hand on the latch. Are you going to Mrs. Bancroft's whist party on Wednesday night, Mr. Parker? Yes, Miss Perkins was kind enough to invite me. Cassandra, come. And Charles opened the door. I fumbled for the flower at my belt. It's nice to have flowers so late. Don't you think so? Inhaling the fragrance of my crushed specimens. If they would but last. Will you have it? Stretching it toward him. He was about to take it, with a blush, when Charles struck it out of my hand and stepped on it. Are you ready now? He said, in a quick voice. I declared it was nothing, when I found I was too ill to rise the next morning. At the end of 3 days, As I still felt a disinclination to get up, Alice sent for her physician. I told him I was sleepy and felt dull pains. He requested me to sit up in bed, and rapped my shoulders and chest with his knuckles in a forgetful way. "Nothing serious," he said, "but like many women, you will continue to do something to keep in continual pain. If nature does not endow your constitution with suffering, you will make up the loss by some fatal trifling, which will bring it. I dare say now, after this, you never will be quite well." "I will take care of my health." He looked into my face attentively. "You won't. You can't. Did you ever notice your temperament?" "No, never. What is it?" "How old are you?" 18 and 4 months.
"Is it possible? How backward you are. You are quite interesting."
"When may I get up?"
"Next week. Don't drink coffee. Remember to live in the day. Avoid stirring about in the night, as you would avoid Satan. Sleep, sleep then, and you'll make that beauty of yours last longer."
"Am I a beauty? No living creature ever said so before."
"Adipose beauty."
"Fat?"
"No, not that exactly. Good day."
He came again, and asked me questions concerning my father and mother, what my grandparents died of, and whether any of my family were strumous. He struck me as being very odd. My school friends were attentive, but I only admitted Helen Perkins to see me. Her liking for me opened my heart still more toward her. She was my first intimate friend, and my last. Though younger than I, she was more experienced, and had already passed through scenes I knew nothing of, which had sobered her judgment, and had given her feelings a practical tinge. She was noted for having the highest spirits of any girl in school, another result of her experiences. She never allowed them to appear fluctuating. She was, therefore, an aid to me, whose moods were varied. After my illness came a sense of change. I had lost that careless security in my strength which I had always possessed, and was troubled with vague doubts that made me feel I needed help from without. I did not see Charles while I was ill, for he was absent most of the time. I knew when he was at home by the silence which pervaded the premises. When he was not there, Alice spread the children in all directions, and the servants gave tongue. He was not at home the day I went downstairs, and I missed him, continually asking myself, why do I? As I sat with Alice in the garden room, I said, "Alice," and she looked up from her sewing, "I am thinking of Charles." "Yes, he will be glad to see you again." "Is he really related to me?" "He told you so, did he not? And his name certainly is Morgeson." "But we are not wholly unlike, are we not?" "Wholly? But why do you ask?" "He influences me so strongly." "Influences you?" she echoed. "Yes," and with an effort, "I believe I influence him." "You are very handsome," she said, with a little sharpness. "So are flowers," I said to myself. "It is not that, Alice," I answered peevishly. "You know better." "You are peculiar, then. It may be he likes you for being so. He is odd, you know, but his oddity never troubles me." And she resumed her sewing with a placid face. "Veronica is odd also," was my thought, "but oddity there runs in a different direction. Her image appeared to me, pale, delicate, unyielding. I seemed to wash like a weed at her base. You should see my sister, Alice." "Charles spoke of her. He says she plays beautifully. If you feel strong next week, we will go to Boston, and make our winter purchases. By the way, I hope you are not nervous. To go back to Charles, I have noticed how little you say to him. You know he never talks. The influence you speak of, it does not make you dislike him." "No, I meant to say, my choice of words must be poor, that it was possible I might be thinking too much of him. He is your husband, you know, though I do not think he is particularly interesting or pleasing." She laughed, as if highly amused, and said, "Well, about our dresses. You need a ball dress, so do I, for we shall have balls this winter, and if the children are well, we will go. I think, too, that you had better get a gray cloth pelisse with fur trimming. We dress so much at church." "Perhaps," I said. "And how will a gray hat with feathers look? I must first write father and ask for more money." "Of course, but he allows you all you want." "He is not so very rich. We do not live as handsomely as you do." It was tea time when we had finished our confab, and Alice sent me to bed soon after. I was comfortably drowsy when I heard Charles driving into the stable. "There he is," I thought, with a light heart, for I felt better since I had spoken to Alice of him. Her matter-of-fact air had blown away the cobwebs that had gathered across my fancy. I saw him at the breakfast table the next morning. He was noting something in his memorandum book, which excused him from offering me his hand. But he spoke kindly, said he was glad to see me, hoped I was well, and could find a breakfast that I liked. For some reason or other, I do not eat so much as I did in Surrey. Alice laughed, and I blushed. "What do you think, Charles?" she said. "Cassandra seems worried by the influence, as she calls it, you have upon each other."
"Does she?"
He raised his strange, intense eyes to mine. A blinding, intelligent light flowed from them which I could not defy or resist, a light which filled my veins with a torrent of fire. "You think Cassandra is not like you?" he continued, with a curious intonation. "I told her that your oddities never troubled me." "That is right." "To-day," I muttered, "Alice, I shall go back to school." "You must ride," she answered. "Jessie will drive you up," said Charles, rising. Alice called him back, to tell him her plan of the Boston visit. "Certainly, go by all means," he said, and went on his way. I made my application to father, telling him I had nothing to wear. He answered with haste, begging me to clothe myself at once. Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 17. It was November when we returned from Boston. One morning, when the frost sparkled on the dead leaves, which still dropped on the walks, Helen Perkins and I were taking a stroll down Silver Street, behind the Academy, when we saw Dr. White coming down the street in his sulky, rocking from side to side, like a cradle. He stopped when he came to us.
"Do you sit up late of evenings, Miss Morgeson?"
"No, doctor, only once a week or so."
"You are a case."
And he meditatively pulled his shaggy whiskers with a loose buckskin glove.
"There's a ripple coming under your eyes already. What did I tell you? Let me see. Did you say you were like your father or mother?"
"I look like my father. By the way, doctor, I am studying my temperament. You will make an infidel of me by your inquiries." Helen laughed, and staring at him, called him a bear, and told him he ought to live in a hospital where he would have plenty of sick women to tease.
"I should find a few like you there."
He chirped to his horse, but checked it again, put out his head, and called,
"Keep your feet warm, won't you? And read Shakespeare."
Helen said that Dr. White had been crossed in love, and long after had married a deformed woman, for science's sake, perhaps. His talent was well known out of Rossville, but he was unambitious and eccentric. "He is interested in you, Cass. That I see. Are you quite well? What about the change you spoke of?" "Dr. White has theories. He has attached one to me. Nature has adjusted us nicely, he thinks, with fine strings. If we laugh too much or cry too long, a knot slips somewhere, which all the king's men can't take up again. Perhaps he judges women by his deformed wife. Men do judge that way, I suppose, and then pride themselves on their experience, commencing their speeches about us with "you women." I'll answer your question, though. There's a blight creeping over me, or a mildew.
Is there a worm in the bud?
There may be one at the root. My top is green and flourishing, isn't it?
You expect to be in a state of beatitude always. What is a mote of dust in another's eye, in yours is a cataract. You are mad at your blindness, and fight the air because you can't see. I feel that I see very little, especially when I understand the clearness of your vision. Your good sense is monstrous. It will come right somehow with you, when 20 years are wasted, maybe, she answered sadly. There's the first bell. I haven't a word yet of my rhetoric lesson. Opening her book and chanting, "Man, thou pendulum betwixt a smile and tear." Are you going to Professor Simpson's class? Shutting it again. I know the new dance. And she began to execute it on the walk. The door of a house opposite us opened, and a tall youth came out, hat in hand. Without evincing surprise, he advanced toward Helen, gravely dancing the same step. They finished the figure with unmoved countenances. "Come now," I said, taking her arm. He then made a series of bows to us, retreating to the house with his face toward us, till he reached the door and closed it. He was tall and stout, with red hair and piercing black eyes, and looked about 23. Who can that be, Helen? A stranger, probably some young man come to Dr. Price, or a law student. He is new here, at all events. He has not an obscure face. If it had been seen, we should have known it.
We shall meet him then. And we did, the very next day, which was Wednesday, in the hall, where we went to hear the boys declaim. I saw him sitting by himself in a chair, instead of being with the classes. He was in a brown study, unaware that he was observed. Both hands were in his pockets, and his legs were stretched out till his pantaloons had receded up his boots, whose soles he knocked together, oblivious of the noise they made. In spite of his red hair, I thought him handsome, with his Roman nose and firm, cleft chin. Helen and I were opposite him at the lower part of the hall, but he did not see us, till the first boy mounted the platform and began to spout one of Cicero's orations. Then he looked up, and a smile spread over his face. He withdrew his hands from his pockets, updrew his legs, and surveyed the long row of girls opposite, beginning at the head of the hall. As his eyes reached us, a flash of recognition shot across. He raised his hand as if to salute us, and I noticed that it was remarkably handsome, small and white, and ornamented with an old-fashioned ring. It was our habit, after the exercises were over, to gather round Dr. Price to exchange a few words with him, and this occasion was no exception, for Dr. Price, with his double spectacles and his silk handkerchief in his hand, was answering our questions, when, feeling a touch, he stopped, turned hastily, and saw the stranger. "Will you be so kind as to introduce me to the 2 young ladies near you? We have met before, but I do not know their names."
"Ah," said the doctor, taking off his spectacles and wiping them leisurely. Then raising his voice said, "Miss Cassandra Morgeson and Miss Helen Perkins. Mr. Ben Somers, of Belem, requests me to present him to you. I add the information that he is, although a senior, suspended from Harvard College for participating in a disgraceful fight. It is at your option to notice him."
"If he would be kind enough," said Mr. Somers, moving toward us, "to say that I won it." "With such hands?" I asked.
"Oh, Somers," interposed the doctor, "have you much knowledge of the Bellevue Pickersgills pedigree?" "Certainly. My grandpa, Desmond Pickersgill, although he came to this country as a cabin boy, was brother to an English earl. This is our coat of arms," showing the ring he wore. "That is a great fact," answered the doctor. "This lad," addressing me, "belongs to the family I spoke of to you, a member of which married one of your name." "Is it possible? I never heard much of my father's family." "No," said the doctor dryly. Somers has no coat of arms. I expected, when I asked you, to hear that the Pickergills history was at your fingers' ends." "Only above the second joint of the third finger of my left hand." I thought Dr. Price was embarrassing. "Is your family from Troy?" Mr. Somers asked me, in a low tone. "Do you dislike my name? Is that of Veronica a better one? It is my sister's, and we were named by our great-grandfather, who married a Somers 100 years ago." Miss Black, my Barmouth teacher, came into my mind, for I had said the same thing to her in my first interview. But I was recalled from my wandering by Mr. Somers asking, "Are you looking for your sister? Far be it from me to disparage any act of your great-grandfather's, but I prefer the name of Veronica, and fancy that the person to whom the name belongs has a narrow face, with eyes near together, and a quantity of light hair, which falls straight, that she has long hands, and is fond of Gothic architecture, and has a will of her own." "But never dances," said Helen. There was a whist party at somebody's house every Wednesday evening. Alice had selected the present for one, and had invited more than the usual number. I asked Mr. Somers to come. "Dress coat?" he inquired. "Oh, no." "Is Rossville highly starched?" "Oh, no." "I'll be sure to go into society, then, as long as I can go limp." He bowed, and retiring with Dr. Price, walked through the green with him, perusing the ground. I wore a dark blue silk for the party, with a cinnamon-colored satin stripe through it, a dress that Alice supervised. She fastened a pair of pearl earrings in my ears, and told me that I never looked better. It was the first time since grandfather's death that I had worn any dress except a black one. My short sleeves were pearled velvet, and a lace tucker was drawn with a blue ribbon across the corsage. As I adjusted my dress, a triumphant sense of beauty possessed me. Cleopatra could not have been more convinced of her charms than I was of mine. It is a pleasant thing, I thought, that a woman's mind may come and go by the gate beautiful. I went down before Alice, who stayed with the children till she heard the first ring at the door. "Where is Charles?" I asked, after we had greeted the Bancrofts. "He will come in to play, for he likes whist. Do you?" "No." We did not speak again, but I noticed how gay and agreeable she was through the evening. Ben Somers came early, suffering from a fit of nonchalance, to the disgust of several young men, standard beaux, who regarded him with an impertinence which delighted him. "Here comes," he said, "a daughter of the gods, divinely tall and most divinely fair," meaning me, which deepened their disgust. "Come to the piano," I begged. Helen was there, but his eyes did not rest upon her, but upon Charles, whom he saw for the first time that evening. I introduced them. "Cassandra," said Charles, "let us make up a game in the East Room. Miss Helen, will you join? Mr. Somers, will you take a hand?" "Certainly. Miss Morgeson, will you be my partner?" "Will you play with me, then, Miss Helen?" asked Charles. "If you desire it," she answered, rather ungraciously. We took our seats in the East Room, which opened from the parlor at a little table by the chimney. The astral lamp from the center table in the parlor shone into our room, intercepting any view toward us. I sat by the window, the curtain of which was drawn apart, and the shutters unclosed. A few yellow leaves stuck against the panes, unstirred by the melancholy wind, which sighed through the crevices. Charles was at my right hand, by the mantel. The light from a candelabra illuminated him and Mr. Somers, while Helen and I were in shadow. Mr. Somers dealt the cards, and we began the game. "We shall beat you," he said to Charles. "Not unless Cassandra has improved," he replied. I promised to do my best, but soon grew weary, and we were beaten. To my surprise, Mr. Somers was vexed. His imperturbable manner vanished. He sat erect, his eyes sparkled, and he told me I must play better. We began another game, which he was confident of winning. I kept my eye on the cards, and there was silence till Mr. Somers exclaimed, "Don't trump now, Mr. Morgeson."
I watched the table for his card to fall, but as it did not, looked at him for the reason. He had forgotten us, and was lost in contemplation, with his eyes fixed upon me. The recognition of some impulse had mastered him. I must prevent Helen and Mr. Somers perceiving this. I shuffled the cards noisily, rustled my dress, looked right and left for my handkerchief to break the spell. "How the wind moans!" said Helen. I understood her tone. She understood him as I did. "I like Rossville, Miss Perkins," cried Mr. Somers. "Do you?" said Charles, clicking down his card, as though his turn had just come. "I must trump this in spite of you." "I am tired of playing," I said. "We are beaten, Miss Perkins," said Mr. Somers, rising. "Bring it here," to a servant going by with a tray and glasses. He drank a goblet of wine before he offered us any. "Now, give us music," offering his arm to Helen, and taking her away. Charles and I remained at the table. "By the way," he said abruptly, "I have forgotten to give you a letter from your father. Here it is." I stretched my hand across the table. He retained it. I rose from my chair and stood beside him. "Cassandra," he said at last, growing ashy pale, "is there any other world than this we are in now?" I raised my eyes, and saw my own pale face in the glass over the mantel above his head. "What do you see?" he asked, starting up. I pointed to the glass. "I begin to think," I said, "there is another world, one peopled with creatures like those we see there. What are they? Base, false, cowardly?" "Cowardly," he muttered. "Will you make me crush you? Can we lie to each other? Look." He turned me from the glass. At that moment Helen struck a crashing blow on the piano keys. "Charles, give me the letter." He looked vaguely round the floor. It was crumpled in his hand. A side door shut, and I stood alone. Pinching my cheeks and wiping my lips to force the color back, I returned to the parlor. Mr. Somers came to me with a glass of wine. It was full, and some spilled on my dress. He made no offer to wipe it off. After that, he devoted himself to Alice, talking lightly with her, observing her closely. I made a tour of the party, overlooked the whist players, chatted with the talkers, finally taking a seat where Helen joined me. "Now I am going," she said. "Why don't they all go? Look at Mr. Somers playing the agreeable to Mrs. Morgeson. What kind of woman is she, Cass? Go and learn for yourself. I fear I have not the gift for divining people that you have. Do you hear the wind moan now, Helen?" She turned crimson and said, "Let us go to the window. I think it rains." We stood within the curtains, and listened to its pattering on the floor of the piazza, and trickling down the glass like tears. "Helen, if one could weep as quietly as this rain falls, and keep the face as unwrinkled as the glass, it would be pretty to weep. Is it hard for you to cry?" "I can't remember. It is so long since." My ear caught the sound of a step on the piazza. "Who is that?" she asked. "It is a man." "Morgeson?" "Morgeson." "Cassandra?" "Cassandra." "I can cry," and Helen covered her face. "Cry away, then. Give me a fierce shower of tears, with thunder and lightning between, if you like. Don't stop, and soak, and drizzle." The step came close to the window. It was not in harmony with the rain and darkness, but with the hot beating of my heart. "We are breaking up," called Mr. Somers. "Mr. Bancroft's carriage is ready, I am bid to say. It is inky outside." "Yes," said Helen, "I am quite ready." "There are a dozen chaises in the yard. Mr. Morgeson is there, and lanterns. He is at home among horses, I believe." "Do you like horses?" I asked. "Not in the least." Somebody called Helen.
Good night, Cass. Good night. Keep out of the rain. Good night, Miss Morgeson, said Mr. Somers, when she had gone. Good night, and good morning. My acquaintance with you has begun. It will never end. You thought me a boy. I am just your age. Never is a long word, boy Somers. It is. It rained all night. I wearied of its monotonous fall. If I slept, it turned into a voice which was pent up in a letter which I could not open. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 18. Alice was unusually gay the next morning. She praised Mr. Somers, and could not imagine what had been the cause of his being expelled from the college. "You don't like him, Cassandra? His family are unexceptional." "So is he, I believe, except in his fists. But how did you learn that his family were unexceptionable?" "Charles inquired in Boston, and heard that his mother was one of the greatest heiresses in Belem." "Did you enjoy last night, Alice?" "Yes, I am fond of whist parties. You notice that Charles has not a remarkable talent that way. Did he speak to Mr. Somers at all while you played?" "I was too busy to come in. By the by, I must go now and see if the parlor is in order." I followed her with my bonnet in hand, for it was school time. She looked about, then went up to the mantel, and taking out the candle ends from the candelabra, looked in the glass and said, "I am afraid this morning." "Am I?" I asked over her shoulder, for I was nearly a head taller. "No, you are too young to look jaded in the morning. Your eyes are as clear as a child's, and how blue they are." "Mild and babyish like, are they not? Almost green with innocence. But Charles has devilish eyes, don't you think so?" She turned with her mouth open in astonishment, and her hand full of candle ends. "Cassandra Morgeson, are you mad?" "Good-bye, Alice." I only saw Mr. Somers at prayers during the following fortnight, but in that short time he made many acquaintances. Helen told me that he had decided to study law with Judge Ryder, and that he had asked her how long I expected to stay in Rossville. Nothing eccentric had been discovered in his behavior, but she was convinced that he would astonish us before long. The first Wednesday after our party, I was absent from the elocutionary exercise, but the second came round, and I took my place as usual beside Helen. "This will be Mr. Somers' first and last appearance on our stage," she whispered. "Some whim prompts him to come today." He delighted Dr. Price by translating from the Agamemnon of Aeschylus. "Re-enter Clytemnestra. Men, citizens, ye elders of Argos present here." "Who is Agamemnon?" I whispered. "He gave Cassandra her last ride." "Did he upset her?" "Study Greek and you will know," she replied, frowning at him as he stepped from the platform. We went to walk in Silver Street after school, and he joined us. "Do you read Greek?" he asked her. "My father is a Greek professor, and he made me study it while I was a little girl." "The name Cassandra inspires me to rub up my knowledge of the tragedies." Helen and he had a Homeric talk, while I silently walked by them, thinking that Cassandra would have suited Veronica, and that no name suited me. For some reason I did not discover, Helen began to loiter, pretending that she wanted to have a look at the clouds. But when I looked back, her head was bent to the ground. Mr. Somers offered to carry my books. "Carry Helen's. She is smaller than I am." "Confound Helen." "And the books, too, if you like." "Helen," I called, "why do you loiter? It is time for dinner. We must go home." "I am quite ready for my dinner," she replied. "Won't you come to our house this afternoon and take tea with me?" "Oh, Miss Perkins, do invite me also," he begged.
I want to bring Tennyson to you." "Is he related to Agamemnon?" I asked. "I'll ask Mrs. Bancroft if I may invite you," said Helen, "if you are sure that you would like a stupid family tea." "I am positive that I should. Tennyson, though an eminent Grecian, is not related to the person you spoke of." We parted at the foot of Silver Street, with the expectation of meeting before night. Helen sent me word not to fail, as she had sent for Mr. Somers, and that Mrs. Bancroft was already preparing tea. Alice drove down there with me, to call on Mrs. Bancroft. The two ladies compared children, and by the time Alice was ready to go, Mr. Somers arrived. She stayed a few minutes more to chat with him, and when she went at last, told me Charles would come for me on his way from the mills. My eyes wandered in the direction of Mr. Somers. He said, "No, go home with me." "Very well, Alice, whatever is convenient," I answered quietly. Mrs. Bancroft was a motherly woman, and Mr. Bancroft was a fatherly man. 5 children sat round the tea table, distinguished by the Bancroft nose. Helen and I were seated each side of Mr. Somers. The table reminded me of our table at Surrey, it was so covered with vast viands. But the dishes were alike and handsome. I wondered whether mother had bought the new china in Boston, and, buttering my second hot biscuit, I thought of Veronica, then of the sea. How did it look? Hark, its voice was in my ear. Could I climb the housetop? Might I not see the mist which hung over our low-lying sea by Surrey? "Will you take quince or apple jelly, Miss Morgeson?" asked Mrs. Bancroft. "Apple, if you please." "Do you write that sister of yours often?" asked Mr. Somers, as he passed me the apple jelly. "I never write her." "Will you tell me something of Surrey?" "Mr. Somers, shall I give you a cup custard?" "No, thank you, ma'am. Surrey is lonely, evangelical, primitive." "Belem is dreary, too. Most of it goes to Boston or to India." "Does it smell like sandalwood? And does everybody tea caddies? Vide Indian stories. We have a crate of queer things from Calcutta." "Are you going to study law with Judge Ryder?" Mr. Bancroft inquired. "I think so." Then Helen pushed back her chair, and Mrs. Bancroft stood in her place long enough for us to reach the parlor door. "And I must go to the office," Mr. Bancroft said, so we had the parlor to ourselves. But Mr. Somers did not read from Tennyson, for he had forgotten to bring the book. "Now for a compact," he said. "I must be called Ben Somers by you, and may I call you Cassandra and Helen?" "Yes," we answered. "Let us be confidential." And we were. I was drawn into speaking of my life at home. My remarks, made without premeditation, proved that I possessed ideas and feelings hitherto unknown. I felt no shyness before him, and, although I saw his interest in me, no agitation. Helen was also moved to tell us that she was engaged. She rolled up her sleeve to show us a bracelet, printed in ink on her arm, with the initials L.N. Those of her cousin, she said. He was a sailor, and sometime, she supposed, they would marry. "How do you consent to have your arms so defaced?" I asked. Her eyes flashed, and she replied that she had not looked upon the mark in that light before. "We may all be tattooed," said Mr. Somers. "I am," I thought. He told us in his turn that he should be rich. "There are 5 of us. My mother's fortune cuts up rather, but it won't be divided till the youngest is 21. I assure you we are impatient." "Someone of your family happened to marry a Morgeson," I here remarked. "I wrote my father about that. He must know the circumstance, though he has never had a chance to expatiate on his side of the house. Poor man, he has the gout, and passes his time in experiments with temperature and diet. Will you ever visit Belem? I shall certainly go to Surrey." Mrs. Bancroft interrupted us, and soon after Mr. Bancroft arrived, redolent of smoke. 10 o'clock came, and nobody for me. At 10:30 I put on my shawl to walk home, when Charles drove up to the gate. "Say," said Ben Somers, in a low voice, "that you will walk with me." "Am I too late, Cassandra?" called Charles, coming up the steps, bowing to all. "I am glad you are ready. Nell is impatient." "My dear," asked Mrs. Bancroft, "how dare you trust to the mercy of such vicious beasts as Mr. Morgeson loves to drive?" "Come," he said, touching my arm. "Won't you walk?" said Mr. Somers aloud. "Walk?" echoed Charles. "No." I followed him. Nell had already bitten off a paling, and as he untied her he boxed her ears. She did not jump, for she knew the hand that struck her. We rushed swiftly away through the long shadows of the moonlight. "Charles, what did Ben Somers do at Harvard?" "He was in a night fight, and he sometimes got drunk. It is a family habit." "Pray, why did you inquire about him?" "From the interest I feel in him." "You like him, then?" "I detest him. Do you too?" "I like him." He bent down and looked into my face. "You are telling me a lie." I made no reply. "I should beg your pardon, but I will not. I am going away to-morrow. Give me your hand and say farewell." "Farewell, then. Is Alice up? I see a light moving in her chamber."
"If you do, she is not waiting for me."
"I have been making coffee for you," she said, as soon as we entered, "in my French biggin. I have packed your valise too, Charles, and have ordered your breakfast. Cassy, we will have breakfast after he is gone."
"I have to sit up and write, Alice. See that the horses are exercised. Ask Parker to drive them. The men will be here to-morrow to enlarge the conservatory."
"Yes."
"I shall get a better stock while I am away."
I sipped my coffee. Alice yawned fearfully, with her hand on the coffee pot, ready to pour again. "Why, Charles," she exclaimed, "there is no cream in your coffee."
"No, there isn't,"
looking into his cup.
"Nor sugar."
She threw a lump at him, which he caught, laughing one of his abrupt laughs. How extraordinarily affectionate, I thought, but somehow it pleased me. "Why do you tempt me, Alice?" I said. "Dr. White says I must not drink coffee."
"Tempted!" Charles exclaimed. "Cassandra is never tempted. What she does because she will. Don't worry yourself, Alice, about her."
"Because I will," I repeated. A nervous foreboding possessed me the moment I entered my room. Was it the coffee? Twice in the night I lighted my candle, looked at the little French clock on the mantel and under my bed. At last I fell asleep, but starting violently from its oblivious dark, to become aware that the darkness of the room was sentient. A breath passed over my face, but I caught no sound, though I held my breath to listen for one. I moved my hands before me then, but they came in contact with nothing. My forebodings passed away, and I slept till Alice sent for me. I sat up in bed, philosophizing, and examining the position of the chairs, the tops of the tables, and the door. No change had taken place. But my eyes happened to fall on my handkerchief, which had dropped by the bedside. I picked it up. There was a dusty footprint on it. The bell rang, and, throwing it under the bed, I dressed and ran down. Alice was taking breakfast, tired of waiting. She said the baby had cried till after midnight, and that Charles never came to bed at all. "Do eat this hot toast. It has just come in." "Shall I stay at home to-day, Alice? I feel chilly. Is it cold?" "You must have a fire in your room." "Let me have one to-day. I should like to sit there." She gave orders for the fire, and went herself to see that it burned. Soon I was sitting before it, my feet on a stool, and a poker in my hand, with which I smashed the smoky lumps of coal which smoldered in the grate. I stayed there all day, looking out of the window when I heard the horses tramp in the stable or a step on the piazza. It was a dull November day. The atmosphere was glutinous with a pale mist, which made the leaves stick together in bunches, helplessly cumbering the ground. The boughs dropped silent tears over them under the gray, pitiless sky. I read Byron, which was the only book in the house, I believe, for neither Charles nor Alice read anything except the newspapers. I looked over my small stores also, and my papers, which consisted of father's letters. As I was sorting them, the thought struck me of writing to Veronica, and I arranged my portfolio, pulled the table nearer the fire, and began, "Dear Veronica." After writing this a few times, I gave it up, cut off the "Dear Veronicas," and made lamplighters of the paper. Ben Somers came at noon, to inquire the reason of my absence from school, and left a book for me. It was the poems he had spoken of. I lighted on "Fatima," read it, and copied it. In the afternoon Alice came up with the baby. "Let me braid your hair," she said, "in a different fashion." I assented. The baby was bestowed on a rug, and a chair was put before the glass, that I might witness the operation. "What magnificent hair!" she said, as she unrolled it. "It is a yard long." "It is a regular mane, isn't it?" She began combing it. The baby crawled under the bed, and coming out with a handkerchief in its hand, crept up to her, trying to make her take it. She had combed my hair over my face, but I saw it. "Do I hurt you, Cass?" "No. Do I ever hurt you, Alice?" And I divided the long bands over my eyes, and looked up at her. "Were any of your family ever cracked? I have long suspected you of a disposition that way." "The child is choking itself with that handkerchief." She took it, and tossing it on the bed, gave Byron to the child to play with, and went on with hair dressing. "There now," she said, "is not this a masterpiece of a barber's craft? Look at the back of your head, and then come down." "Yes, I will, for I feel better." When I returned to my room again, it was like meeting a confidential friend. A few days after, father came to Rossville. I invited Ben Somers and Helen to spend with us the only evening he stayed. After they were gone, we sat in my room and talked over many matters. His spirits were not as buoyant as usual, and I felt an undefinable anxiety which I did not mention. When he said that mother was more abstracted than ever, he sighed. I asked him how many years he thought I must waste. 18 had already gone for nothing. "You must go in the way ordained, waste or no waste. I have tried to make your life differ from mine at the same age, for you are like me, and I wanted to see the result." "We shall see." "Veronica has been let alone, is master of herself, except when in a rage. She is an extraordinary girl, independent of kith and kin, and everything else. I assure you, Miss Cassy, she is very good." "Does she ever ask for me?" "I never heard her mention your name but once. She asked one day what your teachers were. You do not love each other, I suppose. What hatred is there between relations? Bitter, bitter," he said calmly, as if he thought of some object incapable of the hatred he spoke of. "That's Grandfather John Morgeson you think of. I do not hate Veronica. I think I love her. At least she interests me." "The same creeping in the blood of us all, Cassy. I did not like my father, but thank God I have behaved decently toward him. It must be late." As he kissed me, and we stood face to face, I recognized my likeness to him. He has had experiences that I shall never know, I thought. Why should I tell him mine? But an overpowering impulse seized me to speak to him of Charles. "Father," and I put my hands on his shoulders. He set his candle back on the table. "You are hungry-eyed, eager. What is it? Are you well?" "No." "You are faded a little. Your face has lost its firmness." My impulse died a sudden death. I buried it with a swallow. "Do you think so?" "You are all alike. Let me tell you something. Don't get sick. If you are, hide it as much as possible. Men do not like sick women. I'll end this fading business as soon as possible. It is late. Good night, Dad." I examined my face as soon as he closed the door. There was a change, not the change from health to disease, but an expression lurking there, a reflection of some unrevealed secret. The next morning was passed with Alice and the children. He was pleased with her prettiness and sprightliness, and his gentle manner and disposition pleased her. She asked him to let me spend another year in Rosville, but he said that I must return to Surrey, and that he never would allow me to leave home again. "She will marry." "Not early. Never, I believe," I said. "It will be as well." "Yes," she replied, "if you leave her a fortune, or teach her some trade, that will give her some importance in the world." Her wisdom astonished me. He was sorry, he said, that Morgeson was not at home. When he mentioned him I looked out of the window, and saw Ben Somers coming into the yard. As he entered, Alice gave him a meaning look, which was not lost upon me, and which induced him to observe Ben closely. "The train is nearly due, Mr. Morgeson. Shall I walk to the station with you?" "Certainly. Come, Cassy." On the way he touched me, making a sign toward Ben. I shook my head, which appeared satisfactory. The rest of the time was consumed in the discussion of the relationship, which ended in an invitation, as I expected, to Surrey. "The governor is not worried, is he?" asked Ben on our way back. "No more than I am." "What a pity Morgeson was not at home." "Why a pity?" "I should like to see them together. They are such antipodal men." "Does your father know him well?" "Does anyone know him well?" "Yes, I know him. I do not like him. He is a savage, living by his instincts, with one element of civilization. He loves beauty. Beauty like yours." He turned pale when he said this, but went on. "He has never seen a woman like you. Forgive me, but I watch you both." "I have perceived it." "I suppose so, and it makes you more willful." "You said you were but a boy." "Yes, but I have had one or two manly wickednesses. I have done with them, I hope." "So that you have the leisure to pry into those of others." "You do not forgive me." "I like you, but what can I do?" "Keep up with your sophistry to the last." End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 19. Alice and I were preparing for the first ball when Charles came home, having been absent several weeks. The conservatory was finished, and looked well, jutting from the garden room, which we used often, since the weather had been cold. The flowers and plants it was filled with were more fragrant and beautiful than rare. I never saw him look so genial as when he inspected it with us. Alice was in good humor also, for he had brought her a set of jewels. "It is not her birthday," he said, when he gave her the jewel case, "or something that I can give Cassandra this?" taking a little box from his pocket. "Oh, yes," said Alice, "show it to us." "Will you have it?" he asked me. I held out my hand, and he put on my third finger a diamond ring, which was like a star. "How well it looks on your long hand," said Alice. "What unsuspected tastes I find I have," I answered. "I am passionately fond of rings. This delights me." His swarthy face flushed with pleasure at my words, but, according to his wont, he said nothing. A few days after his return, a man came into the yard, leading a powerful horse chafing in his halter, which he took to the stable. Charles asked me to look at a new purchase he had made in Pennsylvania. The strange man was lounging about the stalls when we went in, inspecting the horses with a knowing air. "I declare, sir," said Jesse, "I'm afeared to tackle this 'ere animal. He's a regular brute, and no mistake. He'll be tame enough. He is but 4 years old. He's never been in a carriage. said the man.
"Lead him out, will you?"
The man obeyed. The horse was a fine creature, black and thick-maned, but the whites of his eyes were not clear. They were streaked with red, and he attempted continually to turn his nostrils inside out. Altogether, I thought him diabolical.
"What's the matter with his eyes?" Charles asked. "I think, sir," the man replied, "as how they got inflamed like, in a boat coming from New York. It's nothing peculiar, I believe."
Alice declared it was too bad when she heard there was another horse in the stable. She would not look at him, and said she would never ride with Charles when he drove him. I had been taking lessons of Professor Simpson, and was ready for the ball. All the girls from the academy were going in white, except Helen, who was to wear pink silk. It was to be a military ball, and strangers were expected. Ben Somers and our Rossville beau were of course to be there, all in uniform, except Ben, who preferred the dress of a gentleman, he said, silk stockings, pumps, and a white cravat. We were dressed by 9 o'clock. Alice in black velvet, with a wreath of flowers in her black hair. I in a light blue velvet bodice and a white silk shirt. We were waiting for the ball hack to come for us, as hat was the custom, for no one owned a close coach in Rossville, when Charles brought in some splendid scarlet flowers which he gave to Alice. "Where are Cassandra's?"
"She does not care for flowers. Besides, she would throw them away on her first partner."
He put us in the coach and went back. I was glad he did not come with us, and gave myself up to the excitement of my first ball. Alice was surrounded by her acquaintances at once, and I was asked to dance a quadrille by Mr. Parker, whose gloves were much too large, and whose white trousers were much too long. "I kept the flowers you gave me," he said in a breathless way. "Oh, yes, I remember. Must we forward now?" "Mr. Morgeson's very fond of flowers." "So he is. How-de-do, Miss Ryder." Miss Ryder, my vis-à-vis, bowed, looking scornfully at my partner, who was only a clerk, while hers was a law student. I immediately turned to Mr. Parker with affable smiles, and went to a kind of dumb show of conversation, which made him warm and uncomfortable. Mrs. Judge Ryder sailed by on Ben Somers' arm. "Put your shoulders down," she whispered to her daughter, who had poked one very much out of her dress. "My love," she spoke aloud, "you mustn't dance every set." "No, Ma." And she passed on, Ben giving a faint cough for my benefit. We could not find Alice after the dance was over. A brass band alternated with a quadrille band, and it played so loudly that we had to talk at the top of our voices to be heard. Mine soon gave out, and I begged Mr. Parker to bring Helen, for I had not yet seen her. She was with Dr. White, who had dropped in to see the miserable spectacle. The air, he said, shaking his finger at me, was already miasmal. It would be infernal by midnight. Christians ought not to be there. "Go home early, miss. Your mother never went to a ball, I warrant." "We are wiser than our mothers." "And wickeder. You will send for me tomorrow." "Your Valenciennes lace excruciates the Ryders," said Helen. "I was standing near Mrs. Judge Ryder and the girls just now. Did you ever see such an upstart? And what an extravagant dress she has on. It is ridiculous," Josephine Ryder said. "When Ben Somers heard this attack on you, he told him that your lace was an heirloom. Here he is." Mr. Parker took her away, and Ben Somers went in pursuit of a seat. The quadrille was over, I was engaged for the next, and he had not come back. I saw nothing of him till the country dance before supper. He was at the foot of the long line, opposite a pretty girl in blue, looking very solemn and stately. I took off the glove from my hand, which wore the new diamond, and held it up, expecting him to look my way soon. Its flash caught his eyes as they roamed up and down, and, as I expected, he left his place and came up behind me. "Where did you get that ring?" wiping his face with his handkerchief. "Ask Alice." "You are politic." "Handsome, isn't it?" "And valuable. It cost as much as the new horse." Have you made a memorandum of it?"
Destiny has brilliant spokes in her wheel, hasn't she?
"Is that from the Greek tragedies?"
"To your places, gentlemen," the floor manager called, and the band struck up the Fisher's hornpipe. At supper I saw Ben Somers still with the pretty girl in blue, but he came to my chair and asked me if I did not think she was a pretty toy for a man to play with.
"How much wine have you drunk? Enough to do justice to the family annals?"
"Really, you have been well informed. No, I have not drunk enough for that, but Mrs. Ryder has sent her virgins home with me. I am afraid their lamps are upset again. I drink nothing after tonight. You shall not ask again, how much?"
My fire was out when I reached home. My head was burning and aching. I was too tired to untwist my hair, and I pulled and dragged at my dress, which seemed to have 100 fastenings. Creeping into bed, I perceived the odor of flowers, and looking at my table, discovered a bunch of white roses. Roses are nonsense, and life is nonsense, I thought. When I opened my eyes, Alice was standing by the bed with a glass of roses in her hand. "Charles put these roses here, hey?"
"I suppose so. Throw them out of the window, and me too, my head is splitting."
"To make amends for not giving you any last night," she went on. "He is quite childish. Can't you unbraid my hair? It hurts my head so." She felt my hands. I was in a fever, she said, and ran down for Charles. "Cass is sick, in spite of your white roses."
"The devil take the roses. Can't you get up, Cassandra?"
"Not now. Go away, will you?" He left the room abruptly. Alice loosened my hair, bound my head, and poured cologne water over me, lamenting all the while that she had not brought me home, and then went down for some tea, presently returning to say that Charles had been for Dr. White, who said he would not come. But he was there shortly afterward. By night I was well again. Dr. Price gave us a lecture on late hours that week, requesting us, if we had any interest in our education, or expected him to have any, to abstain from balls. Ben Somers disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. The Ryders were in consternation, for he was an intimate of the family, since he had gone into Judge Ryder's office 6 weeks before. He returned, however, with a new overcoat trimmed with fur, the same as that which my new cloak was trimmed. A great snowstorm began the day of his return, and blocked us indoors for several days, and we had permanent sleighing afterward. In January, it was proposed that we should go to the Swan Tavern, 10 miles out of Rossville. I had made good resolutions since the ball, and declined going to the second, which came off 3 weeks afterward. The truth was, I did not enjoy the first, but I preferred to give my decision a virtuous tinge. I also determined to leave the academy when the spring came, for I felt no longer a schoolgirl. But for Helen, I could not have remained as I did. She stayed for pastime now, she confessed. It was so dull at home. Her father was wrapped in his studies, and she had a stepmother. I resolved again that I would study more, and was translating, in view of this resolve, Corinne with Miss Pryor, and singing sedulously with Mrs. Lane, and had begun a course of reading with Dr. Price. I refused 2 invitations to join the sleighing party, and on the night it was to be had, prepared to pass the evening in my own room with Oswald and Corinne. Before the fire, with lighted candles, I heard a ringing of bells in the yard, and a stamping of feet on the piazza. Alice sent up for me. I found Ben Somers with her, who begged me to take a seat in his sleigh. Helen was there, and Amelia Bancroft. Alice applauded me for refusing him, but when he whispered in my ear that he had been to Surrey, I changed my mind. She assisted me with cheerful alacrity to put on a merino dress. Its color was purple, a color I hate now, and never wear, and wrapped me warmly. Charles appeared before we started. "Are you really going?" he asked, in a tone of displeasure. "She is really going," Ben answered for me. "Mr. and Mrs. Bancroft are going," Helen said. "Why not drive out with Mrs. Morgeson?"
"The night is splendid," Ben remarked. "Won't you come?" I asked. "If Alice wishes it. Will you go?" he asked her. "Would you?" she inquired of all, and all replied, "Yes." We started in advance. Helen and Amelia were packed on the back seat, in a buffalo robe, while Ben and I sat in the shelter of the driver's box, wrapped in another. It was moonlight, and as we passed the sleighs of the rest of the party, exchanging greetings, we grew very merry. Ben, voluble and airy, enlivened us by his high spirits. We were drinking mulled wine round the long pine dinner table of the Swan, when Charles and Alice arrived. There were about 30 in the room, which was lighted by tallow candles. When he entered, it seemed as if the candles suddenly required snuffing, and we ceased to laugh. All spoke to him with respect, but with an inflection of the voice which denoted that he was not one of us. As he carelessly passed round the table, all made a movement as he approached, scraping their chairs on the bare floor, moving their glass of mulled wine, or altering the position of their arms or legs. An indescribable appreciation of the impression which he made upon others filled my heart. His isolation from the sympathy of every person there gave me a pain and a pity, and for the first time I felt a pang of tenderness and a throe of pride for him. But Alice, upon whom he never made any impression, saw nothing of this. Her gaiety soon removed the stiffness and silence he created. The party grew noisy again, except Ben, who had not broken the silence, into which he fell as soon as he saw Charles. The mulled wine stood before him untouched. I moved to the corner of the table to allow room for the chair which Charles was turning toward me. Ben ordered more wine, and sent a glass full to him. Taking it from the boy who brought it, I gave it to him. "Drink," I said. My voice sounded strangely. Barely tasting it, he set the glass down, and leaning his arm on the table, turned his face to me, shielding it with his hand from the gaze of those about us. I pushed away a candle that flared in our faces. "You never drink wine?" "No, Cassandra." "How was the ride down?" "Delightful." "What about the new horse?" "He is an awful brute."
"When shall we have a ride with him?"
"When you please."
The boy came in to say, would we please go to the parlor? Our room was wanted for supper. An immediate rush, with a loud laughing, took place for the parlor fire, but Charles and I did not move. I was busy remaking the bow of my purple silk cravat.
"I drink the cup of a costly death," Ben hummed, as he sauntered along by us, hands in his pockets, the last in the room, except us two. "Indeed, Somers, perhaps you would like this too," and Charles offered him his glass of wine. Ben took it, and with his thumb and finger snapped it off at the stem, tipping the wine over Charles's hand. I saw it staining his wristband, like blood. He did not stir, but a slight smile traveled swiftly over his face. "I know Veronica," said Ben, looking at me. "Has this man seen her?" His voice crushed me. What a barrier his expression of contempt made between her and me. Withal, I felt a humiliating sense of defeat. Charles read me. As he folded his wristband under his sleeve, carefully and slowly, his slender fingers did not tremble with the desire that possessed him, which I saw in his terrible eyes as plainly as if he had spoken, "I would kill him." They looked at my hands, for I was wringing them, and a groan burst from me. "Somers," said Charles, rising and touching his shoulder, "behave like a man, and let us alone. I love this girl." His pale face changed, his eyes softened, and mine filled with tears. "Cassandra," urged Ben in a gentle voice, "come with me. Come away." "Fool," I answered, "leave me alone, and go." He hesitated, moved toward the door, and again urged me to come. "Go, go!" stamping my foot, and the door closed without a sound.
For a moment we stood, transfixed in an isolation which separated us from all the world beside. "Now, Charles, we—" A convulsive sob choked me. A strange taste filled my mouth. I put my handkerchief to my lips and wiped away streaks of blood. I showed it to him. "It is nothing, by God," snatching the handkerchief. "Take mine. Oh, my dear." I tried to laugh, and muttered the imperative fact of joining the rest. "Be quiet, Cassandra." He opened the window, took a handful of snow from the sill, and put it to my mouth. It revived me. "Do you hear, Charles? Never say those frightful words again. Never, never." "Never, if it must be so." He touched my hand. I opened it. He closed over mine. "Go now," he said, and springing to the window, threw it up and jumped out. The boy came in with a tablecloth on his arm, and behind him, Ben. "Glass broken, sir." "Put it in the bill." He offered me his arm, which I was glad to take. "Where is Charles?" Alice asked, when we went in. "He has just left us," Ben answered. "Looking after his horses, probably." "Of course," she replied. "You look blue, Cass. Here, take my chair by the fire. We are going to dance a Virginia reel." I accepted her offer, and was thankful that the dance would take them away. I wanted to be alone forever. Helen glided behind my chair and laid her hand on my shoulder. I shook it off. "What is the matter, Cass?" "I'm going away from school." "We are all going, but not tonight." "I am going tonight." "So you shall, dear, but wait till after supper." "Do you think, Helen, that I shall ever have consumption?" Fumbling for my handkerchief, forgetting in whose possession it was. Charles came in that instant, and I remembered that he had it. "What on earth has happened to you?" "Oh," she exclaimed, as I looked at her. "You were out there with Morgeson and Ben Somers," she whispered. "Something has occurred. What is it?" "You shall never know. Never, never, never." "Cassandra, that man is a devil." "I like devils. The same blood rages in both of you. It's mulled wine, thick and stupid. Nonsense. Will there be tea at supper?" "You shall have some. Ask Ben to order it." "Heaven forgive us all, Cassandra. Remember the tea." Charles stood near his wife. Wherever she moved afterwards, he moved. I saw it, and felt that it was the shadow of something which would follow. At last the time came for us to return. Helen had plied me with tea, and was otherwise watchful, but scarcely spoke. "It is an age," I said, "since I left Rosville." She raised her eyebrows merely, and asked me if I would have more tea. In my room, I thought, I shall find myself again. And as I opened my door, it welcomed me with so friendly and silent an aspect that I betrayed my grief, and it covered my misery as with a cloak. Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 20. Helen was called home by the illness of her father, and did not return to Rosville. She would write me, she said, but it was many weeks before I received a letter. Ben Somers about this time took a fit of industry, and made a plan for what he called a well-regulated life, averring that he should always abide by it. Every hour had its duty, which must be fulfilled. He weighed his bread and meat, ate so many ounces a day, and slept watch and watch, as he nautically termed it. I guessed that the meaning of his plan was to withdraw from the self-chosen post of censor. His only alienation was an occasional disappearance for a few days. I never asked him where he went, and had never spoken to him concerning his mysterious remark about having been in Surrey. Neither had I heard anything of his being there from father. Once he told me that his father had explained the marriage of old Locke Morgeson, but that it was not clear to him that we were at all related. In consequence of his rigorous life, I saw little of him. Though urged by Alice, he did not come to our house, and we rarely met him elsewhere. People called him eccentric, but as he was of a rich family he could afford to be, and they felt no slight by his neglect. There was a change everywhere. The greatest change of all was in Charles. From the night of the sleigh ride his manner toward me was totally altered. As far as I could discern, the change was a confirmed one. The days grew monotonous, but my mind avenged itself by night in dreams, which renewed our old relation in all its mysterious vitality. So strong were their impressions that each morning I expected to receive some token from him which would prove that they were not lies. As my expectation grew cold and faint, the sense of a double hallucination tormented me, the past and the present. Winter was over. I passed it like the rest of Rossville, going out when Alice went, staying at home when she stayed. It was all one what I did, for my aspect was one of content. Alice alone was unchanged. Her spirits and pursuits were always the same. Judging by herself, if she judged at all, she perceived no change in us. Her theory regarding Charles was too firm to be shaken, and all his oddity was a matter of course. As long as I ate and drank and slept as usual, I, too, must be the same. He was not at home much. Business kept him at the mills, where he often slept, or out of town. But the home machinery was still under his controlling hand. Not a leaf dropped in the conservatory that he did not see. Not a meal was served whose slightest detail was not according to his desire. The horses were exercised, the servants managed, the children kept within bounds. Nothing in the formula of our daily life was ever dropped, and yet I scarcely ever saw him. When we met, I shared his attentions. He gave me flowers, noticed my dress, spoke of the affairs of the day, but all in so public and matter-of-fact a way that I thought I must be the victim of a vicious sentimentality, or that he had amused himself with me. Either way, the sooner I cured myself of my vice the better. But my dreams continued. "I missed something in your letters," Father complained. "What is it? Would you like to come home? Your mother is failing in health. She may need you, though she says not." I wrote him that I should come home. "Are you prepared," he asked in return, "to remain home for the future? Have you laid the foundation of anything by which you can abide contented and employed? Veronica has been spending 2 months in New York with the family of one of my business friends. All that she brings back serves to embellish her quiet life, not to change it. Will it be so with you?" I wrote back, "No, but I am coming." He wrote again of changes in Surrey. Dr. Snell had gone, library and all, and a new minister, red hot from Andover, had taken his place. An ugly new church was building. His best ship, the Locke Morgeson, was at the bottom of the Indian Ocean, he had just heard. Her loss bothered him, but his letters were kinder than ever. I consulted with Alice about leaving the academy. She approved my plan, but begged me not to leave her. I said nothing of my determination to that effect, feeling a strange disinclination toward owning it, though I persisted in repeating it to myself. I applied diligently to my reading, emulating Ben Somers in the regularity of my habits, and took long walks daily, a mode of exercise I had adopted since I had ceased my rides with Charles. The pale blue sky of spring over me, and the pale green grass under me, were charming perhaps, but there was the same monotony in them as in other things. I did not frequent our old promenade, Silver Street, but pushed my walks into the outskirts of Rossville by farms bordered with woods. My schoolmates, who were familiar with all the pleasant spots of the neighborhood, met me in groups. "Are you really taking walks like the rest of us?" they asked. "Only alone," I answered. I bade farewell at last to Miss Prior. We parted with all friendliness and respect. From the fact, possibly, that we parted ignorant of each other. It was the most rational relation that I ever held with anyone. We parted without emotion or regret, and I started on my usual walk. As I was returning, I met Ben Somers. When he saw me, he threw his cap into the air, with the information that he had done with his plans, and had ordered an indigestible supper in honor of his resolve. As people had truly remarked, he could afford to be eccentric. He was tired of it. He had money enough to do without law.
Not as much as your cousin Morgeson, who can do without the gospel, too.
This was the first time that he had referred to Charles since that memorable night. Trifling as his words were, they broke into the foundations of my stagnant will, and set the tide flowing once more. "You went to Surrey?"
"I was there a few hours. Your father was not at home. He asked me there, you remember. I introduced myself, therefore, and was politely received by your mother, who sent for Veronica. She came in with an occupied air, her hands full of what I thought were herbs, but they were grasses, which she had been rearranging, she said. "You know my sister?" she asked, coming close, and looking at me with the most singular eyes that were ever on earth. He stopped a moment. "Not like yours in the least," he continued.
"Cassandra is very handsome now, is she?"
"Why, Veronica," said your mother, "you astonish Mr. Somers."
"You are not astonished," she said with vehemence. "You are embarrassed."
"Upon my soul I am," I replied, feeling at ease as soon as I had said so.
"Tell me, what has Cassandra been taught? Is Rossville suited to her? We are not."
"Veronica," said your mother again.
"Mother," and she shook the grasses, and made a little snow fall round her. "What shall I say, then? I am sure he knows Cassandra. What did you come here for?" turning to me again.
"To see you," I answered foolishly.
"And has Cassandra spoken of me?" Her pale face grew paler, and an indescribable expression passed over it. "I do not often speak of her."
"She does not of you," I was obliged to answer, and then I said I must go.
"But your mother made me dine with them. When I came away, Veronica offered me her hand, but she sent no message to you. She has never been out of my mind a moment since." "You remember the particulars of the interview very well."
"Why not?
Would she bear your supervision?"
"Forgive me, Cassandra. Have I not been making a hermit of myself, eating bread and meat by the ounce for an expiation?"
"How did it look there? Tell me."
"You strange girl, have you a soul, then? It is a grand place, where it has not been meddled with. I hired a man to drive me as far as any paths went, into those curving horns of land on each side of Surrey to the south. The country is crazy with barrenness, and the sea mocks it with its terrible beauty."
"You will visit us, won't you?"
"Certainly, I intend to go there."
"Do you know that I left school today?"
"It is time."
I hurried into the house, for I did not wish to hear any questions from him concerning my future. Charlotte, who was rolling up an umbrella in the hall, said it was tea time, adding that Mr. Morgeson had come, and that he was in the dining room. I went upstairs to leave my bonnet. As I pulled off my glove, the ring on my finger twisted round. I took it off for the first time since Charles had given it to me. A sense of haste came upon me, my hands trembled. I brushed my hair with the back of the brush, shook it out, and wound it into a loose mass, thrust in my comb, and went down. Charlotte was putting candles on the tea table. Edward was on his father's knee. Alice was waiting by the tray.
"Here is Cassandra," said Charles, mentioning the fact as if he merely wished to attract the child's attention.
Here is Cassandra, I repeated, imitating his tone. He started. Some devil broke loose in him, and looking through his eyes an instant, disappeared, like a maniac who looks through the bars of his cell and dodges from the eye of his keeper. Jessie brought me a letter while we were at the table. It was from Helen. I broke the seal to see how long it was, and put it aside. "I am free, Alice. I have left the academy, and am going to set up for an independent woman."
"What?" said Charles. "You did not tell me. Did you know it, Alice?"
"Yes, we can't expect her to be at school all her days."
"Cassandra," he said suddenly, "will you give me the salt?"
He was looking for the ring on the hand which I had stretched toward him. He not only missed that, but he observed the disregard of his wishes in the way I had arranged my hair. I shook it looser from the comb and pushed it from my face. An expression of unspeakable passion, pride and anguish came into his eyes. His mouth trembled. He caught up a glass of water to hide his face and drank slowly from it. "Are you going away again soon?" Alice asked him presently.
"No."
"To keep Cassandra, I intend to ask Mrs. Morgeson to come again. Will you write Mr. Morgeson to urge it?"
"Yes."
"I shall ask them to give up Cass altogether to us."
"You like her so much, do you, Alice?"
His voice sounded far off and faint. Again I refrained from speaking my resolution of going home. I would give up thinking of it even. I felt again the tension of the chain between us. That night I ceased to dream of him. "My letter is from Helen, Alice," I said.
"When did you see Somers?"
Charles asked. "To-day. I have an idea he will not remain here long." "He is an amusing young man," Alice remarked.
"Very," said Charles.
Helen's letter was long and full of questions. What had I done? How had I been? She gave an account of her life at home. She was her father's nurse, and seldom left him. It was a dreary sort of business, but she was not melancholy. In truth, she felt better pleased with herself than she had been in Rossville. She could not help thinking that a chronic invalid would be a good thing for me. How was Ben Somers? How much longer should I stay in Rossville? It would know us no more forever when we left, and both of us would leave it at the same time. Would I visit her ever? They lived in a big house with a red front door. On the left was a lane with tall poplars dying on each side of it, up which the cows passed every night. At the back of it was a huge barn, round which martins and pigeons flew the year through. It was dull but respectable and refined, and no one knew that she was tattooed on her arm. I treasured this letter and all she wrote me. It was my first schoolgirl correspondence, and my last. Relations of Alice came from a distance to pay her a visit. There was a father, a mother, a son about 21, and 2 girls who were younger. Alice wished that they had stayed at home, but she was polite and endeavored to make their visit agreeable. The son, called by his family Bill, informed Charles that he was a judge of horseflesh, and would like to give his nags a try, having a high flyer himself at home that the old gentleman would not hear of his bringing along. His actions denoted an admiration of me. He looked over the book I was reading, or rummaged my workbox, trying on my thimble with an air of tenderness, and peeping into my needlebook. He told Alice that he thought I was a whole team and a horse to be let, but he felt rather bulky when he came near me. I had such a smartish eye. "What am I to do, marm?" asked Jessie one morning when Charles was away. "That there young man wants to ride the new horse, and it is just the one he mustn't ride." "I will speak to Cousin Bill myself," she said. "He seems a spirited young feller, and if he wants to break his neck, it's more's a pity he shouldn't." "I think," she said, when Jessie had retired, "that Charles must be saving up that beast to kill himself with. He will not pull a chaise yet." "Has Charles tried him?" "In the lane, in an open wagon. He has a whim of having him broken to drive about without blinders, bare of harness. He has always been away of late, so that he has not accomplished it." Bill entered while we were talking, and Alice told him he must not attempt to use the horse, but proposed he should take her pair and drive out with me. I shook my head in vain. She was bent on mischief. He was mollified by the proposal, and I was obliged to get ready. On starting, he placed his cap on one side, held his whip upright, telling me that it was not up to the mark in length, and doubled his knuckles over the reins. He was a good Jehu, but I could not induce him to observe anything along the road. "Where's Mr. Morgesons' mills?" We turned in their direction. "He is a man of property, ain't he?" "I think so." "He has prime horses, anyhow. That stallion of his would bring a first-rate price if he wanted to sell. Do you play the piano?" "A little." "And sing?" "Yes." "I have not heard you. Will you sing 'A Place in Thy Memory, Dearest,' some time for me?" "Certainly." "Are you fond of flowers and the like?" "Very fond of them." "So am I. Our tastes agree. Here we are, eh?" Charles came out when he saw us coming over the bridge, and Bill pulled up the horses scientifically, giving him a coachman's salute. "You see, I'm quite a whip." "You are," said Charles. "What a cub," he whispered me. "I think I'll give up my horses and take to walking as you have." On the way home, Bill held the reins in one hand and attempted to take mine with the other, a proceeding which I checked, whereupon he was exceedingly confused. The whip fell from his clutch over the dasher, and in recovering it his hat fell off. Shame kept him silent for the rest of the ride. I begged Alice to propose no more rides with Cousin Bill. That night he composed a letter which he sent me by Charlotte early the next morning. "Why, Charlotte, what nonsense is this?" "I expect," she answered sympathizingly, "that it is an offer of his hand and heart." "Don't mention it, Charlotte." "Never while I have breath." In an hour she told Phoebe, who told Alice, who told Charles, and there it ended. It was an offer, as Charlotte predicted. My first. I was crestfallen. I wrote a reply, waited till everybody had gone to breakfast, and slipping into his room, pinned it to the pincushion. In the evening he asked if I ever sang, "Should these fond hopes e'er forsake thee?" I gave him the "Pirate Serenade" instead, which his mother declared beautiful. I saw Alice and Charles laughing, and could hardly help joining them, when I looked at Bill, in whose countenance relief and grief were mingled. It was a satisfaction to us when they went away. Their visit was shortened, I suspected, by the representations Bill made to his mother. She said, "Good-bye," with coldness, but he shook hands with me, and said it was all right, he supposed. The day they went I had a letter from father, which informed me that mother would not come to Rossville. He reminded me that I had been in Rossville over a year. "I am going home soon," I said to myself, putting away the letter. It was a summer day, bright and hot. Alice, busy all day, complained of fatigue and went to bed soon after tea. The windows were open, and the house was perfumed with odors from the garden. At twilight I went out and walked under the elms, whose pendant boughs were motionless. And I watched the stars as they came out one by one above the pale green ring of the horizon, and glittered in the evening sky, which darkened slowly. I was coming up the gravel walk, when I heard a step at the upper end of it which arrested me. I recognized it, and slipped behind a tree to wait till it should pass by me, but it ceased, and I saw Charles pulling off a twig of the tree, which brushed against his face. Presently he sprang round the tree, caught me, and held me fast. "I am glad you are here, my darling. Do you smell the roses?" "Yes. Let me go." "Not till you tell me one thing. Why do you stay here in Rossville?" The baby gave a loud cry in Alice's chamber, which resounded through the garden. "Go and take care of your baby," I said roughly, "and not busy yourself with me." "Cassandra," he said, with a menacing voice, "how dare you defy me? How dare you tempt me?" I put my hand on his arm. "Charles, is love a matter of temperament?" "Are you mad?
It is life. It is heaven. It is hell.
There is something in this soft, beautiful, odorous night that makes one mad. Still, I shall not say to you what you once said to me."
"Ah, you do not forget those words."
"I love you." Someone came down the lane, which ran behind the garden, whistling an opera air.
"There is your Providence," he said quietly, resting his hand against the tree.
I ran round to the front piazza, just as Ben Somers turned out of the lane, and called for him.
"I have wandered all over Rosville since sunset," he said, "and at last struck upon that lane. To whom does it belong?"
"It is ours, and the horses are exercised there."
In such a night, Troilus, methinks, mounted the Trojan walls, and sighed his soul towards the Grecian tents where Cressid lay that night. In such a night stood Dido with a willow in her hand, upon the wild sea banks, and waved her love to come again to Carthage. Talk to me about Surrey, Cassandra."
"Not a word."
"Why did you call me?"
"To see what mood you were in."
"How disagreeable you are. What is the use of venturing one's mood with you?"
End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 21. Alice called me to her chamber window one morning. "Look into the lane. Charles and Jessie are there with that brute. He goes very well, now that they have thrown the top of the chaise back. He quivered like a jelly at first." "I must have a ride, Alice." "Charles," she called, "breakfast is waiting." "What shall be his name, girls?" he asked. "Aspen," I suggested. "That will do," said Alice. "Shall we ride soon?" I asked.
"Will you?" He spoke quickly. "In a day or two, then."
"Know what you undertake, Cass," said Alice.
"She always does," he answered.
"Let me go, papa," begged Edward.
"By and by, my boy."
"What a compliment, Cass. He does not object to venture you." He proposed Fairtown, 6 miles from Rosville, as he had business there. The morning we were to go proved cloudy, and we waited till afternoon, when Charles, declaring that it would not rain, ordered Aspen to be harnessed. I went into Alice's room, tying my bonnet. He was there, leaning over the baby's crib, who lay it and crowing and laughing at the snapping of his fingers. Alice was hemming white muslin. "Take a shawl with you, Cass. I think it will rain, the air is so heavy."
"I guess not," said Charles, going to the window. "What a nuisance that lane is, so near the garden. I'll have it plowed soon, and enclosed."
"For all those wild primroses you value so?" she asked.
"I'll spare those."
Charlotte came to tell us the chaise was ready.
"Good by, Alice," he said,
passing her and giving her work a toss up to the ceiling. "Be careful."
"Take care, sir," said Pen, after we were in the chaise, "and don't give way to him. If you do, he'll punish you. Maybe he feels the thunder in the air."
We reached Fairtown without any indication of mischief from Aspen, although he trotted along as if under protest. Charles was delighted, and thought he would be very fast by the time he was trained. It grew murky and hot every moment, and when we reached Fairtown the air was black and sultry with the coming storm. Charles left me at the little hotel, and returned so late in the afternoon that we decided not to wait for the shower. 2 men led Aspen to the door. He pulled at his bridle and attempted to run backward, playing his old trick of trying to turn his nostrils inside out and drawing back his upper lip. "Something irritates him, Charles." "If you are afraid, you must not come with me. I can have you sent home in a carriage from the tavern. I shall go back with you." But I felt a vague alarm, and begged him to watch Aspen and not talk. Aspen went faster and faster, seeming to have lost his shyness, and my fear subsided. We were within a couple of miles of Rossville when a splashing rain fell. "You must not be wet," said Charles. "I will put up the top. Aspen is so steady now, it may not scare him." "No, no," I said; but he had it up already, and asked me to snap the spring on my side. I had scarcely taken my arm inside the chaise when Aspen stopped, turned his head, and looked at us with glazed eyes. Flakes of foam flew from his mouth over his mane. The flesh on his back contracted and quivered. I thought he was frightened by the chaise top, and looked at Charles in terror. "He has some disorder," he cried. "Oh, Cassandra, oh my God!" He tried to spring at his head, but it was too late, for the horse was leaping madly. He fell back on his seat. "If he will keep the road," he muttered. I could not move my eyes from him. How pale he was! But he did not speak again. The horse ran a few rods, leapt across a ditch, clambered up a stone wall with his forefeet, and fell backward. Dr. White was in my room, washing my face. There was a smell of camphor about the bed. "You crawled out of a small hole, my child," he said, as I opened my eyes. It was quite dark, but I saw people at the door, and 2 or 3 at the foot of my bed, and I heard low, constrained talking everywhere. "His iron feet made a dreadful noise on the stones, doctor." I shut my eyes again and dozed. Suddenly a great tumult came to my heart. "Was he killed?" I cried, and tried to rise from the bed. "Let me go, will you?" "He is dead," whispered Dr. White. I laughed loudly. "Be a good girl. Be a good girl. Get out, all of you. Here, Miss Prior." "You are crying, doctor. My eyes feel dry." "Pooh, pooh, little one. Now I'm going to set your arm. Simple fracture, that's all. The blow was tempered, but you are paralyzed by the shock." "Miss Prior, is my face cut?" "Not badly, dear." My arm was set, my face bandaged, some opium administered, and then I was left alone with Miss Prior. I grew drowsy, but suffered so from the illusion that I was falling out of bed that I could not sleep. It was near morning when I shook off my drowsiness and looked about. Miss Prior was nodding in an armchair. I asked for drink, and when she gave it to me, begged her to lie down on the sofa. She did not need urging, and was soon asleep. "What room is he in?" I thought. "I must know where he is." I sat up in the bed, and pushed myself out by degrees, keeping my eyes on Miss Prior, but she did not stir. I staggered when I got into the passage, but the cool air from some open window revived me, and I crept on, stopping at Alice's door to listen. I heard a child murmur in its sleep. He could not be there. The doors of all the chambers were locked, and I must go downstairs. I went into the garden room. The door was open. The scent of roses came in and made me feel deadly sick, into the dining room, and into the parlor. He was there, lying on a table covered with a sheet. Alice sat on the floor, her face hid in her hands, crying softly. I touched her. She started on seeing me. "Go away, Cassy, for God's sake. How came you out of bed?" "Hush, tell me." And I went down on the floor beside her. "Was he dead when they found us?" She nodded. "What was said? Did you hear?" "They said he must have made a violent effort to save you. The side of the chaise was torn. The horse kicked him after you were thrust over the wheel. Or did you creep out?" I groaned. "Why did he thrust me out?" "What? Where is Aspen?" She pointed to the stable. "He had a fit. Penn says he has had one before, but he thought him cured. He stood quiet in the ditch after he had broken from the chaise." "Alice, did you love him?" "My husband?" A door near us opened, and Ben Somers and young Parker looked in. They were the watchers. Parker went back when he saw me, but Ben came in. He knelt down by me, put his arm around me, and said, "Poor girl." Alice raised her tear-stained face, looking at me curiously when he said this. She took hold of my streaming hair and pulled my head round. "Did you love him?" Ben rose quickly and went to the window. "Alice," I whispered, "you may or may not forgive me, but I was strangely bound to him, and I must tell you that I hunger now for the kiss he never gave me." "I see. Enough. Go back to your room. I must stay by him till all is over." "I can't go back. Ben!"
"What is it?"
"Take me upstairs." Raising me in his arms, he whispered, "Leave him forever, body and soul. I am not sorry he is dead." He called Charlotte on the way, and with her he put me back to bed. I asked him to let me see the dress they had taken off. "That is enough," I said. "Charles broke my arm. It was torn through the shoulder, and the skirt had been twisted like a rope." Ben made no reply, but bent over me and kissed me tenderly. All this time Miss Prior had slept the sleep of the just, but he had barely gone when she started up and said, "Did you call, my dear?" "No, it is day." "So it is, but you must sleep more." I could not obey, and kept awake so long that Dr. White said he himself should go crazy unless I slept. "Presently, presently," I reiterated. "And am I going home?" At last my mind went astray. It journeyed into a dismal world, and came back without an account of its adventures. While it was gone, my friends were summoned to witness a contest, where the odds were in favor of death. But I recovered. Whether it was youth, a good constitution, or the skill of Dr. White, no one could decide. It was a faint, feeble, fluttering return at first. The faces round me, mobile with life, wearied me. I was indifferent to existence, and was more than once in danger of lapsing into the void I had escaped. When I first tottered downstairs, he had been buried more than 3 weeks. It was a bright morning. The windows of the parlor, where Charlotte led me, were open. Little Edward was playing round the table upon which I had seen his father stretched, dead. I measured it with my eye, remembering how tall he looked. I would have retreated when I saw that Alice had visitors, but it was too late. They rose and offered congratulations. I was angry that there was no change in the house. The rooms should have been dismantled, reflecting disorder and death by their perpetual darkness and disorder. It was not so. No dust had been allowed to gather on the furniture, no wrinkles or stains, no mist on the mirrors, no dimness anywhere. Alice was elegantly dressed in the deepest mourning. I examined her with a cynical eye. Her bombazine was trimmed with crape, and the edge of her collar was beautifully crimped. A mourning brooch fastened it, and she wore jet earrings. She looked handsome, composed, and contented, holding a black-edged handkerchief. Charlotte had placed my chair opposite a glass. I caught sight of my elongated visage in it. How dull I looked! My hair was faded and rough. My eyes were a pale, lusterless blue. The visitors departed, while I still contemplated my rueful aspect, and Alice and I were alone. "I want some broth, Alice. I am hungry." "How many bowls have you had this morning?" "Only 2. You must wait an hour for the 3rd. It is not 12 o'clock." We were silent. The flies buzzed in and out of the windows. A great bee flew in, tumbled against the panes, loudly hummed, and after a while got out again. Alice yawned, and I pulled the threads out of the border of my handkerchief. "The hour is up. I will get your broth." "Bring me a great deal." She came back with a thin, impoverished liquid. "There is no chicken in it," I said tearfully. "I took it out." "How could you?" And I wept. She smiled. "You are very weak, but you'll have a bit." She went for it, returning with an infinitesimal portion of chicken. "What a young creature it must have been, Alice." She laughed, promising me more by and by. "Now you must lie down. Take my arm and come to the sofa." Not here. Let us go into another room." "Come, then." "Don't leave me," I begged, after she had arranged me comfortably. She sat down by me with a fan. "What happened while I was ill?" She fanned rapidly for an instant, taking thought what to say. "I shot Aspen a few days after." "With your own hand?" "Yes." "Good." Pen protested, said I interfered with Providence. Jessie added also that what had happened was ordained, and no mistake, and then I sent them both away. "And I am going at last, Alice. Father will be here again in a few days." "You did not recognize Veronica when they came?" "Was she here?" "Yes, and went the same day. What great tears rolled down her unmovable face when she stood by your bed. She would not stay. The atmosphere distressed her so. She went back to Boston to wait for your mother. I could neither prevail on her to eat, drink, or rest." "What will you do, Alice?" "Take care of the children, and manage the mills." "Manage the mills?" "I can." "No wonder you look astonished," she said, with a sigh. "I am changed. When perhaps I should feel that I have done with my life, I am eager to begin it. I have lamented over myself lately. How is Ben?" "He has been here often." How strange it was that to him alone Veronica gave her hand when they met. Indeed, she gave him both her hands. "And he?" "Took them, bowing over them till I thought he wasn't coming up again. I do not call people eccentric any more," she said, faintly blushing. "I look for a reason in every action. Tell me fairly, have you had a contempt for me, for my want of perception? I understand you now, to the bone and marrow, I assure you." "Then you understand more than I do. But you will remember that once or twice I attempted to express my doubts to you." "Yes, yes, with a candor which misled me. But you are talking too much. Give me more broth, then." End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Julie Ellen Arden. The Morgesons, by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 22. I was soon well enough to go home. Father came for me, bringing Aunt Merce. There was no alteration in her, except that she had taken to wearing a false front, which had a claret tinge when the light struck it, and a black lace cap. She walked the room in speechless distress when she saw me, and could not refrain from taking an immense pinch of snuff in my presence. "Didn't you bring any flag root, Aunt Merce?" "Oh, Lord, Cassandra, won't anything on earth change you?" And then we both laughed, and felt comfortable together. Her knitting mania had given way to one she called transferring. She brought a little basket filled with rags, worn-out embroideries, collars, cuffs, and edges of handkerchiefs, from which she cut the needlework to sew again on new muslin. She looked at embroidery with an eye merely to its capacity for being transferred. Alice proved a treasure to her, by giving her heaps of fine work. She and Aunt Merce were pleased with each other, and when we were ready to come away, Alice begged her to visit her every year. I made no farewell visits. My ill health was sufficient excuse, but my schoolmates came to bid me good-bye, and brought me presents of needle-books and pin-cushions, which I returned by giving away yards of ribbon, silver fruit-knives, and Mrs. Harmon's poems, which poetess had lately given my imagination an apostrophizing direction. Miss Pryor came also, with a copy of Young's Night Thoughts, bound in speckled leather. This hilarious and refreshing poem remained at the bottom of my trunk, till Temperance fished it out to read on Sundays in her own room, when she usually passed her hours in solitude in hemming dish-towels, or making articles called takers. Dr. Price came too, and even the haughty Four Riders. Alice was gratified with my popularity, but I felt cold at heart. doubtful of myself, drifting to nothingness in thought and purpose. None saw my doubts, or felt my coldness. I shook hands with all, exchanged hopes and wishes, and repeated the last words which people say on departure. Alice and I neither kissed nor shook hands. There was that between us which kept us apart. A hard, stern face was still in our recollection. We remembered a certain figure, whose steps had ceased about the house, but whose voice was hushed, but who was potent yet. "We shall not forget each other," she said. And so I took my way out of Rossville. Ben Somers went with us to Boston, and stayed at the Bromfield. In the morning he disappeared, and when he returned, had an emerald ring, which he begged me to wear, and tried to put on my finger, where he had seen the diamond. I put it back in its box, thanking him, and saying it must be kept stored with the farewell needle-books and pincushions. "Shall we have some last words now?" Aunt Merce slipped out, with an affectation of not having heard him. We laughed, and Ben was glad that I could laugh. "How do you feel?" "Rather weak still." "I did not mean so, but in your mind, how are you?" "I have no mind." "Must I give up trying to understand you, Cassandra?" "Yes, do. You'll visit Alice. You can divine her intentions. She is a good woman." "She will be, when she knows how. What o'clock is it?" "Incorrigible, near 10. Here's father, and we must start." The carriage was ready. Where was Aunt Merce? "Locke," she said, when she came in, "I have got a bottle of port for Cassandra, some essence of peppermint, and sandwiches. Do you think that will do? We can purchase supplies along the road, if yours give out. Come, we are ready. Mr. Somers, we shall see you at Surrey. Take care, Cassie. Now we are off." "I shall leave Rossville," were Ben's last words. "What a fine, handsome young man he is. He is a gentleman," said Aunt Merce. "Why, of course, Aunt Merce." "Why, of course? I should think, from the way you speak, that you had only seen young gentlemen of his stamp. Have you forgotten Surrey?" Father and she laughed. They could laugh very easily, for they were overjoyed to have me going home with them. Mother would be glad, they said. I felt it, though I did not say so. How soundly I slept that night at the inn on the road. A little after sunset, on the third day, for we traveled slowly, we reached the woods which bordered Surrey, and soon came in sight of the sea encircling it like a crescent moon. It was as if I saw the sea for the first time. A vague sense of its power surprised me. It seemed to express my melancholy. As we approached the house, the orchard, and I saw Veronica's window, other feelings moved me, not because I saw familiar objects, nor because I was going home. It was the relation in which I stood to them that I felt. We drove through the gate, and I saw a handsome little boy astride a window-sill, with 2 pipes in his mouth. "Papa!" he shrieked, threw his pipes down, and dropped on the ground to run after us. "Hasn't Arthur grown?" Aunt Merce asked. "He is almost 7." "Almost 7? Where have the years gone?" I looked about. I had been away so long, the house looked diminished. Mother was in the door, crying when she put her arms around me. She could not speak. I know now there should have been no higher beatitude than to live in the presence of an unselfish, unasking, vital love. I only said, "Oh, mother, how gray your hair is! Are you glad to see me? I have grown old, too." We went in by the kitchen, where the men were, and a young girl with a bulging forehead. Hepsy looked out from the buttery door, and put her apron to her eyes, without making any further demonstration of welcome. Temperance was mixing dough. She made an effort to giggle, but failed, and as she could not cover her face with her doughy hands, was obliged to let the tears run their natural course. Recovering herself in a moment, she exclaimed, "Heavenly powers, how you're altered! I shouldn't have known you. Your hair and skin are as dry as chips. They didn't wash you with Castile soap, I'll bet." "How you do talk, Temperance!" Hepsy quavered. The girl with the bulging forehead laughed a shrill laugh. "Why, Fanny!" said mother. The hall door opened.
"Here she is,"
muttered this Fanny. "Veronica!"
"Cassandra!"
We grasped hands, and stared mutely at each other. I felt a contraction in the region of my heart, as if a cord of steel were binding it. She, at least, was glad I was alive.
"They look something alike now,"
Hepsy remarked.
"Not at all,"
said Veronica, dropping my hand and retreating.
"Why, Arthur, dear, come here."
He clambered into my lap.
"Were you killed, my dear sister?"
"Not quite, little boy."
"Well, do you know that I am a veteran officer, and smoke my pipe lots?"
"You must rest, Cassy," said mother. "Don't go upstairs, though, till you've had your supper. Hurry it up, Temperance."
"It will be on the table in less than no time, Miss Morgeson," she answered, "provided Miss Fanny is agreeable about taking it in the teapot."
I had a comfortable sense of property when I took possession of my own room. It was better, after all, to live with a father and mother who would not adopt my ideas. Even the sea might be mine. I asked father the next morning at breakfast how far at sea his property extended. "I trust, Cassandra, you will now stay at home," said mother. "I am tired of table duty. You must pour the coffee and tea, for I wish to sit beside your father."
"You and Aunt Merce have settled down into a venerable condition. You wear caps, too. What a stage forward! The cap is not ugly, like Aunt Merce's. I made it," Veronica called, sipping from a great glass.
"Gothic pattern, isn't it?" father asked, "with a tower and a bridge at the back of the neck?"
"This hash is Fanny's work, mother," said Verry.
"So I perceive."
"Hepsy is not at the table," I said.
"It is her idea not to come, since I have taken Fanny. Did you notice her? She prefers to have her wait."
"Who is Fanny?"
"Her father is old Ichabod Bowles, who lives on the Neck. Last winter her mother sent for me, and begged me to take her. I could not refuse, for she was dying of consumption, so I promised. The poor woman died in the bitterest weather, and a few days after Ichabod brought Fanny here, and told me he had done with womankind forever. Fanny was sulky and silent for a long time. I thought she would never get warm. If obliged to leave the fire, she sat against the wall, with her face hid in her arms. Veronica has made some impression on her, but she is not a good girl." "She will be, mother. I am better than I was." "Never. Her disposition is hateful. She is angry with those who are better off than herself. I have not seen a spark of gratitude in her."
"I never thought of gratitude," said Verry. "It is true, but why must people be grateful?"
"We might expect a little from Fanny, perhaps. She saw her mother die in want, her father stern, almost cruel to them, and soured by poverty. Fanny never had what she liked to eat or wear till she came here, or even saw anything that pleased her, and the contrast makes her bitter."
"She is proud, too," said Aunt Merce. "I hear her boasting of what she would have had if she had stayed at home."
"She is a child, you know," said Verry.
"A year younger than you are."
"Where is the universal boy?" "Abolished," father answered. "Arthur is growing into that estate."
"Papa, don't forget that I am a veteran officer."
"Here, you rascal, come and get this nice egg."
He slipped down and went to his father, who took him on his knee.
"What shall I do first? The garden, orchard, village, or what?" I asked. "Gardens?" said Verry. "Have they been a part of your education?"
"I like flowers."
"Have you seen my plants?" Aunt Merce inquired.
"I will look at them. How different this is from Rosville!" Then a pang cut me to the soul. The past whirled up, to disappear, leaving me stunned and helpless. Veronica's eye was upon me. I forced myself to observe her. The difference between us was plainer than ever. I was in my 20th year. She was barely 16, handsome, and as peculiar looking as when a child. Her straight hair was a vivid chestnut color, her large eyes were near together, and, as Ben Somers said, the most singular eyes that were ever upon earth. They tormented me. There was nothing willful in them; on the contrary, when she was willful she had no power over them. The strange cast was then perceptible. Neither were they imperious nor magnetic. They were baffling. She pushed her chair from the table, and stood by me quiet. Tall and slender, she stooped slightly, as if she were not strong enough to stand upright. Her dress was a buff-colored cambric, trimmed with knots of ribbon of the same color, dotted with green crosses. It harmonized with her colorless, fixedly pale complexion. I counted the bows of ribbon on her dress, and would have counted the crosses if she had not interrupted me with, "What do you think of me?" "Do you ever blush, Verry?" "I grow paler, you know, when I blush." "What do you think of me?" "As wide-eyed as ever, and your eyebrows as black. Who ever saw light, ripply hair with such eyebrows?" "I see wrinkles, too." "Where?" "Round your eyes, like an opening umbrella." We dispersed as our talk ended, in the old fashion. I followed Aunt Merce to the flower stand, which stood in its old place on the landing. "I have a poor lot of roses," she said, "but some splendid cactuses." "I do not love roses." "Is it possible? But Verry does not care so much for them either. Lilies are her favorites. She has a variety. Look at this Arab lily. It is like a tongue of fire." "Where does she keep her flowers?"
"In wire baskets in her room. But I must go make Arthur some gingerbread. He likes mine the best, and I like to please him."
"I dare say you spoil him."
"Just as you were spoiled."
"Not in Barmouth, Aunt Merce."
"No, not in Barmouth, Cassy."
I went from room to room, seeing little to interest me. My zeal oozed away for exploration, and when I entered my chamber I could have said, "This spot is the summary of my wants, for it contains me." I must be my own society, and as my society was not agreeable, the more circumscribed it was, the better I could endure it. What a dreary prospect! The past was vital, the present dead. Life in Surrey must be dull. How could I forget or enjoy? I put the curtains down, and told Temperance, who was wandering about, not to call me to dinner. I determined, if possible, to surpass my dullness by indulgence. But underneath it all I could not deny that there was a specter, whose aimless movements kept me from stagnating. I determined to drag it up and face it. "Come," I called, "and stand before me. We will reason together." It uncovered and asked, "Do you feel remorse and repentance?" "Neither." "Why suffer, then?" "I do not know why." "You confess ignorance. Can you confess that you are selfish, self-seeking, devilish?" "Are you my devil?" No answer. "Am I cowardly, or a liar?" It laughed, a faint, sarcastic laugh. "At all events," I continued, "are not my actions better than my thoughts?" "Which makes the sinner, and which the saint?" "Can I decide?" "Why not?" "My teachers and myself are so far apart. I have found a counterpart, but, Spectre, you were born of the union." My head was buried in my arms, but I heard a voice at my elbow. A shrill, scornful voice it was. "Are you coming down to tea, then?" Looking up, I saw Fanny. "Tea time so soon?"
"Yes, it is. You think nothing of time. Have nothing to do, I suppose."
And she clasped her hands over her apron, hands so small and thin that they looked like those of an old woman. Her hair was light and scanty, her complexion sallow, and her eyes a palish gray. But her features were delicate and pretty. She seemed to understand my thoughts.
"You think I'm stunted, don't you?"
"You are not large, to my eye."
"Suppose you had been fed mostly on Indian meal, with a herring or a piece of salted pork for a relish, and clams or tautog for a luxury, as I have been. Would you be as tall and as grand looking as you are now? And would you be covering up your face, making believe worry? Maybe not. You may tell mother that I am coming. I shall not say Miss Morgeson, but Cassandra. Cassandra Morgeson, if I like. Call me what you please, only tone down that voice of yours. It is sharper than the east wind. I heard her beating a tattoo on Veronica's door next. She'd been taught to be ceremonious with her, at least. No reply was made, and she came to my door again. I expect Miss Veronica has gone to see poor folks. It is a way she has, and spitefully closed it. After tea, mother came up to inquire the reason of my seclusion. My excuse of fatigue she readily accepted, for she thought I still looked ill. I had changed so much, she said, it made her heart ache to look at me. When I could speak of the accident at Rossville, would I tell her all? And would I describe my life there, what friends I made? Would they visit me? She hoped so. And Mr. Somers, who made them so hurried a visit, would he come? She liked him. While she talked, she kept a pitying but resolute eye upon me. Dear mother, I never can tell you all as you wish. It is hard enough for me to bear my thoughts, without the additional one that my feelings are understood and speculated upon. If I should tell you, the barrier between me and self-control would give way. You will see Alice Morgeson, and if she chooses, she can tell you what my life was in her house. She knows it well. Cassandra, what does your bitter face and voice mean? I mean, mother, all your woman's heart might guess, if you were not so pure or single-hearted. No. Yes. Then I understand the riddle you have been, one to bring a curse. There is nothing to curse, mother. Our experiences are not foretold by law. We may be righteous by rule. We do not sin that way. There was no beginning, no end to mine. Should women curse themselves, then, for giving birth to daughters? Wait, mother. What is bad this year may be good the next. You blame yourself, because you believe your ignorance has brought me into danger. Wait, mother. You are beyond me. Everything is beyond. I will be a good girl. Kiss me, mother. I have been unworthy of you. When have I ever done anything for you? If you hadn't been my mother, I dare say we might have helped each other. My friendship and sympathy have sustained you. As it is, I have behaved as all young animals behave to their mothers. One thing you may be sure of. The doubt you feel is needless. You must neither pray nor weep over me. Have I agitated you? My heart will flutter too much, anyway. Oh, Cassie, why are you such a girl? Why will you be so awfully headstrong? But she hugged and kissed me. As I felt the irregular beating of her heart, a pain smote me. What if she should not live long? Was I not a wicked fool to lacerate myself with an intangible trouble, the reflex of selfish emotions? End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie L. Narden. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 23. Veronica's room was like no other place. I was in a new atmosphere there. A green carpet covered the floor, and the windows had light blue silk curtains. Green and blue together, Veronica? Why not? The sky is blue, and the carpet of the earth is green. If you intend to represent the heavens and the earth here, it is very well. The paper on the wall was ash-colored, with penciled lines. She had cloudy days, probably. A large-eyed Saint Cecilia, with white roses in her hair, was pasted on the wall. This frameless picture had a curious effect. Veronica, in some mysterious way, had contrived to dispose of the white margin of the picture, and the saint looked out from the soft ashy tint of the wallpaper. Opposite, was an exquisite engraving, which was framed with dark red velvet. At the end of an avenue of old trees, gnarled and twisted into each other, a man stood. One hand grasped the stalk of a ragged vine, which ran over the tree near him. The other hung helpless by his side, as if the wrist was broken. His eyes were fixed on some object behind the trees, where nothing was visible but a portion of the wall of a house. His expression of concentrated fury, his attitude of waiting, testified that he would surely accomplish his intention.
What a picture! The foliage attracted me, and I bought it. But when I unpacked it, the man seemed to come out for the first time. Will you take it?
No, I mean to give my room a somnolent aspect. The man is too terribly sleepless. A table stood near the window, methodically covered with labeled blank books, a morocco portfolio, and a Wedgwood inkstand and vase. In an arch, which she had manufactured from the space under the garret stairs, stood her bed. At its foot, against the wall, a bunch of crimson autumn leaves was fastened, and a bough, black and bare, with an empty nest on it. Where is the feminine portion of your furnishing?
Look in the closet.
I opened a door. What had formerly been appropriated by Mother to blankets and comfortables, she had turned into a magazine of toilet articles. There were drawers and boxes for everything which pertained to a wardrobe, arranged with beautiful skill and neatness. She directed my attention to her books, on hanging shelves within reach of the bed. Beneath them was a small stand, with a wax candle in a silver candlestick. You read o' nights?
Yes, and the wax candle is my pet weakness.
Have you put away Gray and Pope and Thompson?
The Arabian Nights and the Bible are still there. Mother thought you would like to refurnish your room. It is the same as when we moved, you know.
Did she? I will have it done. Good-bye.
Good-bye.
She was at the window now, and had opened a pane.
What's that you're doing? Looking through my wicket.
I went back again to understand the wicket. It had been made, she said, so that she might have fresh air in all weathers, without raising the windows. In the night she could look out without danger of taking cold. We looked over the autumn fields. The crows were flying seaward over the stubble, or settling in the branches of the old fir, standing alone, midway between the woods and the orchard. The ground before us, rising so gradually, and shortening the horizon, reminded me of my childish notion that we were near the North Pole, and that if we could get behind the low rim of sky, we should be in the Arctic zone. The northern lights have not deserted us, Veronica.
No, they beckon me over there, in winter.
Do you never tire of this limited, monotonous view, of a few uneven fields, squared by grim stone walls?
That is not all. See those eternal travelers, the clouds, that hurry up from some mysterious region to go over your way, where I never look. If the landscape were wider, I could never learn it. And the orchard, have you noticed that? There are bird and butterfly lives in it, every year. Why, morning and night are wonderful from these windows. But I must say the charm vanishes if I go from them. Surrey is not lovely.
She closed the wicket and sat down by the table. My dullness vanished with her. There might be something to interest me beneath the calm surface of our family life after all.
Veronica, do you think Mother is changed?
I think so.
She is always the same to me, but I have had fears respecting her health.
Outside the door I met Temperance with a clothes basket.
"Oh," she said, "you're going the rounds. Vera's room beats all possessed, don't it? It is clean spick and span every 3 months. She calls it inaugurating the seasons. She's as queer as Dick's hatband. Have you any fine things to do up?"
Her question put me in mind of my trunks, and I hastened to them with the determination of putting my room to rights. The call to dinner interrupted me before I had begun, and the call to supper came before anything in the way of improvement had been accomplished. My mind was chaotic by bedtime. The picture of Veronica, reading by her wax candle, or looking through the wicket, collected and happy in her orderly perfection, came to my mind, and with it an admiration which never ceased, though I had no sympathy with her. We seemed as far apart as when we were children. I was eager for employment, promising to perform many tasks, but the attempt killed my purpose and interest. My will was nerveless when I contemplated time, which stretched before me, a vague, limitless sea, and I only kept endeavor in view, near enough to be tormented. One day father asked me to go to Milford, and then I asked him for money to spend for the adornment of my room. "Be prudent," he replied. "I am not so rich as people think me. Although the Loch Morgeson was insured, she was a loss. But you need not speak of this to your mother. I never worry her with my business cares. As for Veronica, she has not the least idea of the value of money, or care for what it represents." When we went into the shops, I found him disposed to be more extravagant than I was. I bought a blue and white carpet, a piece of blue and white flowered chintz, 2 stuffed chairs, covered with haircloth father remonstrated against these, and a long mirror to go between the windows, astonishing him with my vanity. What I wanted besides I could construct myself, with the help of the cabinet maker in Surrey. In one of the shops I heard a familiar voice, which gave me a thrill of anger. I turned, and saw Charlotte Alden, of Barmouth, the girl who had given me the fall on the tilt. She could not control an expression of surprise at the sight of the well-dressed woman before her. It was my dress that astonished her. Where could I have obtained style? "Miss Alden, how do you do? Pray tell me whether you have collected any correct legends respecting my mother's early history, and do you tilt off little girls nowadays?" She made no reply, and I left her standing where she was when I began speaking. When we got out of town, my anger cooled, and I grew ashamed of my spitefulness, and by way of penance I related the affair to father. He laughed at what I said to her, and told me that he had long known her family. Charlotte's uncle had paid his addresses to mother. There might have been an engagement. Whether there was or not, the influence of his family had broken the acquaintance. This explained what Charlotte said to me in Miss Black's school about mother's being in love. "You might have been angry with the girl, but you should not have felt hurt at the fact implied. Are you so young still as to believe that only those who love marry, or that those who marry have never loved, except each other?" "I have thought of these things, but I am afraid that love, like theology, if examined, makes one skeptical." We jogged along in silence for a mile or 2. "Whether every man's children overpower him, I wonder. I am positively afraid of you and Veronica." "What do you mean?" "I am always unprepared for the demonstrations of character you and she make. My traditional estimate, which comes from thoughtfulness, or the putting off of responsibility, or God knows what, I find will not answer. I have been on my guard against that which everyday life might present, a lie, a theft, or a meanness, but of the undercurrent, which really bears you on, I have known nothing. If you happen to dive below the surface, and find the roots of our actions which are fixed beneath its tide, what then? Must you lament over us?" "No, no, but this is vague talk." Was he dissatisfied with me? What could he expect? We all went our separate ways, it is true. Was it that? Perhaps he felt alone. I studied his face. It was not so cheerful as I remembered it once, but still open, honest, and wholesome. I promised myself to observe his tastes and consult them. It might be that his self-love had never been encouraged. But I failed in that design, as in all others. Much of my time is consumed in passing between Milford and Surrey, you perceive." "I will go with you often." According to habit, on arriving, I went into the kitchen. It was dusk there, and still. Temperance was by the fire attending to something which was cooking. "What is there for supper, Temperance? I am hungry." "I suppose you are," she answered crossly. "You'll see when it's on the table." She took a coal of fire with the tongs and blew it fiercely, to light a lamp by. When it was alight, she set it on the chimney shelf, revealing thereby a man at the back of the room, balancing his chair on 2 legs against the whale. His feet were on its highest round, and he twirled his thumbs.
he said, when he saw me observing him. "This is the oldest daughter, is it?" "Yes," Temperance bawled. "She's a good solid gal, but I can't recollect her christened name." "It is Cassandra." "Why, 'tain't Scripture." "Why don't you go and take off your things?" Temperance asked abruptly. "I'll leave 'em here. The fire is agreeable." "There is a better fire in the keeping room." "How are you, Mr. Handy?" Father inquired, coming in. "I should be well, if my grinders didn't trouble me. They play the mischief o' nights. Have you heard from the Adamant, Mr. Morgeson? I should like to get my poor boy's chist. The Lord ha' mercy on him, whose bones are in the caverns of the deep." "Now, Abram, do shut up. Tea is ready, Mr. Morgeson. I'll bring the ham directly," said Temperance. There was no news from the Adamant. I lingered in the hope of discovering why Mr. Handy irritated Temperance. He was a man of 60, with a round head and a large, tender wart on one cheek. The 2 tusks under his upper lip suggested a walrus. Though he was no beauty, he looked thoroughly respectable, in garments whose primal colors had disappeared, and the blue woolen stockings gartered to a miracle of tightness. "Temperance," he said, "my quinces have done first rate this year. I hain't pulled 'em yet, but I've counted them over and over again. But my pig won't weigh nothing like what I calculated on. Sarved me right. I needn't have bought him out of a drove. If Charity had been alive, I shouldn't have done it. A man can't, I say, Tempy, a man can't get along here below without a woman." She gave my arm a severe pinch as she passed with the ham, and I thought it best to follow her. Mother looked at her with a smile and said, "Deal gently with Brother Abram, Temperance." "Brother be fiddlesticks," she said tartly. "Miss Morgeson, do you want some quinces?" "Certainly." "We'll make hard marmalade this year, then. You shall have the quinces to-morrow." And she retired with a softened face. I was told that Abram Handy was a widower anxious to take Temperance for a second helpmeet, and that she could not decide whether to accept or refuse him. She had confessed to Mother that she was on the fence, and didn't know which way to jump. He was a poor, witless thing, she knew, but he was as good a man as ever breathed, and stood as good a chance of being saved as the wisest church member that ever lived. Mother thought her inclined to be mistress of an establishment over which she might have sole control. Abram owned a house, a garden, and kept pigs, hens, and a cow. These were his themes of conversation. Mother could not help thinking he was influenced by Temperance's fortune. She was worth $2,000, at least. The care of her wood lot, the cutting, selling, or burning of wood on it, would be a supreme happiness to Abram, who loved property next to the kingdom of heaven. The tragedy of the old man's life was the loss of his only son, who had been killed by a whale a year since. The Adamant, the ship he sailed in, had not returned, and it was a consoling hope with Abram that his boy's chist might come back. "We heard of poor Charming Handy's death the 10th of September, about 3 months after Abram began his visits to Temperance," Veronica said. "Was his name Charming?" I asked. "His mother named him," Abram said, "with a name that she had picked out of novels works, which she was forever and tarnally reading." "What day of the month is it, Verry?" "3rd of October." "What happened a year ago to-day?" "Arthur fell off the roof of the woodhouse." "Verry," he cried, "you needn't tell my sister of that. Now she knows about my scar. You tell everything. She does not. You have scars," he whispered to me. "They look red sometimes. May I put my finger on your cheek?" I took his hand and rubbed his fingers over the cuts. They were not deep, but they would never go away. "I wish mine were as nice. It is only a little hole under my hair. Soldiers ought to have long scars, made with big swords. And I am a soldier, ain't I, Cassie?" "Have I heard you sing, Cassie?" asked father. "Come, let us have some music." "And the cares which infest the day," added Verry. I had scarcely been in the parlor since my return, though the fact had not been noticed.
Our tacit compact was that we should be ignorant of each other's movements. I ran up to my room for some music, and, not having a lamp, stumbled over my shawl and bonnet and various bundles which somebody had deposited on the floor. I went down by the back way to the kitchen. Fanny was there alone, standing before the fire and whistling a sharp air. "Did you carry my bonnet and shawl upstairs?" "I did." "Would you be good enough to take this music to the parlor for me?" She turned and put her hands behind her. "Who was your waiter last year?" "I had one." Putting the leaves under her arm, they fluttered to the floor one by one. "You must pick them up, or we shall spend the night here, and father is waiting for me." "Is he?" And she began to take them up. "I am quite sure, Fanny, that I could punish you awfully. I am sick to try." She moved toward the door slowly. "Don't tell him," she said, stopping before it. "I'll tell nobody, but I am angry. Let us arrive." She marched to the piano, laid the music on it, and marched out. "By the way, Fanny," I whispered, "the bonnet and shawl are yours, if you need them." "I guess I do," she whispered back. When I returned to my room, I found it in order, and the bundles removed. One day some Surrey friends called. They told me I had changed very much, and I inferred from their tone that they did not consider the change one for the better. "How much Veronica has improved," they continued. "Do you not think so?" "You know," she interrupted, "that Cassandra has been dangerously ill, and has barely recovered." Yes, they had heard of the accident. Everybody had. Mr. Morgeson must be a loss to his family, a man in his prime of life, too. "The prime of life," Veronica repeated. She was asked to play, and immediately went to the piano. Strange girl! Her music was so filled with a wild lament, that I again fathomed my desire and my despair. Her eyes wandered toward me, burning with the fires of her creative power, not with the feelings which stung me to the quick. Her face was calm, white and fixed. She stopped and touched her eyelids as if she were weeping, but there were no tears in her eyes. They were in mine, welling painfully beneath the lids. I turned over the music books to hide them. "That is a singular piece," said one. "Now, Cassandra, will you favor us? We expect to find you highly accomplished." "I sang myself out before you came in." In the bustle of their going, Veronica stooped over my hand and kissed it, unseen. It was more like a sigh upon it than a kiss, but it swept through me, tingling the scars on my face, as if the flesh had become alive again. "Take tea with us soon, do. We will not see you in the street or at church. It must be dull for you after coming from a boarding school. Still, Surrey has its advantages," and the door closed on them. "Still, Surrey has its advantages," Veronica repeated. "Yes, the air is sleepy. I am going to bed." I made resolutions before I slept that night, which I kept, for I said, "Let the dead bury its dead." Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 24. Helen's letters followed me. She had heard from Rosville all that had happened, but did not expatiate on it. Her letters were full of minute details respecting her affairs. It was her way of diverting me from the thoughts which she believed troubled me. L.N. was expected soon. Since his last letter, she had caught herself more than once making inventories of what she would like to have in the way of a wardrobe for a particular occasion, which he had hinted at. I heard nothing from Alice, and was content that it should be so. Our acquaintance would be resumed in good time, I had no doubt. Neither did I hear from Ben Somers. He, very likely, was investing in another plan. Of its result I should also hear. My chief occupation was to drive with father. The wharves of Milford, the doors of its banks and shipping offices became familiar. I witnessed bargains and contracts, and listened to talk of shipwrecks, mutinies, insurance cases, perjuries, failures, ruin, and rascalities. His private opinion, and those who sought him, were kept in the background. The sole relation between them was traffic. Personality was forgotten in the absorbed attention which was given to business. They appeared to me, though, as if pursuing something beyond gain, which should narcotize or stimulate them to forget that man's life was a vain going to and fro. Mother reproached father for allowing me to adopt the habits of a man. He thought it a wholesome change. Besides, it would not last. While I was his companion, there were moments where he left his ledger for another book. "You never call yourself a gambler, do you, Locke?" Mother asked. "Strange, too, that you think of Cassy in your business life instead of me."
"Mary, I could break your settled habits. Cassy is afloat yet. I can guide her hither and yon. Moreover, with her, I dream of youth." "Is youth so happy?" we both asked. "We think so, when we see it in others."
"Not all of us," she said. "You think Cassandra has no ways of her own. She can make us change ours. Do you know that?"
"Maybe."
A habit grew upon me of consulting the sea as soon as I rose in the morning. Its aspect decided how my day would be spent. I watched it, studying its changes, seeking to understand its effect, ever attracted by an awful materiality and its easy power to drown me. By the shore at night, the vague, tumultuous sphere, swayed by an influence mightier than itself, gave voice, which drew my soul to utter speech for speech. I went there by day unobserved, except by our people, for I never walked toward the village. Mother descried me, as she would a distant sail, or Aunt Merce, who had a vacant habit of looking from all the windows a moment at a time, as if she were forever expecting the arrival of somebody who never came. Arthur, too, saw me, as he played among the rocks, waded, caught crabs and little fish, like all boys whose hereditary associations are amphibious. But Veronica never came to the windows on that side of the house, unless a ship was arriving from a long voyage. Then her interest was in the ship alone, to see whether her colors were half-mast, or if she were battered and torn, recalling to mind those who had died or married since the ship sailed from port, for she knew the names of all who ever left Surrey, and their family relations. Weeks passed before I had completed the furnishing of my room. I had been to Helen's wedding, and had returned, and it was still in progress. The ground was covered with snow. The sea was dark and rough under the frequent north wind, sometimes gray and silent in an icy atmosphere, sometimes blue and shining beneath the pale winter sun. The day, when the room was ready, Fanny made a wood fire, which burned merrily, and encouraged the new chairs, tables, carpet, and curtains into a friendly assimilation. They met and danced on the round tops of the brass dogs. It already seemed to me that I was like the room. Unlike Veronica, I had nothing odd, nothing suggestive. My curtains were blue chintz, and the sofa and chairs were covered with the same. The ascetic aspect of my 2 haircloth armchairs was entirely concealed. The walls were painted amber color and varnished. There were no pictures but the shining shadows. A row of shelves covered with blue damask was on one side, and my tall mirror on the other. The doors were likewise covered with blue damask, nailed round with brass nails. When I had nothing else to do, I counted the nails. The wooden mantel shelf, originally painted in imitation of black marble, I covered with damask, and fringed it. I sent Fanny down for Mother and Aunt Merce. They declared at once they were stifled. Too many things in the room, too warm, too dark. The fringe on the mantel would catch fire and burn me up. Too much trouble to take care of it. What was under the carpet that made it so soft and the steps so noiseless? How nice it was! Temperance, who had been my aide, arrived at this juncture and croaked, "Did you ever see such a stived-up hole, Miss Morgeson?" "I like it now," she answered. "It is so comfortable. How lovely this blue is!" "It's a pity she won't keep the blinds shut. The curtains will fade to rags in no time. The sun pours on 'em." "How could I watch the sea, then?" I asked. "Good Lord, it's a mystery to me how you can bother over that salt water." "And the smell of the seaweed," added Aunt Merce. "And its thousand dreary cries," said Mother. "Do you like my covered doors?" I inquired. "I vow," Temperance exclaimed, "the nails are put in crooked." And I stood over Dexter the whole time. He said it was damned nonsense, and that you must be awfully spoiled to want such a thing. "You get your pay, Dexter," says I, "for what you do, don't you?" "I guess I do," says he, and then he winked. "None of your gab," says I. I do believe that man is a cheat and a rascal, I vow I do, but they are all so. "In my young days," Aunt Merce remarked, "young girls were not allowed to have fires in their chambers." "In our young days, Mercy," Mother replied, "we were not allowed to have much of anything." "Fires are not wholesome to sleep by," Temperance added. "Miss Veronica never has a fire," piped Fanny, who had remained, occasionally making a stir with the tongs. "But she ought to have," Temperance exclaimed vehemently. "I do wonder, Miss Morgeson, that you do not insist upon it, though it's none of my business." Father was conducted upstairs after supper. The fire was freshly made. The shaded lamp on the table before the sofa and the easy chair pleased him. He came often afterward, and stayed so long sometimes that I fell asleep, and found him there when I woke, still smoking and watching the fire. Veronica looked in at bedtime. "I recognize you here," she said as she passed. But she came back in a few moments, in a wrapper, with a comb in her hand, and stood on the hearth combing her hair, which was longer than a mermaid's. The fire was grateful to her, and I believe that she was surprised at the fact. "Why not have a fire in your room, Verry?" "A fire would put me out. One belongs in this room, though. It is the only reality here. What if I should say you provoke me, perverse girl?" "What if you should?" She gathered up her hair and shook it around her face, with the same elfish look she wore when she pulled it over her eyes as a child. It made me feel how much older I was. "I do not say so, and I will not." "I wish you would. I should like to hear something natural from you." Fanny, coming in with an armful of wood, heard her. Instead of putting it on the fire, she laid it on the hearth, and, sitting upon it with an expression of enjoyment, looked at both of us with an expectant air. "You love mischief, Fanny," I said. "Is it mischief for me to look at sisters that don't love each other?" And laughing shrilly, she pulled a stick from under her and threw it on the fire. Veronica's eyes shot more sparks than the disturbed coals, for Fanny's speech enraged her. Giving her head a toss, which swept her hair behind her shoulders, she darted at Fanny, and picked her up from the wood with as much ease as if it had been her handkerchief, instead of a girl nearly as heavy as herself. I started up. "Sit still," she said to me, in her low, inflexible voice, holding Fanny against the wall. "I must attend to this little demon. Do you dare to think," addressing Fanny with a gentle vehemence, "that what you have just said is true of me? Are you, with your small, starved spirit, equal to any judgment against her? I admire her. You do too. I love her, and I love you, you pitiful, ignorant brat." Her strength gave away, and she let go. All declarations in my behalf were made to third persons, I thought. "I do believe, Miss Veronica," said Fanny, who did not express any astonishment or resentment at the treatment she had received, "that you are going to be sick. I feel so in my bones." "Never mind your bones. Twist up my hair, and think, while you do it, how to get rid of your diabolical curiosity." "I have nothing to do all my life," she answered, carefully knotting Verry's hair, "but to be curious. I never found out much, though, till lately," and she cast her eyes in my direction. "Put her out, Cassandra," said Verry, "if you like to touch her." "I'll sweep the hearth," if you please, first," Fanny answered. "I am a good drudge, you know. Good night, ladies." I followed Veronica, wishing to know if her room was uncomfortable. She had made slight changes since my visit to her. The flowers had been moved, the stand where the candle stood was covered with crimson cloth. The dead bough and the autumn leaves were gone, but instead there was a branch of waving grasses, green and fresh, and on the table was a white flower in a vase. "It is freezing here, but it looks like summer. Is it design?" "Yes. I can't sit here much. Still, I can read in bed and write, especially under my new quilt, which you have not seen." It was composed of red, black, and blue bits of silk, and beautifully quilted. Hepsy and Temperance had made it for her. "How about the wicket these winter nights?" "I drag the quilt off and wrap it round me when I want to look out." We heard a bump on the floor, and Temperance appeared with warm bricks wrapped in flannel. "You know I will not have those things," Verry said. "Dear me, how contrary you are! And you have not eaten a thing to-day." "Carry them out." Her voice was so unyielding, but always so gentle. Temperance was obliged to deposit the bricks outside the door, which she did with a bang. "I should think you might sleep in Cassandra's room. Her bed is big enough for 3." No answer was made to this proposition, but Verry said, "You may undress me if you like, and stay till you are convinced I shall not freeze." "I stay till I am in an ager. I might as well finish the night here, I suppose." She called me after midnight, for she had not left Verry, who had been attacked with one of her mysterious disorders. "You can do nothing for her, but I am scared out when she faints so dreadful. I don't like to be alone." Veronica could not speak, but she shook her head at me to go away. Her will seemed to be concentrated against losing consciousness. It slipped from her occasionally, and she made a rotary motion with her arms, which I attempted to stop, but her features contracted so terribly, I let her alone. "Mustn't touch her," said Temperance, whose efforts to relieve her were confined to replacing the coverings of the bed, and drawing her nightgown over her bosom, which she often threw off again. Her breath scarcely stirred her breast. I thought more than once she did not breathe at all. Its delicate, virgin beauty touched me with a holy pity. We sat by her bed in silence a long time, and although it was freezing cold, did not suffer. Suddenly she turned her head and closed her eyes. Temperance softly pulled up the clothes over her and whispered, "It is over this time, but Lord, how awful it is! I hope she was cured of these spells." In a few minutes she asked, "What time is it?" "It must be about 11," Temperance replied, but it was nearly 4. She dozed again, but opening her eyes presently, made a motion toward the window. "There's no help for it," muttered Temperance. "She must go." I understood her, and put my arm under Verry's neck to raise her. Temperance wrapped the quilt around her, and we carried her to the window. Temperance pushed open the pane. An icy wind blew against us. "It is the winter that kills little Verry," she said, in a childlike voice. "God's breath is cold over the world, and my life goes. But the spring is coming. It will come back." I looked at Temperance, whose face was so corrugated with the desire for crying and the effort to keep from it, that for the life of me I could not help smiling. As soon as I smiled, I laughed, and then Temperance gave way to crying and laughing together. Veronica stared, and realized the circumstances in a second. She walked back to the bed, laughing faintly too. "Go to bed, do. You have been here a long time, have you?" I left Temperance tucking the clothes about her, kissing her, and calling her "dearie" and her best child. I could not go to bed at once, for Fanny was on my hearth before the fire, which she had rekindled, watching the boiling of something. "She has come to, hasn't she?" stirring the contents of the kettle. "I knew it was going to be so with her. She was so mad with me. She is like the old Harry before she has a turn, and like an angel after. I'm fond of people who have their ups and downs. I have seen her so before. She asked me to keep the doors locked once. They are locked now.
but I couldn't keep you out. The doctor says she must have warm drinks as soon as she was better. This is gruel."
"If it is done, away with you. Calamity improves you, don't it? You seem in excellent spirits."
"First rate. I can be somebody then."
Chapter 24.